Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Tai TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1051, Pure White. The fabric of space and time wrapped around each other, twisting and contorting into a yarn ball burning as a black hole with a searing hot accretion disk. The black hole flew toward Nayar at a blinding speed, both accelerating forward and pulling Nayar toward it with extreme gravitational force. A void dragon. Nayar grew massive fleshy wings that secreted burning magic, flew around the black hole and started orbiting it so he won't get sucked into the singularity. This kid. Caden growled, "There is no place for you in this fight. Get back into the world." He flew and threw a slash at Nayar, barely missing him. "Gojo, how did you get here? Damn it, it was that little girl Lucy." Kane's eyes scanned the whole area and determined that no abomination would dare approach Gojo's black hole. Gojo was skating toward Nayar on the accretion disk of his black hole, with a large smile on his face, his eyes leaving a blue trail after him. "I know, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let him go." Gojo waved two fingers, focusing the black hole's gravity at Nayar to pull him to the singularity, and at that moment he swung a fist, punching him in the guts. Nayar growled, spinning around and extending his fingers into massive claws, slashing Gojo across the chest and face with a single swing. "Time to die, brat." He then swung his other arm at Gojo's face, trying to crush him in place, but Caden managed to come at the last moment and slash Nayar's arm. "You're in the way," Caden growled at him. "You're the one in my way." Gojo's wounds healed as he jumped forward, wrapping his legs around Nayar's torso and holding him in place. "You're dead, you fucking brat!" Nayar growled as the black hole turned sideways, pointing its northern pole toward them, shooting a massive beam of radiation energy and crushed matter at nearly the speed of light. Breath of the void, Nayar's body burned into ash as Gojo remained unharmed. The two of them got washed away, flashing in the beam of pure light and fire. Nayar immediately regenerated and swung his fist at Gojo's face. With a smile, Gojo dodged his attack. Nayar is still being hindered by the beam of energy and the black hole's gravity. Gojo punched Nayar in the guts, and Nayar returned the punch with a kick, spinning around Gojo and standing behind him. "You smell like that fucker Kane? A corpse doesn't need to think?" Gojo replied with a smile as he lifted one finger, conjuring another black hole above his nail. Gojo spun around, flicking the apple-sized black hole at Nayar's face. "Serre the Novelle fire." Nayar punched the black hole away and swung a punch at Gojo's face, which was quickly dodged as the two exchanged a few punches. As expected, this powerful beam of energy can't suppress Nayar any longer than a few seconds. The moment the beam weakened a bit, Caden flew with 6 swings, threatening to end Nayar's existence right there and then. At the same time, Kane had set up a barrier that weakens the abomination inside it. Being pushed this far, Nayar decided to focus on the real threats. Gojo was powerful, but he was nothing more than an annoyance, a fly buzzing with no real threat. He decided to fully ignore him and deal with Caden and Kane first. That was Nayar's mistake. For the moment, he turned around Gojo, punched in the guts so hard that he made him scream. "You bastard!" Nayar growled. Gojo's fists were engulfed in black holes, rumbling with gravity and power. Gojo's magic flashed blue. The three gasped. This monster was like his brother. A bit different, but they were two birds from the same nest. While Arad only needs to remember, and thus ends up throwing his enemy's skills back at them. Gojo is a true genius, learning and getting more proficient in his skills the more he used them. Gojo, who could first barely maintain a single black hole, yarn ball, had managed to become so skilled that he could throw it, fight around it, and use its powers to his advantage, and now he had finally managed to lift it as a weapon, engulfing his fists with them. Caden and Gojo started jumping, Nayar one slashing him and the other, punching the life out of him. All the while, Kane used all of his magic to block Nayar's attacks and restrain him while buffing the two of them, especially Gojo, who needed protection more than Caden by several folds. It's true that Gojo was far too weak to join this fight. Nayar, Kane, and Caden were in a league of their own. The difference between them and him was like the span between heaven and earth. But Gojo wasn't so weak that he'd be a hindrance. He could barely be useful at annoying Nayar and drawing his attention to allow Caden and Kane to deal real damage. For his age, this void brat is a true monster. No wonder Lilia got interested in him instead of Arad at first. No, he is as efficient with magic as Kane now. Caden's 6 eyes flashed red as he flew past Gojo and cleaved Nayar's head. "Might as well kill you here." Kane and Kiaden had first come here in the hope of damaging Nier to the point that he might never return in 1,000 years. But since this bastard seemed to be healing faster and faster, that looked to be impossible. Killing him is far much harder, since as long as a single abomination survives, he'll survive. Caden is now actively attacking Niar with the intent to kill. He knows that he can't kill him, but still going for it. It was then that Kane realized a massive flaw in Gojo's black holes. They consume a lot of matter to use. Gojo had used those suns he absorbed earlier to start casting these black holes, but it looks like he is now running out. It wasn't Kane alone who noticed this. Nayar did as well, and he sure took the chance to switch his attention to Gojo. Running out of steam? You tried to fly too close to the heavens? I'll personally knock you back to the ground. It happened in a fraction of a second. Not even Kane and Caden could see him move. Out of nowhere, Gojo's whole chest had disappeared, leaving him in pieces. A floating head, arms, and legs. Knew it. Caden charged at Niar, slashing with all of his might. It was only a matter of time. Gojo wasn't Niar's opponent, and he shouldn't have gotten 1,000,000 kilometers close to where they were fighting. Not even the upper gods dare get close yet. He, a mere mortal, dared to step in and throw hands with the Lord of Abominations himself. Crack. Suddenly, Nayar felt something heavy hit the back of his head, and as he looked back, he saw Gojo's severed lower half. He got kicked by it. Wah! Crack. Gojo's kicks kicked Nayar a second time, sending him flying as they chased after him, kicking as if they were possessed by a ghost. Even in death, you're still high on power. Nayar growled, deflecting Caden's slash, and kicked Gojo's legs away. Know your place, mortal. Gojo's head smiled. You aren't weak, are you? He was still alive, even as a severed head, cotton ball. To create a black hole, Gojo usually grabbed the fabric of time and space and spun them together into a ball, a yarn ball. That way, matter starts falling into it, creating a singularity that almost nothing can escape from, a powerful whole that endlessly consumes matter. What Gojo had once discovered was that he could do the reverse of that, parting the fabric of time and space apart, creating a void devoid of space and time, a true nothing that shouldn't exist. The world, the universe, the existence itself start trying to reject that void, so matter starts spawning in it out of nowhere. Cotton ball is the reverse technique of yarn ball. It creates a white hole instead of a black hole, which constantly spits an endless stream of matter. Gojo can use that matter with his extreme control over the void to regenerate, recharge his mana, and as well attack with it. And while black holes possess an extreme gravity that nothing can escape from, white holes repel anything with reverse gravity. Niar tried to reach Gojo to finish him off before he regenerated, but the reverse gravity of the white hole prevented him from getting closer. Gojo's body healed, and he stood there shirtless, his skin glittering with pure white magic that flashed out of his microscopic scales. He took a deep breath and exhaled, Zon. Gojo teleported directly behind Nayar, and Nayar spun around, slashing him across the torso with his massive claws. Die! Gojo took the hit. He knew he could regenerate. In the meantime, he pointed one finger at Nayar's face and whispered, Cotton Ball. Chapter 1052, Insulted the Wrong Person. Cotton Ball. As the white hole blasted Nayar away, Gojo flew right after him, swinging a fist of roaring black matter. Caden and Kane charged right with him. The three all swung at the same time, smacking Nayar left and right as if he were a ball. The moment he tried to move, they would just crush him down, preventing him from both attacking and defending. Even if Gojo's attacks are almost dealing no damage to Niar's true body, he is being an enough annoyance that he is tipping the scales in Kane and Caden's favor. Even Caden, who wanted to kick him back to the universe seconds earlier, had changed his mind, now trying to make the best of Gojo's distractions. You three like bullying, don't you? Niar growled as he was getting clapped harder than Abel's employees at night. Tap. A second, Nayar grabbed Gojo's by the neck from the back. Surprise, I'm still here. Isolated domain. Nayar did manage to make a clone of himself before and was hiding it. Now that he was getting jumped, he finally decided to pull it out. Nayar looked at Gojo with a smile. How the turns have tabled. It'll take me but a second to erase your pathetic life. I'd assume you aren't as strong as the main body clone, but do you think I'd dare come here if I wasn't sure I'd win? The large smile on Gojo's face wasn't mere boasting. He had a plan that Nayar didn't know about. Sorry, Nayar's clone instantly accelerated beyond the speed of light, flashing past Gojo with a large grin on his face. You mortals are capped by the laws of the world. This was almost twice as fast as the main body moved earlier when he cleaved Gojo's chest off. The fight has ended before it even starts. Without Kane and Kaiden's protection, Gojo was indeed far too weak. Woof. Woof. What now? Want a treat? Gojo's voice came from behind him, and the clone immediately spun around with a round kick. The moment his kick approached Gojo, he could see him disappearing. Enjoy new adventures from my virtual library empire. It can't be teleportation, for that magic moves at 1/3 of the speed of light. All of the clone's attacks are at the speed of light, so Gojo should have been smashed to pieces. It didn't make sense, but reality was a reality. And Gojo had appeared behind the clone, swinging a faster-than-light punch. Gojo had been smacked once before. Betty had given him a painful lesson about being outpaced by her speed. To surpass that, he had studied the very concept of moving and discovered that speed is moving across distance, through time. Since his void magic can manipulate both space and time, surpassing the speed of light became possible. Cutting the threads of time to slow time and crushing the fabric of space to shorten the distances. This made Gojo able to achieve a horrifying speed. At such speed, Gojo's senses couldn't keep up. He was essentially blinded while moving. He can't even see attacks at 1/10 of the speed of light, let alone react to them, which resulted in his trying to automate his reaction by using the void around his body as a trigger. He was now like a spider, using the pre-existing fabric of space and time as his web to detect the clone's attack and counter. He isn't just using space and time to accelerate, but to slow me at the same time. This fighting style, like that woman. Yeah, it's her. This is indeed her son. The clone growled, dodging one of Gojo's counters. The bleakest and darkest of wombs only give birth to monsters akin to their mother. You must be killed, eradicated from this world before our fated domination. Your kind isn't welcome. The clone charged a large fleshy ball of bones and teeth, eating time and space, like they were sugar candy. Suddenly, the fabric of space and time all froze in place like they suddenly turned from cotton candy to steel, and the clone's spell shattered. Gojo was glaring at him with a passive face, his eyes burning with rage. Did you just insult my mother? Gojo pointed a middle finger toward the clone. What if I did? She abandoned you at birth, didn't she? The whore? What makes you care about her? She who threw you out the moment you were born, shat you in the mortal world like a dog in the street, letting you suffer and rot. The clone giggled. Wake up. You've been abandoned and forgotten. She never cared once about you. What would you do if you saw her, huh? Go to her crying, Mommy, Mommy, grow up.
I see.
Gojo looked at the clone with a sad face. He pitied him. An abomination like you can never understand. I've never met my mother, not even once. You're right about that. Then you know you're worth nothing in her eyes. Your piece of unwanted flesh, you were a mistake. The clone laughed. My mother, if I saw her. Gojo looked at him with a smile. I'd kiss her feet and thank her for giving birth to me, for bringing me and my brother into this world. A white hole and a black hole emerged above Gojo's middle finger. I've got no reason to hate her, for it was only seconds ago that I finally left her womb. Gojo knew he had already felt it long ago. The whole mortal world was still inside their mother's stomach. She might have dropped him and Arad there, but the two of them never went outside her body. The black and white holes started approaching each other, their burning accretion disks mixing and flashing with light and magic. Creation and destruction. Attraction and repulsion. The pen and eraser. The spark of the void, born out of nothing, died for nothing. I'm a king without a crown, a messenger for the world's principles. Gojo's eyes flashed as he pointed his middle finger at the clone, fuck you in particular, named after his brother's fuck. Everything in that general direction, Gojo's ultimate attack, was silent, formless, and colorless. To the clone, the two holes seemed to eat each other and disappear into nothing. What? The clone suddenly disappeared without a trace, and found himself stuck between life, death, existing and non-existing, cursed to ever be and never be, a shadow, a formless ghost stuck in a never-ending cycle of getting chewed by reality like gum. While Erod was following more in the path of his father, Gojo, on the other hand, had taken more from his mother. Have you heard that we shouldn't stay silent, should we? He had gone over the line, so let's give him a beating he'll never forget. Gojo smiled as he stepped out of the domain that Nair created. The moment his foot stepped outside, everyone stopped fighting, both shocked and terrified to see him be the one emerging. Gojo glared at Nair. This universe is my house, scram. He, ha 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 ha. Nair burst laughing. I see, so that's how it is. No wonder he trusts you so much that he allowed you to keep this world. But Nayar appeared behind Gojo. This means if I win, if I catch you now. Nayar swung his arm to catch Gojo. Unlike the clone, he could move far beyond anything that Gojo could accomplish, even at his peak. The clone was just heavily nerfed as it was just recently created. Cr the Novelfirno, a hand emerged out of Gojo's pale back, grabbing Nayar by the face and pushing him back. That massive shadow, the muscular creature, how large was he? Bigger than last time. Since Gojo called him before coming here, that meant there was an open channel. If magic can pass, a teleportation spell should be able to slip away. It was your clone, right? What the fuck did you say about Mother? Erod was there, fuming in rage, and the moment the abominations felt his presence, they all ran away in terror. Their ancient fear. The terror, the PTSD of the lost ages, it all kicked back again. The only one who remained even close was Nayar himself, but even he had a pale face filled with terror. This was the first time he had stood before him, and he could indeed feel it. Go into the universe, get me hostages, know of... Nayar yelled at the top of his lungs as he panicked and flew away from Erod as fast as he could. Bam! In his retreat, Nayar bumped back into Erod, who had teleported past him, using Vorvados's eldritch space magic. Why are you running? Erod glared at him with burning eyes, and so did Gojo, who just caught up. He's scared. He didn't think that insulting mother would lead her two sons to come to him with a complaint. The abominations rushed at the universe, trying to break in past the gods' never-ending waves of angels and divine attacks, only for them to crash into the universe's outer sphere, unable to pass. Something was blocking them authority. They shall not pass. The will of AO had already engulfed the entire universe. At that moment, Erod found himself lying on the ground inside the sauna, looking up at Eris, who stood beside his head. "You're already back?" she asked. Gojo also found himself back in his kingdom, lying right beside Lucy, who was trying to ascend into godhood. What happened? He gasped and sat up, looking around him outside the universe. Vasilissa stared down at Nayar and sighed. Cain, I thought you said you can handle this, chapter 1053, the red goddess blood. I wasn't keeping an eye on Gojo. I never expected that little girl Lucy to have it in her to try something so risky. Cain looked at her as a human. She was just a little girl. Even as a demi-goddess or a full goddess, she is still a little girl. That stunt of her was nothing but a gamble. Reminds me of a certain idiot. You should have tried to at least lock the universe. Vasilissa slowly floated down, her body burning with purple magic as her eyes flashed dark purple. It was almost immediately clear that she was the one who just locked the universe. and what more, the locking magic has rules. It only blocks abominations from getting inside and allows everyone else to pass. Another rule she had set was that Gojo and Arad were especially forbidden from leaving the universe. If they tried to teleport out of it, they'd just teleport in place without moving an inch. It was impossible to do such a thing. Even Cain the Overgod would have needed at least an hour to set such a complex barrier. That had only meant one thing, and Nyar immediately knew it. "You can use Ao's core?" He gasped, taking a few steps back. Just a tiny fraction of it. She waved her hand, drawing lines on the void with her long purple nails. Those lines rumbled with power, and the space between them turned back. A blade of nothing, a black hole taking the form of a black sword. Nyar turned to run away. Dealing with Cain and Caden is possible, but with Vasilissa around, it's now impossible. He is outmatched. He can't have the three of them gang on him. "Where do you think you're going?" Cain appeared beside him, glaring at him with burning blue eyes. With a powerful spell, he forced him to stop moving, locking him in place as countless magic circles flashed around them. Those magic circles weakened Nyar while buffing Vasilissa and Caden. With that, those two flew at Nyar, each of them throwing their most powerful attack. Demon Blade, the 6 winds of destruction. Caden chopped Nyar to pieces in the blink of an eye, engulfing him with an immortal demonic flame that will never fade until the target dies. Void's secret art, Severed Universe. Vasilissa's swings cut beyond the world itself, ripping the universe to pieces, cutting reality alongside everything within it. When her precise slashes hit Nyar's chopped pieces, it erased them out of existence, ripping them from reality itself. Such damage might not be enough to fully get rid of Nyar since he isn't a native of the universe, but it'll be enough to cripple him for a long while. Vasilissa dispelled her sword and sighed. "If I only could reach his true core, he'll never make it back." "Zaleria was the only one to ever reach it," Cain replied as he floated toward her. Nyar had locked his core after Zaleria shoved her burning foot down his throat. Yog appeared standing on Cain's head. She crippled him for 5,000 years by doing that. Now we can only hope he stays put for a few years, decades at best. Zaleria, who was fighting the abomination in the back, floated toward them. A large, muscular woman with long black hair, glowing green eyes, and long and sharp ruby nails. But remember, I died doing that, and I'm sure that if any of you were to try hitting his core, the explosion would kill you too. Yog looked at her with a smug smile. "And you didn't want to be my toy. You didn't explain it. If you told me that you meant that my soul would become a part of yours so even if I was killed I could just get resurrected again, I would have agreed." This was like creating a backup for one's soul within Yog's vast knowledge. See, when Zaleria was going to hit Nyar, Yog had asked her to do that, but Zaleria refused, which resulted in Yog forcing her to take the seal. "You survived thanks to me. Next time, whatever I say you do without a question." Yog sat on Cain's shoulders with a smug smile, broadcasting her voice to all of the gods and their angels. "From this day, you're to follow my orders no matter what. And I'm taking the liberty to force anyone to obey if needed." Everyone heard her voice, the gods, even the ones in the mortal world. Mira was relaxing inside the hot water when she heard Yog's ringing voice in her head, which surprised her. She gasped and looked around. Who said that? On to see everyone giving her a confused look. Eris was looking at Arad, who was still lying on the ground when Yog's voice rang in her head. She looked around with a surprised face. Who was that? Arad didn't hear anything, since he didn't have any divine portfolio, so he was left out. But Eris heard an extra message directed to her. A divine vampire requires divine blood. Iris stopped for a few seconds and looked at Arad. That voice just said, "I need divine blood." Was it the voice of a woman with a high pitch who sounded a bit too arrogant? Eris nodded, and he sighed. Probably was Yog, and as much as I hate to say it, she knows a lot, and is probably right. A divine blood must be the blood of the gods. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Arad waved his hand, and Akasha appeared from his shadow. Do you know anything about divine blood? Akasha looked at Eris for a few seconds. I have divine blood since I'm Akame's daughter. She is the goddess of undeath, also called Hell. She sat beside Arad. Mother is mainly known as the goddess of vampires. So only you and your mother have divine blood. Eris looked at the naked Akasha, giving her a sharp glare as if screaming to get away from Arad. No, all the gods have divine blood. Whether they are willing to part with it is another matter. Akasha started thinking for a few moments. Gods have perfect bodies. Let me explain. Gods are above mortals. They don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. Their sweat smells like incense and is clean. Their piss is pure liquid manna, and they never need to shit because they don't need to eat, and even if they did, nothing would come out. A god rarely bleeds, and even if they bled, it'll immediately evaporate. For someone to drink their blood, the god must be willing to consciously make his blood last. Mira's blood is slowly turning into divine blood, but she doesn't have much. I can smell it. Akasha looked at Eris with a smug smile. If you want to drink divine blood, I'm your only option. 1 drop of my blood has more divine energy than all of Mira's blood, 5 times. Eris sighed. I guess your blood isn't free. What do you want in exchange for it? Akasha giggled. Well, several things open to negotiate, except one. She looked at Eris with a smile. First, can you at least smile a bit? I'm eyeing your husband, I know, but look at him, how couldn't I? Eris sighed and sat beside Arad. The two of them stuck closer to him, pushing their chests on his arms. Fine, what is the thing you won't negotiate? I want to drink his blood. She ran her sharp nails over Arad's chest as she licked his arm. Don't worry, he has more than I can drink in one sitting. So blood for blood. Eris looked at Arad. What do you say? I don't mind if you don't mind. Akasha giggled. Don't worry if your wife is a mosquito. I'm just a lice. None of us can drink too much. Arad grabbed her by the head and started squeezing hard. Care to repeat yourself? Sorry. You'll split my head open. Ah! She cried with a large smile on her face, almost laughing. I said sorry. Please, let go. Arad released her, and she looked at him with a short laugh. You don't take a joke, do you? Arad pointed at Akasha as he looked at Eris. She is even more powerful than Vlad. I bet she can drink 10 of me and never get full. He was right. Drink in moderation if he complained once our deal is off. Eris glared at her, and Akasha nodded with a smile. Well, you've got a deal. But what about my secondary requests? Arad, care to bring those two here? The one called Lucia and the one called Zia. She looked at him with a smile. I want them here as well. Arad flicked his finger, and the two could feel his will. They stood. My God. Zia gasped as Lucia lifted an eyebrow. I'll come with you. If you'll excuse us, we'll be back soon. She bowed to everyone in the bath and headed with Zia to the sauna where Arad was waiting. Sear the Novo fire. As they walked inside, they found Arad, Eris, and Akasha waiting for them. Eris looked at Akasha. Well, speak. I want everyone to drink the blood. Akasha lifted a finger. Arad's blood is rich in mana, almost 100 times more than anyone else here. It can empower vampires' magic. My blood directly empowers vampire powers and has the divine magic Eris needs, so it's a benefit for everyone to drink it. What? Arad looked at her with a confused face. Zia's blood has a lot of acid, probably, 'cause she was mixing her rust magic into her blood magic. And on the other hand, Lucia's blood has a hint of void magic, since you are the one who turned her. Akasha stood. I don't just want to drink Arad's blood. I want Eris, Zia, Lucia, and all of the vampire nuns to regularly drink his blood. But that isn't all. I want everyone to regularly drink my blood so they can grow stronger as vampires. I want everyone to drink Iris's blood to empower their holy magic since they are all nuns. And I want everyone to drink Lucia's blood to get hints of the void which will empower their link to Arad even further. For Zia, her acidic blood might prove useful later on, so drink her blood as well. Akasha cut her finger and shoved it in Iris's mouth. How do you feel? The moment Eris drank a single drop of Akasha's blood, she could feel her vampiric power spike, her veins bulge her, and her eyes opened wide. Akasha was the daughter of the vampire's goddess, so her blood was just that powerful. Hee, my blood isn't weaker than my mother's, the red goddess blood. This is what a potion with a single drop of my blood is called. She looked at Arad with a large grin on her face. Want to taste me? Chapter 1054, In the Hot Sauna. Knowing you, it's not that simple. Besides, I've already drank all of your blood once and probably won't get anything if I drink more. Arad looked at her with a smile, and she giggled. You're smart, aren't you? Of course. Nothing is ever so simple. She took a step forward and turned around, sitting on his thigh, and like everything good, addiction is the problem. She licked her lips and fangs. The more you drink, the more you'll ask me for more. Eris grabbed her by the neck. Who said you can sit on his thigh? She tried to pull her back, but just then realized what kind of monster Akasha was. She was a large boulder, and Akasha was the whole mountain. Her blood magic was far heavier than even what Arad had. Eris couldn't wrap her head around how Arad had managed to tame such a monster. Or did he really tame her? Could she be the one in control all of this time? Do you really think so? Arad glared at Akasha with burning purple eyes. Eris doesn't look that happy to me now? Eris immediately knew it. Arad had indeed managed to suppress Akasha and control her. He is the dragon ruling the mountain. Akasha might be a stronger vampire than him, but he is now something else, something far more dangerous. Akasha stood, swinging her butt right in front of Arad's face as she moved back. As you like, she looked at Eris with a smile. You're a bit weird, aren't you? Her eyes scanned Eris's whole body. Your blood, it didn't boil because of me. Akasha extended her foot forward and started rubbing Arad's flesh. What got you mad? Yes, it was me trying to control his blood. Thud. Lucia grabbed Akasha's foot and pulled it away. At least show some respect to her. She growled. You have turned into a vampire just days ago. You lack the skill to sense blood and its flow. Probably still haven't fed on a living and breathing soul yet. She took a step forward, and Lucia stumbled back. Thud, Akasha pushed her down, sitting on her torso, and she pinned her arms down and checked her fangs. Clean fangs indeed, but with such power she giggled, standing up. You two don't know anything about vampires, but what about you, Freckles? Zia smiled and took a step toward Arad, sitting on his lap. Why ask me? Pale arse. You smell like you've been serving a powerful vampire lord for centuries. Didn't you ever see him turn someone into a vampire? Akasha's eyes turned toward Lucia with a hungry grin. With how much blood magic she has, she'll be starving soon, and once she loses control, she'll go crazy. Bloodthirst. This is the problem. Akasha walked toward Eris and sat on her lap. The painful, gut-wrenching hunger, the desire for such blood, it's unresistible. None can withstand it. She lifted her foot and pointed at Arad with her toe. Except this fine beast, he cares about no pain, thirst, or desire. Arad can rip his own head and spine and throw them away to dodge and regenerate. Pain is never a problem to him. It's the first murder. Akasha looked at Lucia with a smile. Once someone gets infected by vampirism, they first won't feel a thing and live their lives like normal until the first bloodthirst hits them. They'll go insane, and their first prey would be their loved ones. She turned toward Arad. A man got infected with vampirism, and 1 month later he woke up one morning to find that he had sucked his wife dry, eaten his children, and massacred the whole village. If she went on a rampage, I can always stop her, Arad replied with a passive face. Her rampage won't stop until she drinks blood, and that of non-vampires. Of course, unless she is under my control. Such rampages were quite annoying to my planes in the past, so I had to develop a solution. Akasha stood and approached Lucia, grabbing her by the face and looking straight at her eyes. See? The novel fire note. Don't move. Akasha whispered as her eyes flashed red. Whew! Interesting. She is a failure, relationship-wise, she giggled. She has no love interest to kill, even our lovely Arad here. She is more scared of him than in love, but at least she favors him a lot. That fear would prevent her from making him a target in her bloodthirst, so she'll attack her students. She let go of Lucia and turned toward Arad. So what will you do about that? Find her some live ones to eat? Killing is an essential part of the vampire instinct. Don't think of feeding her bottled blood. She must realize, feel the monster within. If she went on a rampage, I'll find a bandit camp and drop her there. If she went on a rampage, you're underestimating me if you think I'll let such a thing happen. Arad smiled. If you found a way to prevent it, then I should be able to do the same. Do you know what is funny? You don't have time. I've had centuries to figure it out. You only have days at best. She approached him. And I know you aren't the kind of man to force me to share my knowledge, are you? So, you want something in exchange? Speak up. Eris growled at her. Stop beating around the bush. Akasha giggled. For Arad's weave, you don't know him that well, do you? She approached Arad and sat beside him. Rapid heartbeat, thirst, pain in the stomach and chest, exhaustion, and a bit of sexual thirst. All signs of the rampage coming. When they start, you should damage her blood as much as possible and give her animal blood to feed on, strictly animal blood. Akasha pushed Zia from Arad's lap and leaned her head on his thighs, looking at his face. Vampires, especially human vampires, only feed on human blood. Drinking animal blood would give them a terrible stomachache, akin to a bad case of food poisoning. That'll kill all of the bloodthirst out of her. Akasha's method was simple yet strange. If a vampire is extremely thirsty and wants to feed, it makes them sick, so they lose all desire to eat. Eris grabbed Akasha from her legs and dragged her away from Arad, throwing her right beside the charcoal furnace heating the sauna. Your time is up. She then headed to Arad and sat on his lap. He is mine, so stop getting too close to him. Akasha giggled. Now you're mad about me trying to seduce him. I was just thinking that you're mentally dead, but now I can ask, aren't you a bit biased? How about her? She looked at Zia with a smile. Zia returned a smug smile to Akasha as she reached down with her hand and grabbed Arad's flesh, kissing him on the cheek. Unlike you, I've building my relationship with Eris and the others for a long time now. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Is that so? Akasha stood and looked at Eris. You'll allow her to do that? I'll allow her, not you. Eris stood and pulled Zia to sit on Arad's lap instead of her. Arad has 6 wives, Ayla, Mira, Merida, Izdis, Doma, and I. Merlin is coming soon. We agreed that if he's to sleep with any other woman or get another wife, it'll be a collective decision between us wives, the current wives at the time. She looked at Akasha with a smile. But we also agreed that each of us has limited right to allow things as she sees fit. This means that if I, for example, said that Zia can sleep or marry him, ignoring the other's opinion, they'll give me face and allow it. Everyone can do it, but they'll be pushing their luck among the wives. Hey, goodwill, trust, you use that as a currency to override their opinions. Akasha stood. So if the woman that you allowed it turned out to be a problem, whoever allowed her in would be held responsible. We all have that right, but Arad himself has the most. If he brought a complete stranger, we won't complain. He knows best. Gammond and Corey are just that to us now. Eris licked her lips. But the opposite is also true. If one insisted that you shouldn't be allowed in, you'll never get even close to him. Speak for yourself. Akasha took a step toward Arad, rubbing her breasts. I can always try my luck. She suddenly got pulled toward the ground, smacking flat down as she could see Arad's burning purple eyes. He was crushing her to the floor with gravity magic. Iris laughed as she walked past her, sat beside Arad and started licking his lip, and Zia hugged his arm. You really, Akasha tried to stand, but she couldn't resist Arad's oppressive magic. Zia moved to the side, and Eris sat on Arad's lap, rubbing flesh between her legs. Lucia knew her place. That's why she fears Arad. That's why she fears us as his mere teacher. She knew she wouldn't hope to compete with us. so she never made any attempt to approach him. You, on the other hand, are blinded by your power. Zia looked at Akasha with a large grin. To him, you're no different than a random bandit he picked up on the road. Unless you make an effort to gain our trust, you'll just end up killed. Arad stopped his magic, and Akasha stood, panting with sweat rushing all down her body, both from exhaustion and the heat of the sauna. Even if she was free and with her full power, she'd have no chance of defeating him now. And judging by the instant spark of murder and bloodlust he just showed, he'd probably kill a whole kingdom if any of his wives asked. Behind each great man is a woman pulling the threads. Akasha giggled. He has more than one. She now knows fully that they have tamed an unstoppable monster. The main benefit Arad's wives and those close to him get is him, a powerhouse that can almost do anything. And you, she sat down. A teddy bear between your wives' fingers, but a real bear to everyone else. So what now should I leave? Eris stood and approached her, helping her stand. I didn't say that. You can stay as long as you listen to me. She turned toward Lucia, who was slowly dying of terror in the side. Just sensing Arad's magic earlier taught her how thin her chances were. A single word from one of his wives is all her life is worth. You too, in fact. I quite like you. Eris helped Lucia stand. Just sit tight for a second. I'll drink his blood first. She let go of her and walked toward Arad, sitting on his lap, and started licking his neck. Arad grabbed her by the hips and looked at her. No, hold on for a second. I'll drink yours first. Since he had become stronger, he could empower her vampiric curse further, chapter 1055, when the purple sun dawns. Vampires' initial strength depends largely on the power of who turned them. While both Akasha and Eris were born vampires, which means they inherited that trait from their parents, Lucia and Zia were turned into vampires by another person. Arad is in no way close in power to someone like Akame, the red-eyed goddess of undeath, Akasha's mother. That means that whatever start Akasha got from her mother, that's the best she'll ever have. But that story is different for Eris, Zia, and Lucia. Now that Arad has both Akasha and Vlad's power, he probably could do something to help. For vampires, there are two methods of getting power besides hunting people and drinking their blood. The easiest one is serving another stronger vampire and getting your curse reapplied by them, while the other one is dangerous, absorbing the blood of another vampire. Ah. Eris moaned, feeling Arad's long fangs sinking into her neck, his arms crushing her torso onto his. She could feel all of her blood flowing up to her throat, her heart slowing down, stinging in pain, as her consciousness quickly faded. Her pale skin slowly started turning gray as her body shriveled for a few seconds, only for her eyes to burst open, burning red. Agra! Agra! With a loud screech, everyone in the bath could feel as if a heavy boulder had fallen on their heads. Sear the airville fire. What's this? Selena cried, hiding behind Matilda, who looked at the sauna's door with a worried face. Everyone else in the room knew that Arad was a vampire, and they could immediately recognize Eris's aura, except something seemed off. As Eris cried, her skin slowly returned to normal as Arad's blood flowed into her body through his fangs, filling veins and invading her bones, writing the marrow out and exchanging it with a far stronger one. Most people think that the vampire's core is their blood, but that is wrong. The vampire's true power lies in the marrow of their bones, the place where their blood is born. It was always there, but almost no one sees it. Humans also have teeth and fangs. So why do vampires grow long fangs? They should be able to bite and drink blood just fine without longer fangs. The reason for that is that a vampire's true power lies in their bones. That is why they grow long fangs instead of a straw tongue like mosquitoes or lice. As Eris's flesh plumped back up and her skin regained its color, her claws grew longer, sparking with veins like red magic. Akasha, Zia, and Lucia, who were there, could feel it. Eris had turned into a whole other vampire, and her blood power had reached a new height. Iris's long and dark brown hair flashed in a crimson-red aura, radiating magic as she moaned, her ruby eyes staring at the ceiling as her toes curled and her nails flashed with magic. They could see her chest puffing up with each breath, the veins all over her body pulsing with each heartbeat. Iris opened her mouth wide, her fans being as long as knives as she wrapped her legs and arms around Arad's torso, piercing his back with her long claws. She's rampaging immediately? Unlike normal vampires, which could take days before feeling their first bloodthirst. Now that Eris had turned into a new vampire, her thirst had immediately taken hold. Her hunger was now directed toward Arad, and he didn't look to be willing to resist as she sank her long fangs into his neck. She started drinking, and drinking liters over liters and gallons over gallons. A flood of blood rushed out of Arad's veins into her throat. But no matter how much she drank, he didn't seem to run out, for he was a massive dragon and could regenerate his blood on top of that. "Good. This is good." Arad hugged her and whispered, "Drink up your fill, and if you want extra, I've still got more." He could feel it. She wasn't just fueling her vampire powers, but something else. Her divine portfolio of murder was also seeking power. "Wait," Akasha gasped, sweat covering her whole body. A vampire, the portfolio of murder, and a purple sun. When the mortals would spill their own blood, Arad whispered to Eris, when a vampire kills for blood, when they leave the corpses to rot, that's when the purple sun dawns, and it dawns with fire. Eris's body burst into purple plasma, almost setting the whole sauna ablaze if Arad didn't snuff it all out with his magic. Eris pulled her teeth out of Arad's neck and took a deep breath, licking them as they shrunk back to normal fangs. She looked around, her head still hurting, but she had never felt so full before this. She looked at her hands. "It seems that both your vampiric powers and divine portfolio got stronger. They didn't just get stronger. Even now I can feel them all, thousands, no, millions of people dying, their blood spilled across the whole world." She mumbled, "Those dying in war, murdered at the dead of night in a random back alley, and those ambushed and killed on the road, eaten by monsters, and those monsters killed by hunters. Her portfolio is rapidly growing. It won't take her long before she ascends to a true goddess of murder." Akasha looked at her. "You better stay out of trouble and take a few weeks off to rest and focus on your own power. If it happened that you reached the threshold of ascending while in a fight, you're dead." "I see." Eris looked at her and then turned to Arad, giving him a deep kiss. "We'll finish the rest in bed later. For now, let them have a chance." She slipped to sit beside him and looked at Zia. "You're next." "I have a request." She looked at Arad. "Can we do it in the church for all of the other nuns to see?" Right now, when Eris evolved, my power had grown a bit as I seemed to have absorbed some of her leaking blood magic. I know you won't be letting all the nuns drink your blood, but it'll be a great help if they got even a tiny bit from being close to a vampire evolving. I won't be doing anything in front of them. Akasha shook her head, and Lucia was too worried to think. Zia knew that the other vampire nuns aren't as strong as her, of course nowhere near Eris or Akasha. Even if they were to get a bit of power, to them that might even double their strength. "Got it." Arad nodded, and Zia thanked him. "Then I'll go next." Akasha approached Arad with a smile, licking her lips. "Knock! Knock! I'm coming in." Tina called as she opened the sauna door and walked in. Akasha glared at her. "We're having a moment here." Tina ignored her and approached Arad. "Is everything all right? We've heard Eris scream, and it was followed by a huge wave of blood magic and bloodlust based on what the others felt." "I'm fine." Eris approached her with a smile. "I just had him reapply my vampirism." She explained what had happened, and Tina nodded. "Got it. Say." "I wasn't here for a long time. Why is she ignoring me?" Akasha looked at Arad. "Can you reply to her?" Arad asked Tina, and she sighed. "From the moment I saw you before, you never said anything of value and always had this look on your face that you were up to something bad." She approached her. "I still can't trust you, and so I'll not even waste a second speaking to you when I have to confirm if Lady Eris is safe or not. Aren't you a bit rude, assuming things on your own?" Akasha looked at her with a large smile, and Eris spoke from the back. "I advise against angering her. She is the one mediating between us wives. Eris approached Tina. Thank you for always looking out for us. It's my job. Tina's eyes shifted to Arad. And you, if what she said is true, how much blood did you lose? A lot, but I've already regenerated it, Arad replied, and she looked at him with a worried face. If you said a lot, that's something scary. Are you sure you're fine? Of course. Arad nodded with a smile, and Tina stared at him for a second. It ends here, Akasha. Lucia, sorry for getting in, but get back to the hot tub. Arad should rest anymore, and he might hurt himself. Akasha gasped and growled, What? But he said he is fine. It was just about to be my turn. I know Arad better than you do. He'll push himself to the limit to accommodate you all, and I'll not allow that. She pointed at the door. He also have training tomorrow, so even exhaustion is out of the question. Akasha looked at Arad. You said you're fine. Are you going to allow her to twist your words just like that? Eris tapped her shoulder. Give up. Even if he was at death's door, Arad would still stay. He is okay and push forward. Tina is the one keeping him and us in check, so we don't go overboard and hurt ourselves. You'll get to drink my blood, but not today. Arad stood and cracked his neck. Iris did indeed drink a lot of his blood. So Akasha, who was far more powerful than her as a vampire, would have sucked several times more. Even he isn't sure he'll survive that without taking major damage to his blood magic. As the girls walked out of the sauna with Akasha growling, Tina approached Arad and bowed to him. Please forgive me for butting in, but it's what I think is for the best. She opened her eyes and found herself staring directly at his erect flesh. Having Eris on his hips, he was probably wanting to do it right here and now. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. You'll have plenty of time when we get out. She stood back up and looked at him. Now, get it smaller before you get out. The other girls are outside. With size magic, no. Just pull the blood out of it. You're a vampire. You can do that, right? Chapter 1056. The cold bath. Arad walked out of the sauna and looked at the hot bath. That wasn't where he was going after the sauna. His eyes shifted to the other side where the cold pool was. The moment he took a step toward the cold pool, Gammon's neck snapped as she turned around. In the blink of an eye, she had already flown out of the hot tub, landing in the cold pool. The moment she splashed into the water, she immediately swung her arms out, catching every drop of splashing water, freezing them into ice cubes, and putting them back into the cold pool. She moved so fast that only Arad, Senna, and Callie could see her act. Mom! Corey cried as she noticed that her mother had disappeared from the hot tub. Gammond waved her hand at Arad. Come join me. I'm waiting. She threw him a kiss. No, you aren't taking him. Izdis rushed in, and Corey followed her immediately. Wait for me. The two jumped into the freezing water and immediately regretted it. Gammond had cooled the water to such a degree that it was only kept liquid thanks to Gammon's magic. The moment a single drop got splashed out of the tub, it froze immediately. Arad walked into the cold pool and slowly lowered himself in. Gammond immediately could feel the water's temperature rising. He didn't go to the sauna to warm up. He went there so he wouldn't harm the others. Eris, Akasha, Zia, and Lucia were vampires linked to him with blood, so the heat wouldn't harm them. But he was in fact heating his own body from the inside using his Ho-White Nova. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. You're hot. Gammond looked at him with a smug smile licking her lips. She leaned forward, trying to crawl into his lap. Move away. Izdis pushed her away with her foot. Don't get too close. She instead jumped to sit between her and Arad, not daring to touch him, as she too could sense the sheer amount of heat he was radiating. Get your foot off my face, Gammond growled, grabbing Izdis by the ankle and dragging her back, only for Izdis to grab her in an arm lock and drag her to the corner of the cold pool. It was clear from a glance that Gammond wasn't intending to use her physical power, limiting herself to a human level around Arad's wives, and thus he didn't mind watching the two of them wrestle a bit. Mom is struggling against that human who cares. They are distracted, sighs Arad. She turned toward Arad with a thirsty glare on her face, slowly approaching him as she stole glances at her mother and Isdis fighting. "Ah, no, he noticed me. Mission fish dragon charge." She dived into the water, swimming through the pool like a shark, following Arad's heat signal with her thermal sense. As a thermal dragon, she could see things like a thermal camera, tracking heat and cold, but due to how new this sense is to her, she can't see normally when using it. She saw and followed the heat until she bumped into something soft. She turned off her thermal and looked forward, immediately turning bright red. Leviathan, thanks for the meal. Her mouth was already wide open and heading toward his flesh. A hand grabbed her by the leg and she was lifted up. When she looked, it was Arad. He stared straight at her eyes with a passive face. "What are you doing?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me suck it off first and then be angry, will you?" Immediately upon speaking, she covered her mouth, embarrassed. Out of surprise and fear, she had said her thoughts out loud. "I hear two voices inside you." Arad lowered her down and she was shaking. "For two different reasons, I can't believe I said that out loud. Mother and Isdis are still busy, safe." She unconsciously licked her lips and giggled, looking at him with a horny face. Arad could sense the two brains thinking simultaneously. The white dragon brain, Corey's original one, is dominating, but that red dragon brain of hers still holds a lot of power. "Two voices, I don't know what you're talking about. One is my yearning soul, and the second is my womb crying for your genes," she declared with a shout, only to punch herself in the face in panic. For a moment there, she felt like someone else had taken over her body. It was the red brain, wanting to kill herself more than anything else. Corey could feel the sharp glares of all the other girls in the hot tub stabbing her back like knives. She panted and lowered her head. "Please forgive me. I didn't mean to. You're marrying my mother, and I've been a bad girl, so punish me, Daddy." Her mother was already standing behind her with burning blue eyes. "What did you just say?" A large smile crossed Corey's face as her eyes flashed red. She rapidly turned around, swinging a burning kick at Gammon's face. Of course, Gammon blocked the kick with ease, but she still looked at Corey with a confused face. "I'm still waiting for a reply. I don't know why, but my head finally feels clearer now. Did I do something wrong?" Corey glared back at her mother with a sharp glare, red scales slowly covering her foot and whole body as her fire grew stronger and stronger. Corey's white dragon brain was the one in control of her body her whole life, but now after she awakened the red brain, the two had started fighting. They are the same person, both are Corey with the same memories and emotions, except one is timid and shy, often seen as dense and naive, but the red brain is the clear opposite. Now, the red dragon brain was taking control. "I found a dragon and I want to fuck you. Aren't trying to get in my way, are you, Mother?" There was a reason why dragons get kicked out of their family nest when they reach adulthood. A large grin crossed Gammon's face. "Is that a way to speak to your mother?" "No, I shouldn't complain, as I was getting frustrated with how naive and easily manipulated you were." Gammon's eyes looked at Corey's burning foot. "The fire is as strong as your ice, but you're a fool if you think this is enough to beat me. I know I can't win." The grin on Corey's face never dropped. "I can't afford to look weak in front of him, so I'd rather die trying than back down." "Corey." Isdis growled at her, and Corey looked at her with a smile. "I'll settle things with you after her." She then looked at Arad. "Please don't worry. I won't harm your wives. I'll be satisfied with a single time, and I'll leave." Arad sighed. "First, put your leg down. You're naked. And don't talk to your mother like that." Corey immediately put her leg down and bowed to Gammon. "Sorry, Mother. It was my fault." "Look at you listening to him while running your mouth with me. I haven't beaten you since you grew out of being a young Dracaina." Gammon cracked her knuckles. Corey giggled. "It's not like I'm going to fuck you or spend the rest of my life with you. I'm an adult now, and it's time I found myself a new place to call home." "Don't you agree? I'll only listen to Arad." Arad looked at Corey's back. The two brains have the same thought, but one is unhinged and the other is collected. When any one of them dominates, that personality will dominate and show up in how she speaks and acts. But it's all the same person, Corey. Since Arad could hear Corey's inner thoughts, he could easily conclude that even if Corey acted as tame and naive as she had before, all that this red brain was saying were the emotions she kept locked in the back of her head. Corey Arad tapped her shoulder. Calm down and stop talking like that with Gammond. Arad is right. Izdis approached. If you're going to live with him, Gammond will be around, so it's better not to start troubles with her, and she is your mother after all. Corey leaned on Arad and put one of her legs on another, staring at the ceiling. You're right, but that doesn't change what I've already said. And I meant it. I won't let her get between Arad and me. Corey, Arad glared at her. She is your mother. At least you have her around. Corey froze for a second and looked at Gammond. Sorry, Mother, I meant it. But Gammond giggled as she sat beside her. Don't worry. I'm glad you at least know what you want now. And look, we're sitting beside Arad and Izdis isn't stopping us. Izdis sat on Arad's lap and looked at Ayala, who was in the hot tub. Can you help me here with them a bit? Ayala shook her head. They are yours. But what do you think? She looked at Tina. Tina looked toward Corey and Gammond for a few seconds. They can stay. Who? Merlin looked at Tina. So quick. What's their secret? They listened to Arad, Tina replied. Sea Arch. The Novel Fire. Net. Chapter 1057. To massage a dragon after resting for a few seconds, Corey finally started to cool down, and her white dragon brain got in charge, causing her to realize how she was acting so far. Her face burned red as she crawled into a ball beneath the cold water, freezing herself into an egg of ice. Arad stood and walked out of the cold pool. He had already cooled down enough and was heading back to the hot tub. It was then that he felt a hand grab him from the back. No, it was 3 hands. When he looked back, he could see Callie standing behind him, and she pointed back with 3 thumbs. Want a massage? I'm sure all of those humans can't do much, but I've got 6 arms here. Arad looked at Callie for a second. Her words were somewhat true. Out of everyone here, her physical strength dwarfs even his. Fine, why not? He replied, and Merida stood out of the hot tub. I'm coming as well. Kino whispered to her. What are you doing? She is the goddess of demons. Our fungus powers won't hold against her. I'm not going to fight. Merida's eyes glared at Callie for a second. I'm just joining in. The moment she stepped toward Callie and Arad, another person stood from the water. Count me in. Lunara stretched her arms. If this coward of a fungus won't help you, then I'll stand at your side. Kino sighed. Fine, but don't blame me if we all ended up dead. She stood and cracked her neck, standing beside Merida. What are you 3 babbling about? Callie giggled. Merida, are you really afraid that I'll steal Arad from you? Don't worry, I won't take him away, but I'll stay by his side. She pointed one finger toward Tina, slowly shifting it to Lamy, who was hiding behind her. Come with us. I'll teach you demons a few tricks. She turned and walked toward Arad, pointing at the marble massage table. First you lay down. As Arad lay on the table, Callie cracked her arms as the girls surrounded him. All demons suffer a lot. The abyss is an unforgiving wasteland. Callie approached Arad and extended her palms above his back. Lunara's destroyed village, Kino's rise from the trenches, and Lamy's accursed body, almost no one in the abyss is happy, not even the demon lords. Not that many demons pray. I might be their goddess, but they only accept that out of fear, even if I don't want them to fear me. Callie closed her eyes, and a 3rd eye opened on her forehead. She lifted 1 foot up, and another 3 pairs of arms burst out of her back. Lunara worships the goddess of the moon. Lamy doesn't worship anyone, and even Merida and Kino don't worship me, but have their own agendas. Earrings appeared on her ears, and a long nose ring took place on her nose, sparking with a divine golden aura. You aren't going to use me as some kind of sacrifice, are you? Arad looked at her, and Callie chuckled. Of course not, but I'm going to have them train on you. You should be able to survive some abuse from demon lords. Arad wasn't blind just by looking at Callie. he could realize that her power was nowhere near fully manifested. Right now, she stood at his side with 12 arms, a third eye on her forehead, and those strange jewelry on her head which seemed to be a part of her body. He is certain that her previous form with 6 arms was enough to beat him, let alone her now or her true form. Callie noticed Erad's gaze and looked at him with a smile. "You pervert. Are you checking my divine aura?" She put one of her hands on his back. "My true form has 1,000 pairs of arms, 1,000 heads, 10,000 hearts and brains, all to mobilize all of my arms and great body." "That doesn't sound like a living being," he smiled. "Of course, I'm a demon goddess. What did you expect? A sexy, beautiful woman." She bit one of her fingers and turned toward Lunara. "Your hand, please. I don't know what I was expecting." "It's not like I see powerful demons each day," Arad replied as he looked at Callie, drawing something on Lunara's hand. "Merida, it's your turn." Callie drew the same symbol on Merida's hand, then on Kino's hand, and lastly on Lammy's hand. All demons have a released form, which is their true form, and it's where they can exert their full potential, but most don't know that there is a form in the middle of that. Callie clapped all of her hands together. All demons have a normal form, released form, and the one in the middle doesn't even have a name, but I want to call it blood form. Callie pointed at Merida. "Focus on your blood. Look at the symbol I drew in your hand, imagine it inside your head, and try to unleash your power." Merida tried to do that, but she failed, losing all sense of her blood the moment she tried to imagine the symbol inside her head. Kino and Lammy also failed almost immediately when they tried. The only one who seemed to progress a bit was Lunara, who was already able to use her full release. After focusing for a few seconds, black veins bulged all over Lunara's body, and she gasped, clenching her fists as she growled, glaring at Callie with burning purple eyes. "I can see why this is pushing my body to the limit. I need to fully release my demonic power if I want to use more power than this." "Exactly." Callie sat on Arad's back and started massaging him with her countless arms. The blood form pushes a demon's regular body to its utmost limit. Mastering this form will allow you to fight at your best, and it also makes learning the full release form far easier. Callie stood up and waved her hands over Arad's back, conjuring a massive metallic beam above him. "Lunara, stand on his back and push down with your legs and knees. Use this beam as a support, should I?" She looked at Arad, and Callie smiled. "You're a rabbit. Do you really think your weak arms are enough to push down on his bones and flesh? I doubt even your released form can punch hard enough to qualify as a massage." Callie was right. Lunara was mainly a kicker, and all of her power rested in her legs. She can kick with almost 1,000 times the strength of her punches, but that doesn't mean her punches are weak. "So you're saying she needs the blood form and her legs to massage him?" Merida approached Callie and glared at her. "Indeed, and Lunara can punch in her normal form with more destructive power than you." She tapped Merida's shoulder with her hand. "Do you understand? If Lunara were to kick you, you'd be dead before you could even realize it. Remember, she is a true demon lord after all." At that time, Lunara had already started trying to massage Arad's back and began to understand what Callie meant. Arad's power had reached such a terrifying level. Even with her legs, she can barely push down on his back. A smug smile crossed Merida's face. "Well, you're right about me, that I'm weak." She approached Arad and looked at Lunara. "Can you please get down for a second?" "Sea Arch, the Novel, Fire, et—" Of course, Lunara jumped down, and Merida put her hands on Arad's back, starting to massage him. Callie looked at her with a puzzled face, and Lunara shook her head. "What? He was just—" She looked between the confused Callie and Kino as if wanting an answer. She quickly went back to Arad and knocked on his butt, getting a sound akin to knocking on steel. But when Merida touches him, he's as soft as a pillow. Merida waved her hand and called Kino to help her massage Arad, and she seemed to be doing it just fine. Even Lammy didn't have a problem massaging him besides needing to put a lot of effort into her arms to push down. We are. Merida pointed at herself and then pulled Kino to her side. His wife, Merida, and she is his maid, Lammy. Of course, Arad is less defensive around us. Merida was right. If they aren't officially married to him, Arad subconsciously still keeps all of his defensive strength active around. Only at the touch of his wives does his skin soften down. No matter how much your touch makes him relax, his scales are still too hard for anyone to massage. Callie looked at the exhausted Lammy with a smile. You're right, Aella and Mira can't massage him. They don't have the necessary strength. But at least the requirements aren't as high as if he is weary. She looked at Arad's face. Isn't that right? It's like trying to tickle yourself. No matter how much you do it, it'll never feel ticklish, but when another person does it, it tickles. It's not something I do on purpose, he replied, and Merida looked at Kali and Lunara as if she won the lottery. What do you say? You still need to learn blood form. Kali's eyes quickly shifted toward Kino. And since when? She is one of his wives, always was a part of me. You're the one who pulled her out of me, so don't complain. Merida looked at Kino with a smile. Aella, do you have a problem with Fungus being counted as one of us wives? Her name is now Kino. Aella looked at Merida with a smile. I have no complaint. Me too. I've got nothing to say. Mira didn't seem to mind as well. She was always inside you, right? Eris turned toward Merida. Whenever you were in bed with Arad, she was sharing your body. You two are the same person. So yeah, she is already one of us. Isdis also didn't seem to mind as she looked between Merida and Kino. You look like true twins, except Kino is far as pale as snow, has white hair and black and yellow eyes. I don't mind either, and no one should. Merlin waved her hand and turned toward Tina. You're the one with the last say. What do you think? Merida 1 and Merida 2. No difference. And besides, Tina looked at Merida, of course. Merida and Kino touched hands, merging back into one person. See? She's back. Into my flesh. Kino then quickly emerged out of Merida's back. She can use my power even when I'm not inside her, but the output would be better with me inside. Chapter 1058. Rules of Nature. Arad sighed as he looked up, wondering why didn't Hati lift the barrier. No, they didn't defeat that weirdo called Nayar, so the battle is still ongoing, which is now slowly making him worried. He looked forward as Callie and the other massaged his back. Haiti already patched the crack he used to talk with Gojo and leave earlier. She even went around and found all of the similar cracks and fixed them now. He couldn't see any weakness that he could use to teleport outside, even with Vorvados's magic. It was like there was an invisible infinity, locking them inside. It would take an eternity to escape, even with Betty's speed. Callie, can you destroy eternity? That's why I'm here. She leaned on his back. Don't think too much about it, or you'll end up harming yourself. The reason Kali was left with him inside the bath wasn't just because of her strength, but just in case Hati ended up getting killed. Having Arad perpetually locked inside that space could count as Nair achieving his goal, so Kali is there to break him free in the worst-case scenario. Siark, the Novel, if for a note, outside the battle had ended, but the cleanup had just started. It wasn't just 1 or 2 abominations that managed to slip before Vasilissa locked the world. Tens of them had managed to enter the universe, all searching for Arad to finish him off. So in a whole other world, an old woman sat on the porch of her forest house, rocking it back and forth as she relaxed beneath the sunlight. Old bag, you reek of someone I want to kill. A tall mass of flesh and eyes stood right outside the fence of her house, glaring straight at her. What did you say, my son? The old woman leaned forward on her cane. To her he looked nothing more than a blurry mess. The man I'm hunting, you've been with him. Where is he, Arad Orion? He pointed a finger at her. She curled her lips, munching on air in her toothless mouth. I'll scoop your ballsack and feed it to the dogs. She stared at him with a smile. You've got away with the words, old hag. Bam! He fired a massive bullet of stone straight at her face. Clang! The bullet ripped in half, each blasting through the house as the old woman leaned forward on her cane, pulling a blade from inside the wooden shaft. Even I get influenced. She barely managed to stand, and the abomination was staring at her with a confused and terrified face. It's been over 50 years since I saw that bastard. She opened one eye. Can you tell me what you found about him so far? Old bag, who are you? The abomination took a step back and suddenly felt a hand touching his shoulder. He glared back only to see another old hag, but this one was reeking of curses. A witch with a long, broken nose, glowing red eyes, and a hunched back. Come to me. She waved her hand and the abomination jumped away, landing on the other side, looking at the witch with a scared face. Come on. She waved a small glass bottle. It's comfortable inside. If he didn't run away, she would have stashed him away like a lab frog. So you're finally back? Didn't you die in the bog? The old woman on the porch looked at the witch with a smile. I got stuck in the mud. I was lucky to charm a passing hog to drag me out. The witch looked at her with a grin. But earlier, who's your blaming you, old sack? You're the one who swears a lot. From whom would I learn? Another old hag opened the house's door and walked out, her knees shaking. I was taking a shit. What are you doing? She looked at them with her head wiggling. The old woman looked at her. He's looking for Arad. The old hag who just walked out gasped by Yog's sweet toes. She looked at the abomination. We have to catch him. She knelt down and started knocking on the wooden ground. Hey, hey, can you hear me? Someone came looking for Arad. Bam. A large root burst from the garden, smacking the abomination all across the mountain range with a shockwave powerful enough to have been felt all across the kingdom. He coughed blood, looking forward with a terrified face. What the fuck? A massive tree had grown beneath the small wooden house, lifting it to the clouds as the whole tree started walking on its roots like a giant crab. A tree ant? No, this magic, a spirit queen. The moment he gasped, the grass around him turned into wooden spikes and pierced his body like a pincushion. The abomination immediately healed and started running away while the massive tree crab creatures chased him, stabbing at him with its titanic legs. That wasn't it, though. The trees, grass, and flowers all started turning into wooden spokes and spears, flying toward him like a rampaging storm. Ding, as he looked back. The old woman was already behind him with her cane sword drawn out, flying at his neck. He tried to dodge her strike, but she managed to cleave his arms. The old witch appeared above him and stomped his head down, causing his whole body to rot from the inside out. This won't kill me. He roared, healing, and flew away with massive wings. What are you hags? What do you know about Arad Orion? The witch flew back to the wooden house, and the old woman jumped with ease behind her. As the two landed on the porch, the old hag started healing them with divine magic. The old woman waved her cane. Let's see how you survive this. The ground started shaking and rumbling. A magnitude 10 earthquake shook the mountains, ripping them out of their bases and splitting the forest into 1,000 small pieces. The clouds in the sky turned back as a massive tornado kissed the ground, lifting the 5 mountains and the shattered pieces of earth, spinning them around the tree and toward the abomination. How about some black fire? The witch wiggled her twisted fingers, and the whole tornado burst into cursed black flames, setting the whole region ablaze. As if that wasn't enough, the old hag waved her hands, and divine magic filled the sky, conjuring countless divine swords burning with holy magic. A divine rain of judgment flashed to the ground. The abomination growled, Yog's magic getting bastardized like this, and you even work with this witch and mass murderer ripping mountains off. Don't you fear her wrath? The old woman growled back at him, Yog, she can take her wrath and shove it up her ass. Where is Arad? The divine rain of judgment turned into a hail of curses, pinning the abomination to the ground as he got pummeled by everything those hags had to throw at him. After an hour, the abomination was lying on the ground, his body slowly turning into dust. He had taken too much damage in such a short time. No, even before facing those old hags, his life force had been drained drastically when he appeared in this world, as if he aged 1,000 years. Who are you three? He mumbled, and a small fairy was standing on his chest, her long and sharp toenails digging into his flesh. I'm the one asking questions. Who sent you? Who? We got a smart one here. She glared at him, and he screamed, Don't ever think you'll die in my land. Roots started growing from her feet and piercing his body, eating away at what remained from his life force. She laughed, staring at him with an evil, sadistic grin. Even a fairy's patience would run after such a long time. You either speak and die an agonizing death, or spend the rest of eternity eating shit here. Like you, can we? Abominations aren't bound by your rules, he giggled in pain. Rules of nature, she pushed down, shoving her foot through his chest. The abomination almost instantly woke up as a small twig growing underground over a massive pile of shit and excrement. The fairy was floating above him. All of the kingdom's sewers pour here, enjoy your endless meal. I was kind enough to leave your taste buds and sanity intact. I'll check on you once a year to see if you changed your mind. She waved her hand and started flying away. Wait, he cried. What world am I in? I was sent here to look for the man called Harem Orion. I just appeared here. I don't know anything else. She stopped and looked back at him. Finally ready to speak? Where did you appear? There is a dimensional crack to the north. I'm not a native of this world. This all must be a mistake, he cried. She looked at him and nodded. So you don't belong to this world. Just arrived looking for a man named Harem Orion and ended up offending my old friend. She looked at him with a smile. Yes, yes, can you please release me now? No, kill me, that's all I ask. He looked at her, wiggling. The fairy nodded. No, you'll eat shit for all eternity here. She flew away and left him to suffer for the rest of time. Several minutes later, the old hags and the fairy were standing before the dimensional crack. So this is where that thing came from. The priestess looked at it. Do you think we'll find him on the other side? The witch asked, and the last old woman shook her head. If that monster came from here, it's probably the base of his enemies. But if they are looking for Arad across dimensions like this, they are bound to find him. We can just steal their info. The fairy smiled. Let's go. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Wait. The priestess pulled a statue of Yog and put it on the ground. What are you going to do? The fairy asked. If we're going to die there, I want to piss on her for leaving us stuck here for half a century. The priestess growled. Piss on who? Yog was standing in place of the statue and looked at the priestess. You've got rude, Mary. Mary looked at Yog for a second and started taking her pants anyway. Chapter 1059, The Void Crack. Wait, you old hag. Yog flew away. I know you might be angry at me, but it was necessary. Otherwise, you've been reduced to nothing when crossing between the realms. She spun around Mary and pointed at the void crack. Time flows like a river. Now that you've spent 50 years here, you can go across and pay those years to stabilize the time. She looked at Mary. You're 78 years old now. When you pass across this void, you'll arrive at Arad's world as 22 years old and won't age for another 50 years. What do you mean? Echidna glared at her. To you two, it was 50 years, no more than a few hours had passed on Arad's side. Besides, you are mere humans. Plum is a spirit, but 50 years ago, she wasn't powerful enough to withstand the time shift. Grab her. Mary growled, and the four of them started chasing Yog, trying to catch her. Arad would have been harmed by that time shift, same as us. No. Won't the spirit queens have died as well? Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. Arad is a powerful void dragon. Altair is the same. The two spirit queens are near immortal beings, so the time shift can barely affect them. Yog, who was flying around the place, running out of the four of them, suddenly stopped and flicked her fingers. The four found themselves tied together with golden ropes. Did you really think I'll be running away from you four? I'm a goddess, and a powerful one at that. She flew around them, laughing her guts off. The four girls were tied to each other with those glowing golden ropes, unable to move. The void crack beside them started growing larger and larger. I'll send you to Arad now. Try to survive. 50 years ago you would have surely died, but now you've got a fighting chance. She pulled the rope, swung them around, and threw them into the void crack. The space around the four of them twisted, and time started rushing backward. They could feel it inside their bones, a sharp pain crushing their ribs and lungs. With each passing second, they felt closer and closer to death. Their skin tightened and their vision flickered as the rainbow hue of the void crack around them rippled, spiraling into infinity. As their bodies were about to rip apart, a naked woman appeared in front of them. The naked woman's skin was filled with scales, and her black and red eyes sparked with eldritch magic as her hair started writhing like snakes. The abomination they killed wasn't the only one approaching their world. The reason the void crack didn't close was because another abomination was crossing over, and this woman before them was coming. Another monster. Mishara pulled her cane sword and swung at the abomination. The woman blocked Mishara's strike with her forearm. "You old hag, why do? I can smell them both on you, Ered Orion and the blood of my younger brother." Her hair flashed red, turned into blades and flew at Mishara like the blades of a blender. Clang. Mishara deflected the abomination's attacks and stood behind her, lifting her sword up and waving her other hand. Echidna flew above everyone and smiled as she lifted her hand into the sky, conjuring a tornado of black flames. Mary quickly knelt down and started praying as a massive dome of holy magic appeared above her head, expanding to cover 100 meters around her. The abomination immediately noticed what the three were doing. "I won't give you a chance." The three were about to unleash their elemental expansions. It was obvious from the flow of their magic expanding to the surrounding area. The abomination was quite lucky. Elemental expansions were almost never used in Yog's world due to how much mana they consumed. In a world that mainly favors efficient magic usage, such wasteful spells were lost to time. It'll take those three a fair amount of time to cast their elemental expansions, which gives her time to stun them and interrupt their cast. "You will never—" She flew at Mary, swinging her hand blades at a blinding speed, but it was then that she felt something grabbing her by the hair. She turned around only to see Plum clenching a fist and swinging it at her. "You damned fairy," the abomination growled, dodging Plum's fist, and swung her hair at her instead. If she doesn't kill her first, she can't interrupt the three casting their expansions. Plum deflected the abomination's attacks and flew behind her, grabbing her from the back and throwing her away from everyone else. The abomination flew back and halted, looking at Plum with a smile. "We've all flying through the same void crack. You can't separate us." She cracked her neck and waved her hand, taking a stance. "I'm called Galena the Puppet Hair, and you?" Plum, the spirit's rose. Plum looked at her with a smile, standing firm in place. Jelena laughed. "And here I thought you might be someone with a bit of renown. Turn out you're nothing but a worthless fairy." She smiled, waving her hands. Suddenly 4 glowing corpses appeared before her. "Do you know who those women are?" Jelena smiled as the corpses merged into her body, engulfing the whole area in a burning divine flame. As Plum stood there, she could feel her skin peeling off from that burning divine magic. She wiped the blood dripping across her forehead and smiled. "Former goddesses?" "You're right, the goddesses of the 4 seasons." She laughed. "Aar, the goddess of spring, shall nullify your plant magic. Theros, the goddess of summer, shall burn your plants. Finniparon, the goddess of autumn, shall kill your plants, and Hemimon, the goddess of winter, shall make sure you're a frozen corpse for all eternity." Plum stared at Jelena, whose body had started pulsing with divine magic. As a puppet master, she had managed to control the corpses of 4 goddesses, pushing her power to a level far above any lesser god. Plum took a deep breath, a smile faintly appearing on her face. She took a step forward, stepping on the ethereal ground with her bare feet, causing plants to rush from beneath her toes and form a massive platform. "Who? Still want to fight? Pathetic mortal." Galena giggled, but Plum ignored her. From behind Plum, several trees grew, bearing fruit that enlarged to the size of a human, split open, and gave birth to tens of dryads and nymphs. Those naked women started dancing and singing behind her, channeling a massive amount of power into her. I see. You think your powers as a spirit queen of the woods can help you? Don't you know that your kind is beneath the gods' feet? that you're made to serve them to clean the filth of the mortal world in their place? Galena licked her lips. You spirit queens are nothing but slaves to the god, spending your whole pathetic life building their mansions as you deserve. Plum smiled. You're right, spirit queens serve the god. We help the souls of the dead pass to the afterlife and keep the natural order of our land so the world stays balanced. Nature is indeed one of the god's servants, but don't you know, Plum took a step forward, and the muscles on her body clearly appeared. Galena noticed that, even if Plum's size didn't change, her body now looked like she had been training for decades. Her strong arms, chiseled abs, and well-defined quads popped out. Slaves are stronger than the nobles they serve. Plum lunged at Galena and punched her in the face, knocking several of her teeth out. Galena couldn't believe it. She was now commanded the power of 4 goddesses, yet this fairy punched her this hard. She grabbed Plum by the hair and swung a fist of summer heat at her face. Sear, Hovelfire. Yet, Plum knocked Galena's punch aside and threw a kick at her, which Galena deflected, fist to fist and foot to foot. Those two danced at a blinding speed. The longer the fight went on, the more Galena realized that she was facing an absolute monster that outclassed her in physical powers. Who are you? Galena jumped away from Plum and lifted her hands, creating a massive wall of fire and ice to create some distance between them. Plum appeared behind her. She had lunged long before the wall even formed. Me? I'm just a fairy. She punched her in the back hard enough to smack her on the wall. This can't be a mere spirit queen. Can't fight against the might of the gods. Galena growled, only for Plum to take that chance to close the distance and punch her again, and then quickly kick her to the ground. Arid Orion you're looking for seems to love a woman who has a bit of muscle on her frame, so I spent the past 50 years working out. Do you think I developed a body beautiful enough to entertain him? She stepped on her back, pushing her foot through her back. Galena screamed. Her body suddenly turned into ash and flew away, soon forming back as she glared at Plum with a raging face. Bullshit, just working out can't make you strong enough to defeat the gods. What did you do? Nothing special. Plum shrugged with a mischievous grin. That can't be. Your kind should be kneeling to the gods, praying to them, humiliating yourself for their pleasure. Galena waved her arm. Kneel to me. I only kneel to Yog and Arad Orion. Plum lifted her hands and waved them. Elemental Expansion, Chapter 1060, Pink Blossom. A massive plum flower blossomed from beneath Plum's feet, spreading a magnificent pin radiant light all over the void corridor. Without waiting a second, Galena clapped her hands and unleashed the power of the 4 goddesses of the seasons as an expansion, a massive wheel of time, each quarter representing a season that flashed magnificently above her head. Time flows like a river. The seasons dance, one after the other, a harmonic cycle of death and rebirth. As the great wheel of the 4 seasons spun, the waves of Galena's magic shifted on the fly to counter the rampaging plant magic rushing out of Plum's expansion. Unlike most expansions, Plum's one relied heavily on nature. If she was in a normal world, this expansion would have allowed her to take control of all plant life, as long as there was no more than 10 meters between each one and another. Her expansion isn't bound by a radius, it expands from one plant to another. This allowed it to expand infinitely as long as Plum had mana to sustain it. But in this isolated space, she has no plant to spread to. She was only confined to the core of her expansion, which is a blossoming plum's blossom, soon to ripen. Plum flew at Galena with her blossom growing larger and larger, swinging her fist at this abomination at a blinding speed. Galena blocked Plum's fist, tried to suppress her with the law of winter, sap her power with the law of spring, burn her with the law of summer, and force the blossom to wither by the law of autumn. She had noticed that Plum's expansion wasn't done. The more time that passed, the older the blossom would grow, and soon it'd ripen and grant the fairy a massive power-up. If she doesn't kill Plum before that, she might end up facing a massive disaster as the seasons turn. You'll soon wither and die. Galena swung her fist at the recoiling Plum, only to get kicked in the face and get sent flying back. Galena couldn't believe it, even under the season's seal, with a violent growl. Galena swung her arm and released the 4 goddesses. Did you think this is a one-on-one? It's 5-on-1? The summer goddess flashed a burning wave of fire to burn Plum's blossom, and the spring goddess suppressed her magic and tried to tie her in place, all while the winter and autumn goddesses and Galena charged, ripping Plum's arms and legs off and massively wounding her torso. This is your end, fairy. You've overestimated yourself. Galena laughed as the goddess swarmed toward the other girls who were seemingly stuck. It was now clear, unlike Plum, who can live for thousands of years, their bodies can't easily withstand the shock of growing 50 years younger. They are trying to survive and stay alive by using the expansions to keep their bodies together. Galena swung her blade hair toward Mary. Healers die first, but at that moment Plum's torso flew toward her, headbutting her back to the ground. "You're alive?" she gasped. Plum spat the blood in her mouth, growling as her arms and legs healed in an instant. "Ah, pray to whoever sent you that your attacks didn't leave a scratch on my sweet, plump, beautiful butt." Plum smacked her butt and looked at it. "Looks fine, but you'll still get your payment." She started walking toward them with open arms. "Bring it on. Bitch, you should be dead. How is that possible?" Galena growled and Plum giggled. "I lived for a year under the same roof as A.O. Did you really think you'd kill me just like this? Stay updated with my virtual library empire. He gave you something, I should have guessed." Galena swung her arm. Goddesses surround her. As the goddesses charged at Plum, she grabbed the summer by the hair and smacked winter with her to the ground. She then grabbed the spring by the breasts, ripped them off, and shoved them down autumn's throat before kicking her to the ground. The manifested goddess returned to Galena's body as her expansion shattered. Plum approached her with open arms. "Come, give me a hug." Her whole body got covered in sharp spikes. This is a fight between two equally matched women of various powers. While Galena had more magic and overall experience, Plum's thick body resembled the trunk of a great tree that was nourished by an elder god. Mary watched as she surrounded herself and the other girls with divine magic, trying to heal their bodies that rapidly grew younger and ripped apart from the inside out. They are mere humans who live for around 80 years. To them, 50 years is more than half of their lifespan. But for a fairy like Plum, that's nothing, which is why she is withstanding the baptism of Void Corridor while fighting Galena. Plum's blossom withered as it started growing into a plum. Galena knew that if that thing was allowed to fully ripen, it'd be her loss. "You bitch, what kind of power did Arad give you?" Galena growled. "Gave me?" Plum kicked her in the face. "He didn't give me anything. Well, at least nothing that he knows of." She giggled. "So you've stolen from him?" "No, it was nothing illegal, I swear. I just helped myself to what he threw away." Plum shook her head. Even I thought Yog was crazy when she told me I could do that. "What did you do?" Galena charged at her only for Plum to block her attack. "I won't tell you. What if you're talking with someone else?" Hearing those words and seeing the smile on Plum's face, Galena growled. Smart fairy. She was indeed sending messages back to base, but the wheel of the 4 seasons reappeared behind Galena's back and started spinning. "You'll die here." She lunged at her and started swinging her hair. Plum dodged, but the swing changed direction, severing her arm. "You won't survive for long." Galena growled, swinging her hands at Plum. Plum regenerated her arm, blocked one of Galena's strikes, deflected the other, and kicked her. But that attack was faced with a burst of ice and then an explosion of fire that sent Plum burning like a piece of paper. Hand to hand, a strike to strike. Mishara had already noticed how close Plum's fighting style was to Arad's. Just like him, she's vicious with little care for her own body, charging headfirst into the enemy's attack and tanking them while swinging at her full strength. Echidna smiled as her curses prevented the 3 of them from being rewinded back to babies. It was almost inconceivable to imagine that the lazy, wacky, stupid ball of chaos called Plum was now fist-fighting a monster with the power of 4 goddesses with her hands. But Echidna also knew that Plum was their oldest and wisest. Unlike them humans who barely lived 500 years, she had been alive for over 500 years. As the fight progressed, Galena started to get the upper hand. The Wheel of the Four Seasons managed to suppress more and more of Plum's power, ending in Jelena plunging her arm into Plum's chest, ripping her heart out. "You've been a real pain in the ass." Jelena shook her head and Plum giggled. "You're lucky I didn't shove my foot up there. I would have let you do it if I had known it saved me from wasting all this time and effort against you." Galena crushed Plum's heart, and she dropped to the ground, drawing in her own blood. Jelena turned around and looked toward the others. "Now, you're mere humans, so interrogating you won't be a problem." But at that moment she realized that Plum's plum had started withering. Yeah, her expansion should break when she dies, but she could feel it deep in her chest, a painful doubt and fear like a lump of steel. No, it should have disintegrated instantly. She could see it, a tiny seedling glowing with power above the withering plum. Fuck. She flew at the seedling with all of her might, but she was late. The plum suddenly disappeared, and the whole void crack rumbled. Shit, 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 shit. I saw her! At the last moment before the seedling disappeared, Galena could see the naked plum rolled inside a sack like a fetus, radiating with a strange magic akin to one of the oldest beings in the world. What kind of luck is this? Did she plan this? No, that fairy shouldn't. Galena then realized what kind of world this corridor links to. It links to Yog's world. You eldritch monster, are you trying to birth another tyrant? Roots and vines started appearing around them, spreading across the void crack and consuming its energy. In her heaven, Yog was floating upside down while laughing her ass off. Take Arad and a plant fairy. Make Arad nourish the plant fairy, and then let her grow a bit in a controlled greenhouse. Lastly, throw her into the dirt and let her take root. She looked back with a grin. Don't you two think the same? The tall, elvish woman growled. Lilia grandmother won't like this. Little sylph, I know Yggdrasil more than she knows herself, down to the leaves on her massive body. Yog looked at her. I know everything. I'm the forbidden knowledge. That doesn't change anything. Search, the novelfire.net. Yog giggled. You know that I am right? I know when to push and when to stop. I know people limit. I know when someone needs something. She started floating toward her. Don't worry, Yggdrasil would only benefit. Besides, they've already reached their destination. What? Sylph gasped. That's Mary didn't piss on me, so I'm doing her a favor. Cain would beat you up for taking such a risk. She glared at her, and Yog smiled with a blush. Joke's on you. I'm into that. Crack as the void crack closed, Jelena fell on a hard marble floor, feeling the warm and moist air. She growled as her vision cleared. She looked up, seeing a purple-skilled woman with 6 arms squatting right beside her head. She is an abomination, Callie said with a passive face. Arad, who was already squatting beside Galena's butt, nodded. Yep. Yog had dumped them all into Arad's bath. Chapter 1061, an explanation is needed. Arad lay on the massage table with Merida and Kino massaging his legs. Callie and Lunara were taking care of his arms. It was then that he felt something, the spare around them flickered, and he growled. This Yog's magic. Arad wasn't the only one who noticed it. Callie's hands had stopped moving, and she looked up, seeing the air rip apart into a glowing astral void gate. From it, 3 women fell on Arad. Right after them, a fairy fell on Arad's face, and unlike the others, she had a strange magic sparking all around her body. Meshara, Echidna, and Mary have all grown younger and finished enduring the time backlash, but it'll take them a few seconds to wake up. Arad and Gaimond immediately recognized them. Wait! Gaimond jumped and Altera rushed in. Mary, she started checking on them, seeing that Arad knew them, everyone in the bath. Mainly Sarah, who could use healing magic, rushed to check on them. Teacher. Sarah turned toward Lala to ask for her assistance, but she was shocked to see her being busy with herself. Clap. As everyone was busy checking on the girls, another person fell from the void crack, a naked woman with a horrifying magic, Jelena, the abomination that Plum was fighting. Who Yog is going to pay for this? Callie walked to Galena and squatted right beside her head to have a good look at her face. She hadn't seen this abomination before, but had heard her described before. With his wives here, Arad wasn't going to sit still. He approached Galena and squatted at her feet so Callie and he could keep her blocked in from both directions. Ah, shit, it's him, and Callie is here as well. My job is only to find their location and report it back, not to directly engage them in combat. Galena was sure that those 4 women were looking for Arad, which meant he wasn't on their side of the void crack. But the other side of the void crack led out of the universe. Someone must have done something to the void crack. Who did this? I was played. Aren't you the one who uses her hair as a weapon and killed the 4 Seasons goddess? Callie looked at her with a smile and Arad nodded in the back. She killed 4 goddesses? Not alone had help from others, but she finished them off. Galena pulled the goddesses' corpses out and put them aside. She also pulled their divine portfolios out and showed them to Arad. Here they are. Neither Callie nor Ao are known for being ruthless. As long as I haven't killed on their side, they harm me without a reason. She remained on the ground and turned off all of her defenses. Arad reached forward, grabbed the 4 divine portfolios, and looked at them. Galena could hear her heart beating like a drum, looking at him, touring over her. This was their target, the one that all the abominations feared and wanted dead. He's huge, and the magic pulsing inside him belongs to the void. Even if Callie wasn't here, I won't be his opponent. Arad's eyes turned toward her. You've turned all of your defensive spells and barriers. What are you up to? Should I lie? No, if he can read my thoughts, I would be dooming myself. She gulped. I don't intend on resisting. You may do whatever you with me. Then I'll be taking those. Arad swallowed the divine portfolios of the 4 Seasons and looked at the goddesses' corpses. I'll store those as well for later. I'm sure the gods would want to bury them in the heavens. I'll take them there. Callie nodded and her eyes shifted to Galena. So what should we do with her? The goddess of destruction is asking him. I knew it. He's the bigger monster here. Depends. What were you doing with them? He pointed at the 4 girls and Galena almost shat herself in fear. He did seem to know those 4 that she was trying to kill once he learns of what she did. She'll die. I'm in luck. They are unconscious for now. I can buy time and find a way to escape. What did you do to them? Arad glared at her. I was sent to find you. They ended up facing my brother and killed him. I don't know why, but they tried to cross the void crack, and that's where I met them. Of course I fought them. The moment Arad's face twisted, she cried, covering her face. But I swear I wasn't going to kill them. Please believe me. I find that hard to believe. He clenched a fist and was about to crush her skull. I needed them alive to ask about your whereabout. Arad's fist stopped. That makes sense, but that doesn't change anything. I know, Galena cried. I'm not trying to hide anything. So you're now buying time to escape? Callie looked at her with a smile. Do you think this will work? I? She was about to lie, but then quickly changed her mind. Yes, I know that resisting would only get me killed, so I'm trying to be as obedient as possible. And you're even telling me about your plan? Arad lifted an eyebrow. This woman seemed strange, but he had an idea. How about this? You live and die by them. Arad pointed at the 4 girls. If they want to torture, cook, kill, or skin you alive, they can do that, and you'll thank them for it and ask for more. But if let you survive, I don't mind letting you live with us. I've got a plan for you in the future. That would be my pleasure. She immediately responded. You won't even ask what I need you to do. Arad looked at her, and Galena shook her head. I'm not even worthy of having my life spared. I won't dare question anything, and it'll give me more time to find a way to escape. Nayar had been sending several abominations into the world to spy for him and sneak attack many people. Arad had started thinking of doing the same, and Galena would be his messenger. I'll use you as a spy against your old master. From now on, you'll be working for us. He looked at her with a smile. I'm sure it won't be fun for you. Wait. Galena blinked twice. Me, an abomination? Working for you, Arad Orion? Does that mean I can stay here in the world? Where should you stay if not here? Arad tilted his head and looked at Callie. Do you know of something that can keep an eye on her? How about this? Callie put her hand on Jelena's head. Don't resist. Galena growled. She could feel her soul being carried in Callie's hands, twisted and wrapped in her divine magic. Good. Now you'll take this. She gave a spark of divine magic to Arad. You should have full control over her now like a demon lord controls his demons. You can kill her or let her live as you wish. Arad looked back. Plum seems to have been the first to wake up. Her eyes quickly scanned the area, locating Jelena and Arad. I found you. She growled, clenching a fistful of magic, and she flew forward with a raging face. Wait, Galena cried as she ported her face. With Arad around, she won't dare resist. The only thing she can rely on is words. Crack. But her words meant nothing, for Plum didn't give a flying fuck about her. Arad got knocked to the ground, as Plum was after him. Not Galena. You dare leave us behind. She shifted into a human size, stood over him, and started stomping him with a raging face. A.W. A.W. Arad tried to push her aside, but she just dodged his hands and returned to stomping him. The other 3 girls woke up in the back and saw her beating him. Wait! Mary cried, rushing to her. Leave some for us! She joined in the beating, and the other 2 quickly tuned in, kicking him all over the place. Galena sat there with a shocked face and slowly turned toward Callie. Are they enemies? Won't you stop them? It's not like they are harming him. Sat there watching with a smile on her face. Undine and Salamander flew out of Arad's body and grabbed Plum's legs, pulling her back. You fairy! What are you doing? Undine growled. Ah, it's you 2. Plum rushed and shifted back to her small form. Salamander smiled. Yeah, we're the Spirit Queens. Know your place. She froze as Plum grabbed her and Undine by the nipples. Queen's my ass. She smacked them together, kicked them toward Arad, and started kicking them alongside him. Matilda looked at Aella. Should we stop them? Aella thought about it for a few seconds. Arad told me about them before. They aren't bad people. She smiled. Sayarch, the novielfire.net. Does that matter? They are beating him. They're just releasing some frustration, and their attacks can't even scratch his scales. She stood and approached them. Are you Mary, Echidna, Mashara, and Plum? The 4 stopped beating Arad the moment they heard Ella beside them. And you, and Elf. Echidna stared at her for a second and looked back, seeing Doma relaxing in the hot bath. Doma pointed at Echidna with her toes. You're the little girl that wants to learn about curses. That was also enough for Echidna to see the roaring curses surging from Doma's toenails and across her whole body. Echidna gulped. Where are we? I doubt you'll understand if we explained it so quickly. What about you tell us first? We know you're the girls who were with Arad in the other world. Doma looked at them with a smile as she stood and walked forward, leaning on Aella's shoulder. It's been half a century since Arad left us there. Ours also is a long story. Echidna looked at Arad, who was on the ground, still beneath Mishara and Mary's feet. The 2 didn't want to stop kicking him. They were left for 50 years after all. Plum, on the other side, was standing on the 2 queens with a proud face. She wasn't stronger than them, but the 2 of them couldn't fight back since Arad didn't want to fight back. It's... Arad growled and the 2 girls jumped away from him. Been only a few hours here. It was just then that Plum realized Galena was sitting there beside them. It's you. Chapter 1062, Destruction and the Primordial Concepts. It's you! Plum pointed at Galena and cried, Arad, get her! She flew forward, swinging a fist. Puff! Plum's fist landed on Galena's face with almost no damage at all. Everyone looked at her as she looked at her own fist. All of her power had disappeared from her body. What did happen to me? She looked at Arad, but immediately realized what happened to her on her own. Yog, when I find you, she screamed. She flew to Arad and sat on his head like she did in those good old days. She turned me into a pseudo-world tree, just like Yggdrasil. It'll take me hundreds of thousands of years to reach her power, but now it takes all of my power to expand my roots. Mary looked at Galena for a second and sighed. If Arad isn't killing you, then we don't care. She went with others to speak with Ella and the rest. Arad remained with Callie and Galena beside the massage area. "Master, what should I do?" Galena asked with a worried face. She can't just sit here doing nothing. It made her feel like he'll kill her at any second. "Rest in my stomach for now," Arad sighed, and she looked at him with a worried face. "What do you?" He instantly swallowed her whole and sent her into his stomach, where she landed right in the middle of the vampire's church. A vampire nun approached her. "Welcome home, sister." She grabbed her by the hand and helped her stand, guiding her toward the holy altar where they had a large statue of Arad followed by a statue of all of his wives. The nun looked at Arad's statue. "Who are those? Answer wrong, and I'll smack you on the head." "Arad Oreo, crack." The nun immediately smacked her on the head with a large book. "Those are your gods. For all I know, only Zia had been permitted to directly address them by name. For your offense, you'll have to clean the whole place." She pointed at a large bucket and a mop to the side. Back at the bath, Arad sat on the ground facing Callie, that void crack which opened just now. It was a bit strange. It was opened by Yog, of course it'll be strange. When it comes to magic, no one is better than her. Callie waved her hands. "She is the goddess of magic." Arad's eyes shifted to Callie's face. "You also have some magic, don't you?" Callie giggled. "Want to see it?" She lifted one of her hands up, opened her palm, and pressed downward. Arad could feel a heavy weight fall on his back. This wasn't gravity, but something else. "This power?" he growled. Callie lifted another hand and put it beneath the first one. With her palms closing on each other, Arad started to feel another pressure pushing on him from the ground. It was like he was stuck between the ceiling and the floor, getting crushed. "Do you know why I have 6 arms?" She moved her other 4 arms and surrounded the same, creating a cube. "It's so I can crush you from all directions." Arad could feel the pressure coming from above, below, behind, and in front of him, from his right and from his left, but it didn't feel solid, but quite soft, like hands. Arad could then see it, a titanic golden Callie embracing him in her palms as if he were a small mouse. Callie opened her arms and released Arad from her grasp. He fell on the ground, panting. It had taken a lot of his power just to keep himself from getting squeezed like a lemon. "That's just a wisp of my apparition. My divine avatar didn't even manifest to take a form yet. Couldn't you just kill anyone with such power?" Arad gasped, lying on the ground to catch his breath. "Of course, I'm the goddess of destruction. There is nothing that I can't destroy." She stood walking toward him and sat on his stomach. "Say, want me to show you something hideous, the truly scary part about destruction? Destruction kills a lot of people. Most of the time there is nothing good about something getting destroyed either. But that doesn't mean it's hideous," he replied, and she laid over him. "Do you know why I'm here?" Arad sighed. "You're here for me." She reached down with one of her hands. "I already talked to your wives and showed them why is destruction so hideous, that why none of them is against me. Why are you being so cryptic about it?" Arad sighed, and she looked back at the others. Eris waved her hand at them. "I'm a goddess. My power goes far beyond what mortal might understand. I want to be here for 2 things. She looked at Arad's face. "I've been alone for over 5,000 years. That's a record time for a goddess to remain a virgin, don't you think?" She licked his cheek. "And you look just like the man I needed." Arad nodded. "That's the silly mortal answer. What's the other reason?" Callie started wiggling over him like a worm with a large smile on her face. "That's why I love you. You aren't as stupid as everyone else." She looked at his eyes. "If I'm destruction, there is creation out there. I want to be with you since I know she'll one day make it to your lap as well." "How do you know she is a woman? It could be a god of creation for all we know." Arad sighed and Callie giggled. "Of course, I asked the Sisters of Fate, and they told me quite a lot." She stood up and looked at Arad with a smile. I'll show you the ugly part about destruction and why we need to find creation. I already showed this to your wives when. He looked at her and she waved her hands. I already destroyed that timeline. This will be quite the experience for you. But don't worry, everything will be fine. She clapped her hands together and a vein bulged on Arad's head. He glared at Eris, who was in the bath. Arad? Eris gasped, but in the next moment Arad was lifting her up by the neck. Everyone stood in shock, but they were too late. Arad ripped Eris's head off and swallowed her soul. The shocked Matilda and Selina ended up getting stepped on and crushed. Merida tried to talk to Arad, but she ended up twisted with Kino like a piece of paper. In less than 5 minutes, Arad had killed everyone in the bath except Kali, who was sitting there with a smile on her face. I can destroy anything, even the immaterial. People's feelings, relations, interests, reality, matter, even hearts, souls, and will, anything can be broken. She stood and walked toward Arad with her body dripping with divine magic. She touched his chest as he stood there like a soulless statue. You loved them, I know. But now you only have me. How about it? Hideous, isn't it? She flicked her fingers and everything returned to normal. Everyone seemed to still be alive. I destroyed that timeline so you don't have to worry about it. She grabbed his flesh with her hand and squeezed it. I showed them all, one by one, and destroyed the timelines after. That's why you won't remember it. They all knew what I could do, what destruction really was. She reached forward and kissed him on the cheek. Callie looked at Ayala. Even if I were to drag you to bed now, no, do it here in front of them, they won't oppose. But I do respect them and their wishes, so this will have to wait until later on. She let go of his flesh and waved her hand. Ella, can we speak for a second? Ella stood and went with her to Arad. You showed him the destruction. How did it end up? Callie giggled. He killed all of you in minutes. He now has at least some understanding of the extent of my power. Find adventures at my virtual library empire. How is someone supposed to counter such a divine portfolio? Arad asked and Ayala giggled. That's the fun part. Callie shook her head. You don't counter it. You just can't. That is why destruction is a primordial concept. To block a destruction attack, you must destroy that attack, which only makes destruction stronger. That's a perpetual cycle that you can't break. Sarth, the Novelfire. How many primordial concepts are out there? Void and time aren't ones, right? Arad asked, and Callie kissed him again. You're my man. They indeed aren't primordial concepts, as they can still be broken, distorted, or played with. You have destruction, which is me. Creation which should be out there somewhere, the fate which is held by the triplets of fate, existence which is with the current overgod. It's the key that allows this universe to exist. Infinity is lost outside the universe. There are many more, some that even I don't know about. Callie leaned on Arad and gave Ayala a smug face. How come you don't know all of them? Aren't the primordial concept of destruction? Arad looked at her and Callie smiled. You're a void dragon. How come you don't know where are the other void dragons and how many there are? She, this time, leaned on Ayla. I was born 5,000 years ago, and I inherited this concept from my dead father, Asura. He might have known, but I sadly don't. Then I must find them all. Arad sighed. I'm sure we'll know more when we find them. Ayala looked at Arad and then at Kali. But we'll focus on finding creation first. Arad then looked at them as if he realized something. Wait, you said there is infinity. What about Hati's eternity? Aren't they the same thing? Hati's eternity is a fragment of infinity, which means we won't find an intact infinity primordial concept, but we'll have to gather its pieces and give it to someone. She looked back at Astrid and Frida. Chapter 1063, The Oven Invasion. For that, we'll have to wait and see. Arad stretched his arms. Hati has opened the barrier. It seems that the situation had calmed outside. He looked back and Kali nodded. With how careful Aunt Hati is, everything should have settled down. So we're finally getting out of this bath. Ayala grabbed Arad by the arm. Where should we go now? Want to fly somewhere. Arad looked at her and Callie giggled on the side. It's not like Hattie's house is big enough. If you want to have some fun, then you better go somewhere else. To where? Don't you have 2 whole layers in the abyss? I'm sure the demons have already cleaned Solace's house. You might not know this, but demons are hard workers. Their life depends on it. Callie scratched her chin. In the abyss, it was common that most jobs and missions that demons get from their demon lords are death or life. If a maid was asked to clean a castle quarter by the end of the day, and she didn't, most likely she would have been killed and another maid brought in. Demons don't understand reason by nature, and they need to learn it. For them, the first maid wasn't strong enough to clean the floor, so they better get a better one. You're right, Solace's castle is as big as a massive city. Arad walked to the changing room as everyone started getting ready. He instantly wore his clothes directly from his stomach, since he was the one here who couldn't wait. I'm coming with you. Callie had already worn her clothes and stood beside him, but it was then that Tina called to them. Take her with you? She pushed Lamy to them. Unlike everyone else, and thanks to her unique body, it didn't take her long to change. What? Lamy gasped, looking back at Tina. Get her to see her family. For someone who never left her house her whole life, she had endured enough. Tina approached Arad. She might not show it, but she misses her family a lot. Of course, Arad replied, but suddenly halted. Wait, how should I go to the abyss? Just teleport like the last time. Wheel, for demons' lords, there are some quirks. Callie swung her palm down and opened a portal. This would lead directly into your lair. But keep in mind that while all demon lords can freely teleport from this world to the abyss, teleporting from the abyss to here is quite hard and poses a lot of dangers. She giggled. Unless I allow it, of course. Arad, Callie, and Lamy walked into the portal first, while all of Arad's wives wore their clothes to get ready. The moment they landed, they found themselves on one of Solace's castle balconies. Now it was Arad's castle. No, Arad's abyssal castle. A dry, moldy air with a jet-black sky roaring with white thunder and lightning. The stone city beneath the castle's shadow bustled with horrid life. Millions of demons lived their life, suffering, dying, and fighting for their share of this lair. The mere air here was enough to cause a man's skin to rot and fall on the spot. But to monsters like Arad and Callie, this was nothing. Master. Lamy cried, pointing at the horizon as she leaned on the edge of the balcony, her eyes almost popping out, while fights and death covered the whole lair. That was a normal thing here, where Lamy pointed out something different. The magic there seemed a bit strange, demonic, but not something native to Arad's 2 layers. He has Alaric and Solace layers. Callie shifted into her little girl form and jumped on his shoulder, taking a seat. Let's go check it out. She pointed and then looked at Lamy. You better hold on well. Lamy immediately wrapped herself around Arad's torso and leaned on his back as if he were giving her a piggy ride. But since she had no legs to wrap around his torso, it was her long snake tail that wrapped around his torso. Arad jumped on the edge of the balcony and looked at the houses below, quickly scanning for the sturdiest-looking ones. Especially with Lamy on his back, using his wings is hard, and even if he can fly with gravity magic, just running there looked more fun. The moment Arad was about to jump, a demon maid walked into the balcony after sensing a strange aura. She only managed to catch a glimpse of him jumping away. For a moment she was about to ring the alarm, but quickly figured it out. If the castle's array didn't attack him, and with his size, that had to be Arad, their demon lord. His lordship is back. She rushed inside to inform everyone. Arad slid on the castle's obsidian wall, splashing through the molten lava flowing from its drains while protecting Lamy and Callie with a barrier. Did you get burned? Arad asked, and Lamy shook her head. No. Putting this queen through sewers, you're one brave man, aren't you? Callie looked at him with an evil smile that didn't match her innocent little face. That lava was indeed the castle's sewer drain. Instead of water, the demons use molten stone as a way to get rid of waste. Arad landed on the castle's outer wall, jumped on top of the guard tower, and then, from one barrack to another, leaping all the way to the city, where he started jumping from one house roof to another, flying through the air toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, Kodono Lami's father was leading a massive army of over 5,000 serpentine demons alongside Gramblige, the Minotaur general, with his 6,000 battle-hardened Minotaur demons. The demon army was over 11,000 strong and faced a strange army of invaders. The army facing the demons was another group of demons from another layer, the one right beneath this one, but something was off about them. Gramblige and Kodono could feel it. Their demonic aura was strange. The invading army leader approached a steel oven with human legs and arms, hairy and dripping with blood. It glared at Gramblige and Kodono with a large grin across its glass door. "Give up! So much land lawless and without a leader, a body without a head is nothing but a corpse, for us to consume. Bold words. We've already been fighting for a while. Do you think anything would change now?" Kodono growled, lifting his spear. "All demons, get ready to charge again." Of my... How scary, he wants to send more demons to cook. The oven giggled, lifting one of its hands up. "Listen up, little shits. Line up and get moving. I want them all on the chopping board, especially that snake. He'll sell well as oil, snake oil." "Sir, snake oil is a scam," one of the demons behind the oven replied. And the oven growled, If you don't understand it, then shut up. Stay updated through my virtual library empire." The demons looked at him confused, and he sighed. "Fine." I said it because I mean he is worth nothing. A scam, a fraud. That's why he'll make good snake oil. He then swung his arm. Fuck it, charge. But at that moment, a shadow twisted in the sky, and the armies halted as they felt a powerful aura appear. From the black cloud, Arad slowly descended as he landed between the two arms, silently landing on the ground. The invading army's magicians immediately tried to assess Arad's power, and the result looked strange. Circe, the Novell, ire. Note. When they tried to assess Lami's power, they got a mixed result. Half human, half demon, with a messy and weak base. Even the weakest soldier in the army was at least 100 times stronger than her. When they tried to assess Arad, they failed. Their demonic crystal orbs cracked, and the mages felt a painful headache hitting them. This reaction was expected when assessing a demon lord, which means Arad is a real threat to them. But when they tried to assess Kali, the orb didn't break, but instead displayed a message, an image of little Kali making an X with her arms and showing a displeased expression. The word "no" is written in red above her head, while most mages looked at the orb in confusion. Their oldest and wisest immediately knelt down, pulled a knife, and stabbed himself in the heart, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I beg for your forgiveness." Kali waved her finger, and the old mage's corpse flew to her. She looked at him for a second and flicked her fingers, bringing him back to life. How old are you, Grandpa?" 6,000 years old. He replied with a terrified face, and she put him down. "Go to the army over there." She pointed toward Kodono and Gramblige. As the old demon rushed toward them, they let him pass. Those knew who Kali was and wouldn't dare object to anything. Lami rushed to her father, and Kali jumped down from Arad's shoulder. "That oven isn't fully a demon." She pointed at the oven and then rushed back to the army, leaving Arad alone on the battlefield between the two armies. Well, well, well. Arad looked at the invaders with a smile. "Which layer do you come from, little oven?" "The one below," the oven replied with a smile, "and soon I'll belong to this layer. If that's the case, then you can leave without much of a loss. I have more pressing matters to take care of, but if you dare try to waste my time, you'll end up in a lot of pain, especially you." He looked at the oven with a smile. "You're powerful, but don't misunderstand. We came here ready to deal with 2 demon lords, not just one. You and that army over there, not enough to stop us. Not 100 years, the oven giggled. "Oh, really?" Blood gushed out from beneath Arad's feet and spanned behind him. "Blood for the Blood Lord." A woman's voice boomed from the sky, chapter 1064, the essence of faith. The oven looked up, his fiery eyes expanding as he saw them, 10 massive dragons. each carrying a church as they soared through the roaring sky. The dragons dropped the church down between Arad and the Oven's army, and from them countless waves of vampire nuns flew out, all armed to the teeth, their eyes burning with a never-ending bloodlust. My lord. Zia approached Arad and knelt down, even with the 10 vampire dragons. We're still outnumbered, and those are powerful demons. A single vampire nun was nowhere near as powerful as any of the demons in the Oven's army. The situation didn't look that good, but luckily this wasn't all that Arad could do. Don't worry, I've still got more. Arad waved his hand, and a large pirate ship, carried by a giant kraken, emerged from his blood, followed by a flying megalodon and another 50 vampire dragons. The harvest he got in Yog's world wasn't small, and with all of those terrifying monsters, even the demon army started thinking that retreating might be wise. Kill them all. No need to chase those who run out of the lair, Arad said with a smile, his eyes burning red, and all of the vampires charged forward, smashing into the demons like a raging wave. Ser, the Nova Fire Nyot. One of the nuns rushed forward in her heavy black armor and with a large war flag behind her back. Each step cracked the soft ground beneath her feet and splashed the acidic water and blood up. As those droplets hit her face and armor, they boiled, melting the skin and steel smoking green. Her sisters were at her right, at her left, and behind her back, all of them charging forward at the horrific demons before them. Large, grotesque horrors, a mass of flesh akin to a cockroach with double-jointed and hairy human legs, snail-like eyes, and a large twisted maw with a few extra rows of sharp teeth dripping with burning acid. The nun could hear her heart beating like drums, and her nose burned from the stench and acid. This place smelled like blood, filth, and acid all mixed together and left to rot beneath the burning sun for a week or two. She'd rather shove her face into the sewers and gargle that water than spend a second in this cesspit of demons. But for some reason, she couldn't help but smile, feeling a deep sense of thrill rushing up her spine. With open arms, she faced the demon before her, taking one heavy step, cracking the ground with burning red eyes. For the Lord, she smacked the flag down, planting it firmly before the enemy. As the flag flapped, the massive demons pointed their ugly and disgusting maws forward, breathing a deadly mist of acid. The acid hit the nun, melting her armor and skin. She screamed in pain as her eyes fell from their sockets, but her hands remained firm, tightly gripping the banner. In seconds, the only thing keeping her guts from spilling out was what little remained from her armor. "For the Lord," she yelled again, and the banner flashed, strands of white light crackling from her hand up to its peak. She wasn't alone. Hundreds of flag-bearer nuns had charged to the front lines and planted their banners. Once all had set the line, their power had combined, using their bodies and blood as a medium to pull power from Arad. A 10-meter-wide Ho-White nova emerged over the battlefield, washing the demons in a ray of nuclear radiation as it flashed like a welding stick. The demons screamed, their bodies burning and melting away. All of those nuns had to concentrate so they could maintain the Ho-White nova, while normal nuns pray and get holy spells from their gods. Arad's nuns pray to him, and what they can get is his nuclear powers, summoning the might of their god to aid them in battle. The nuns knew very well that Arad wasn't a god, but even so, they only prayed to him. The flag-bearer nun's damaged body started regenerating. Muscles and veins emerged over her exposed bone as a cry of pain escaped her throat. Skin covered her body, and new pieces of armor appeared to hide her pale skin. Her sole mission in this war is to stand her ground, endure everything, and keep the banner firmly planted at all costs. From behind the flag-bearer nuns, a flood of nuns rushed forward. Those ones carried large swords and tower shields, pushing beneath the magnificent light of their god, basking in his magnificent radiation. Demons, begun. One swung her sword, ripping a demon in half with a single attack. One charged her, and she blocked him with her shield as 2 other nuns killed it. As the demons charged forward, the nun lifted her sword. "For my lord, I pray," her blade sparked with light, unlimited power. Her sword crackled with pure white magic like lightning, flashing with light as she swung it down on the enemies of her god, ripping them to shred with a radioactive smite. The sword didn't carry divine magic, but pure heat, light, and radiation from Erad's nuclear Ho-White nova. She wasn't alone. All the nuns that charged forward with their weapons called forth on Erad's power, ripping all the demons in their path with zeal, chanting the name of their god with each strike. As one of the nuns charged a bit too deep, cutting her way open, one of the more powerful demons caught her, lifting her up. "Look at my eyes!" This massive humanoid demon had skin as red as blood, his eyes as black as night, and his voice as sweet and alluring as the divine's. He wasn't the only one, but there were tens of demons like him. All of them had captured the nuns leading the charge. "Bow to my will," he whispered into her face, his mouth steaming with fire and acid. The nun could feel her veins bulging, her mind ripping apart as the demon's claws dug into her skin. She pissed herself from the pain as the demon giggled. "Show me your deepest desire, and I shall give it to you." Submit. His mind sank deeper into her soul, pulling into her slumbering mind. The demon suddenly found himself inside a dark room. The nun was prostrating herself before Erad's statue, praying and crying. He couldn't hear what she was seeing, but this looked strange. He was looking for her deepest desire. Is this it? At that moment, it moved the statue's eyes. They glared at him with a burning darkness. Outside, the nun had shoved her sword into the demon's chest, crying blood out of her eyes. "Blood for my blood lord." Her sword flashed with nuclear radiation, burning the demon into ash. The nuns were breaking free from the demon's mind-boggling grasp one after another, all shouting their lord's name, ripping through the demon's flesh with their blades, nails, and teeth. The oven had finally started to realize the true nature of what he was facing. Those nuns aren't going to fall. As long as their spirits hold strong, their bodies shall never perish, and their minds are made of steel. He lifted his hand and breathed a massive blast of fire, setting both the nuns and his demons ablaze. "Let's see you recover from this. Mind-break demons, that woman, eat her soul." He pointed his finger at the nun leading the charge, and 3 demons flew through the fire surrounding her. With 3 demons plunging their creepy, disgusting fingers into her mind, the nuns' souls quickly shook. Fire burst from her eyes as she screamed with a blue flame raging from beneath her flesh. It doesn't matter how strong her faith and mind are, with 3 demons she is bound to fall. The demon's goal was to break free from her faith, sink into the darkest parts of her soul, and then use that to control her and the other nuns. They saw her praying to Erad, they saw her looking at Eris's statue, and they felt the fear, worry, and terror that she felt right before this war. They broke from the shackles of her faith in Erad and sunk into her soul, suddenly stopping at a scene drawn from her darkest mind. They found it, Hirze, the path to crack her spirit. She was there, sucking on a woman's toes, but it didn't take the demons a second to realize that the woman she was dreaming of worshipping was Eris. The nun screamed, purple veins of plasma burning across her whole body as Eris's manifestation inside her mind glared at the demons. That scene was nothing but a fantasy conjured by the nun's mind. But now that the demon had pushed her to the limit, Eris had sensed the nun's feelings through their blood, through pure divine worship. Murder them, clap. With a roaring divine smite, the nun ripped the demons to pieces with a divine cleaver. She stood in a wrath stance behind the murdered demons, her body sparking with purple plasma, divine magic, and nuclear radiation. "O divine spark of murder, this humble woman shall dedicate her life to you. O blood lord, please forgive this heretic for seeking another's blessing." She was crying, but her body immediately sparked with radiation and a smile crossed her face. The Lady of Murder had accepted me, and my blood lord didn't abandon me. Her sword burned with plasma, fire, divine magic, and nuclear radiation, foul demons. This humble woman shall not thank you. She shook her head with a gentle smile. "It was the blessing of my blood lord that put me in this war. It was he who guided me to light to Eris's blood." She stomped forward. "But I shall grant you a painful death to worship my lady with your blood without life." Scream, squirm, writhe in agony, for we shall not falter. Chapter 10 or 65, rat in Titan as the nuns pushed forward. The oven demon growled, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. A holy crusade of vampire nuns, supported by a wave of bloodthirsty vampire dragons from the sky. Good, good. He nodded with a smile, looking forward as Arad took a step toward him. Arad had already teleported past all of the fighting and was no more than 100 meters away from the oven demon. He walked slowly like a pigeon, and the demon could only spot his smile and burning purple eyes as hell roared behind him. To think I'd be this lucky to find you here, or unlucky it seems. The oven demon started walking toward Arad until they stood no more than 2 meters away from each other. You aren't a demon? What are you? Arad could sniff several different types of blood inside this walking oven. A human scent, a demon scent, a demonic scent, followed by oil, ash, and the stench of rotten flesh. Observant indeed, the oven stood tall, its head opened out and a steel plate emerged carrying a black leather chair. On that chair, a black rat with 4 arms and an eye patch was sitting. An abomination, never seen one that looked like a rat. Arad lifted a fist. But I don't care who you are or what you came for. This is my lair, Scram. Sadly, I can't do that as much as I want to. The rat shook his head. I know you won't give a rat's ass about me. I'm the rat here after all. He pulled the levers inside his cockpit and slid back. We can only fight to the death here. As the rat returned into the oven, it closed after him and grew larger. Blood splashed from its limbs as the steel plates shifted and twisted, ending in a 3-meter-tall humanoid robot with human legs and arms. Arad had never seen such a monstrosity before. While the legs clearly belonged to a woman as they still wore her high heels, those hairy, massive arms belonged to a man. The middle section was where the rat piloted this abomination, an armored steel case akin to plate armor, but with lightning crackling from its cracks. Since this abomination didn't have a head Arad or visible eyes, Arad had to guess who it was seeing, but it took him only a second to notice that those crystal, nipple-like things on its chest were the eyes. I guess you won't leave nicely. Arad clenched his fist and swung it at the abomination with his full strength, blasting him to pieces. It was as tough as Arad expected. If he knew it was this weak, he could have left before and let the dragons deal with him. Ooh, yeah. The rat's voice boomed out. The death curse. How sweet, how refreshing. Arad looked around to see the abomination's pieces floating on their own, sparking with a strange magic seer thonovelier.net. The fight wasn't over, it just started. Countless legs burst from the ground trying to stab Arad with the sharp heels. Arad dodged the attacks with ease, but his mind wasn't at ease. Something still felt off this rat. It should be an abomination, but Arad got this deep feeling of dread as if he shouldn't kill it. Looking around, the rat was flying inside a skull that had 2 hands for wings. He piloted it around like a plane. What are you planning? Arad yelled at him. Come back here. He clenched his fist, grabbing the skull with gravity magic. Your magic is indeed quite powerful, Sir Arad Orion. The rat looked back, pushing his hand forward to force the skull to fly, causing it to start smoking from how much magic he was pouring into it. But I suspect that Mom never taught you rats are dangerous when cornered up. You could get bitten, get sick, and even die. The rat ejected himself from the skull and landed on the head of one of his demons. But I'm no ordinary rat, you see. I'm Mother's proud child. All of the demons screamed in pain, their bodies disintegrating into a red mist that rushed toward the rat. You aren't the only one with blood powers. The demons' bodies merged together to form a single massive titan that the rat piloted, swinging its massive fist at Arad. Feel the wrath of this rat, as the nuns now had no enemy. They all retreated back into the city, allowing Arad to freely fight the flesh titan the rat created. The demons watched in horror as Arad shifted into his draconic form and charged at the titan, wrestling it to the ground. That thing is quite powerful to hold out for this long against our lord, Kodono said with a worried face. Lammy, his daughter, shook her head. No, Master doesn't want to blow this place up, so he is holding back a lot. He can destroy that Titan with a single punch, but the impact would kill us and damage the city. Then why isn't he dragging that thing away? No, wait. That Titan is intentionally trying to keep the fight close to the city so our Lord won't go all out. Cleaver bastard. Kodono finally realized and he waved his arms. Assist the Lord, all mages, line up and blow that thing to pieces. As the fight burned, someone sneaked past all of the demons and ran into the city. The rat had left the flesh Titan on autopilot and took this chance to make his way into the city. The rat ran across the streets at high speed. His body quickly shifted into a young boy with short white hair, purple eyes, and scarred pale skin. The kid's body shifted into red mist as his eyes flashed red, and he flew right through the castle gates, landing right at the peak of one of the towers. He looked through his fingers, seeing the girls walking into the castle through a portal. The kid's vision halted on Merlin as he pointed a finger at her. Time to end this? His finger flashed red and sparked with magic. Sweat started rushing across his back as his hand trembled. Damn it! He changed his mind and halted the magic. Didn't shoot? Why? Arad was standing a few feet behind him. You sensed me? Honestly, no. The kid slowly turned and looked at Arad. What is my Titan fight? My clone? Did you think I won't sense you sneaking out? Arad smiled. Honestly, no, I thought you'd be fooled. I guess Mom's words were right after all, but how much of them is right? I can only wonder. The kid stood and faced Arad. What's now? Trying to kill me? Not before I find out why were you trying to kill Merlin. Arad looked at him with a passive face. Can't say I know you. That's my mom. The kind pointed out same hair, eyes, and a weak body to boots. Merlin never had a child. Do you take me for a fool, kid? Arad smiled and the kid laughed. Maybe cheated on you, fool. Ask her. You really take me for a fool. Arad had seen Merlin naked more than once, and he knew for a fact she was a virgin at least. She was half an hour ago in the bath. The kid smiled. I'm not taking you for a fool, Dad. I know for a fact you're one, a big old dumb bear. The kind waved a hand as he stared at Arad with a smug face. I can't kill you because you're stronger than me. So I thought Mom might be an easier target. Guess I'm too weak mentally to do it. If you don't want to speak, then so be it. Arad lifted one hand. You'll tell the truth with enough pain. And what did I do to deserve that? The kid waved his hands in protest. Wait, trying to kill you and Mom is a good enough reason to bring the belt you used to wear too. He looked back at Merlin. But I'm too old for that now. Are you trying to rat it out of here like earlier? Not a chance. Besides, since when did I have a rat of a son? You're that of a coward to fight. Arad crossed his arms, staring at the kid with a smile. Said the big, black, fat rat of a father I have, but I've got one advice for you, Dad. You'll always be the protagonist, but you won't always be the hero. The kid disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Arad frowned. This feeling he didn't teleport away. His smell leads back to the battlefield and out of this lair as if he walked all the way there. Arad followed the kid's smell until he reached a cave with a massive teleportation circle. The teleportation circle was used just recently, seconds ago. The kid had used this to run away, destroyed too well to be on accident. The circle was damaged in a way that prevented Arad from copying or tracking it. The little bastard seems to have known a thing or two about Arad. Ripped time apart, ran here, and used this to escape, but he had time to cover his tracks and destroy anything I could have used to track him. Arad sighed. A master of time and teleportation magic. Has a hint of vampiric blood, strange flesh magic, and is able to use druidic spells to turn into a rat. As Arad turned to leave, the teleportation circle exploded behind him, blasting him away. What? Arad growled as he barely stood, burned to a crisp. That brat. A message floated in the air. Mom loves vanilla. All high humans do, especially if it's a cake. Arad read the message and then growled, punching the ground. Don't let me catch you. Brat. Chapter 1066. The Rule of Might. Arad returned back to the demonic castle, and he found that demon woman. He left her standing there with an entourage of servants all lined up and waiting for him. "Your lordship, welcome back to the castle." She rushed toward him and knelt down, followed by everyone else. "Did the others arrive?" he asked, looking at her, and she looked up. Yeah, the ladies have already arrived, and they are resting in the royal quarter with 50 servants. I'll go see them, and about the war outside the city, it's already over. Looking at the smoke rising in the distance. Lady Lammy was with you earlier. Is she coming as well? The demoness asked, and Arad shook his head. No, she is staying with her family for the day. And what about her? The little girl. The moment she asked, Callie appeared, standing behind them. Are you looking for me? Since when you were here, she gasped, and so did the entourage of servants. Those demonic maids were all powerful demons with sharp senses and enough power to put a whole kingdom through hell. Yet none of them could sense this little girl. Me? Little Callie extended her arms, growing 2 more pairs so she now had little arms. Catch me. She burst, running away, knocking the vases and skulls the demons used to decorate the hallways. Ah, the demoness cried, you're destroying everything. They had spent days decorating the place for Arad's arrival, and now she is causing such a mess. My lord, what should we do? She looked at Arad with a worried face, and he shrugged. Catch her, if you can. She is just playing around. The demoness looked at one of the demon maids. Catch her. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire. The demon maid stood at 8 feet tall, rivaling Arad in height, but her skin was as black as coal and her eyes burned with a green flame. Instead of hair, she had a large bush of sharp spikes growing out of her head. The maid's spikes perked up as she glared toward Callie. I won't harm her. The maid suddenly disappeared, moving at a speed that even Arad had to smile. She is powerful, really powerful. Maybe nowhere near a demon lord, but all of those maids working here were nothing short of walking disasters. As the maid's hand reached Callie, she suddenly disappeared. Where did she go? The maid gasped, looking around for Callie, unable to realize that she was latching to her back. She is on your back, another maid yelled, lunging to catch Callie. Callie dodged the maid, making her hit the first maid. Wait to play catch. Callie looked at them with sparkling eyes, and the two started to realize that this little girl was nothing but normal. She came with their demon lord, so why didn't they guess she'd be a problem? Before long, 9 demon maids were running after her, still failing to catch her. The maids weren't stupid, so after realizing that this little girl was probably as strong as a demon lord, they decided to stop challenging her speed and find another way to catch her. For Callie's sake, she stood on their hands as they tried to catch her and stole some of their armbands and belts away to play with. The maids finally managed to corner Callie. Little lady, please calm down. Playtime is over. She had already caused so much destruction and chaos that Arad had left to his wives. She had embarrassed them so much that they wouldn't dare go look at him in the face anymore. How could they fail to catch a little girl? Catch me. Callie turned around and ran into the way, busting a hole in her silhouette as she bolted away, smashing through the steel walls like they were nothing. Stop her before she destroys the place. The demoness overseeing the castle yelled, and all of the demon maids rushed after Callie. She then rushed to check on Arad, only to find out that he locked the royal quarter with a barrier. She could probably break in, but that would clearly alarm him, and he might end up attacking her. It then took her a few seconds to figure out that this barrier blocked sound from getting out as well, probably cast by that white-haired mage that came earlier. At that moment, the whole castle shook, and a large pillar of dust rose to the sky from the front garden. She rushed to look out and saw a purple 15-meter-tall demon with lightning for hair standing there. My army has disappeared, come out, he growled, and all the maids in the castle looked at him with worried faces. That demon lord of thunder, the one living in the lair beneath them. The overseer of the castle jumped out of the balcony and landed before him. Lord Raiden, what brought you here today? He looked at her with burning red eyes, half my height, 4 arms, 3 breasts, an extra mouth on your stomach, and those ruby eyes. A half Asura demon, a rare breed, as expected of Solace collecting rare demons like skulls. "You know of us?" she gasped, and he laughed. "Of course, half-blood like you are and eyesore weaklings who still worship a long-dead demon god." He laughed. "I know a useless piece of shit like you isn't of any help to my lordship. Scram, I want to meet Solace or whoever rules this castle now." The moment his eyes met hers, she could feel all power escaping her body. The sheer weight of his demon lord pressure almost crushed her soul, and she fell to her knees shaking. "Bug, Scram." He lifted his arm, conjuring a great sword of lightning. "Sir, the Novellerin." Ast Radon swung his sword down. The demon woman, Asmin, saw her life flash before her eyes. Unable to dodge that strike, she felt the urge to alert Arad, but he should be busy now. No. She is a proud Asura demon, a servant of the previous demon god, and even if she had lost all of her power after her god died, she wouldn't let anyone belittle his name. Asmin suddenly stood up, the ground shattering beneath her feet from how fast she moved, clapping her forearms on the lightning sword, falling on her head. As she caught the sword, her wrists shattered, her bones cracked, and her muscles ripped. Blood gushed out of her eyes and ears as the pressure crushed her down. Even her ankles ripped and splashed blood everywhere. Such a heavy hit her body was falling apart just from trying to block it. Asmin screamed, pushing upward with all of her might. The sword was already slowly slipping from beneath her palms, so she pushed on it with her head, letting it dig into her skull. "Gra!" With a roar, she boldly sparked with golden flames as she pushed the lightning sword up, shattering it. Radon looked at his shattered lightning sword with an amused yet confused face. "You actually blocked it, even broke my sword." He looked at Asmin, who was now on her knees, bleeding all over her body, barely able to see. As expected of a follower of the old demon god of destruction, breaking things is your thing. Even your bodies aren't an exception. He conjured another sword with ease. He could create thousands of such blades and throw even more attacks than what Asmin had blocked. He wasn't even putting a tenth of his strength into what he had dropped on her earlier. He lifted his sword up with a smile. "Asura is dead. This abyss is no place for the weak. It's your own fault for following a failed, dead god." Asmin knew that Radon was right, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't just abandon her belief in Asura. Even after 5,000 years, she could still remember him leading the whole abyss, tip-tap. She blinked and Radon halted. Both of them looked to the side. Asmin could see a large, muscular man standing at 10 feet tall. He had 6 muscular arms, golden skin, short white and red hair, and burning white eyes, and his whole body was covered in golden jewelry and gems. Her eyes opened wide, but the sweet giggles of a little girl made her blink, and it was then that she realized that what she saw was just her imagination playing tricks on her. It was Callie who was running toward them with a happy smile, running away from the maids. A little girl? And those arms, an Asura demon. Is this place filled with nothing more than ants? Radon growled, swinging his sword casually at Asmin to finish her off. It was at that moment that Kali disappeared from his vision. Blood splashed and his wrist flew away with the sword. He didn't even flinch, but his eyes slowly turned back toward Asmin, seeing Kali already at her side, patting her head. "Don't cry. Look, I found a cook bug." Kali handed Azrin a demon beetle. A little girl that looked no older than 5. She wore a tattered and dirty tunic, and her long and pink hair was silky smooth but covered in dust, running around barefoot, and her 6 arms, pink eyes, and fair skin, almost glowing with golden sparks of strange magic. She looked like a slum brat, a homeless child who got lost and found her way here, but for some reason, Radon could feel it, she was a problem. Demons rule with power. Might make right. But that doesn't give you the right to bully those far weaker than you. Callie slowly turned toward Radon and pointed to the ground with one finger. "Apologize to her," she said with a pout. Radon giggled. "I beat anyone who stands in my way." That wasn't a request. Callie lifted her tiny foot and tapped it back on the ground. Radon's face flew straight to the ground, smacked on it. Apologize, I won't repeat myself. What was more horrifying was that no one could feel any power out of Callie. Chapter 1067, Lala's Research. No, this feeling, this oppressive aura. Radon growled, his body crackling with lighting. We demons are proud, even if it's you. I shall never bend down, he screamed, pushing on the ground with all of his might, barely managing to stand. With a spark of lightning, Radon unleashed all of his demonic magic, accelerating to the peak of lightning speed. But he seemed still, his eyes barely following the afterimages of Callie's swinging little palm. Something hard hit Radon, blasting out of the city with a massive shockwave. All of the demons could feel it spark for a fraction of a second, the mighty golden glow of their demonic goddess of destruction. When Radon came to his senses, he was already flying out of the city, his ribs all shattered. It was but one hit, and he almost died. She is fast, faster than me by 1,000 years. I control lightning, and I can't even follow her moves. Is it luck or unluck that I'm here fighting the demon goddess of destruction? Radon laughed, a large smile crossing his face. To die facing the great demon goddess, I must be blessed. Let's fight. Let's spill our blood and see who's the stronger demon. But his eyes suddenly opened wide. Callie was already flying above him with both hands together. This isn't a fight. It's an execution. She said something massive and fast flew right down at Radon and smacked him to the ground. He threw up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot and his body almost shattered. When she lifted her foot and stomped down, it felt like something heavy crushed me. Her hands moved too fast for me to see, and the attacks always come from strange angels. I'm sure she didn't physically hit me right now. He looked up and giggled. So this is it. The divine avatar of Kali? A golden titan in the shape of Kali with 1,000 arms stared down at him, glowing with a divine radiance enough to send shivers into the hearts of the dead. Kali's golden avatar. The agent of destruction is an enlarged copy of her body that she uses to fight when she doesn't want to touch the one she is fighting. The avatar takes the current shape of Kali and bears as many arms as she wants and can output. The avatar that Radon is facing takes the form of the young Kali, making it far smaller than the avatar that shows up when she is in her true body. The avatar also only had 1,000 arms, far fewer than the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, it usually has. On top, it was unarmed. Normally, the avatar would carry a different weapon in each hand, symbolizing Kali's infinite destruction potential and methods. What's worse for her enemies? The arms are ethereal and lack collision amongst each other, which means they can phase through one another and attack the same place at the same time, and they can't be blocked as they remain ethereal until the moment of impact. What's worse for her enemies? The arms are ethereal and lack collision amongst each other, which means they can phase through one another and attack the same place at the same time, and they can't be blocked as they remain ethereal until the moment of impact. As Radon was getting smacked left and right like a fly, he finally managed to figure out something even more scary than anything that Kali had done until now when she first attacked him, the moment she lifted her foot and stomped down, forcing him to the ground. There was no golden avatar around, or was it? When she stomped, it was indeed the golden avatar that stomped on Radon and forced him to the ground, which meant this terrifying thing could go invisible and hide all of its presence. Kali was walking around with a god-killing machine at her side all of this time. That? One of the maids inside the castle gasped. The demon goddess, that little girl? Indeed, the greatest demon masquerades as an innocent child, a pure, cheerful little girl. A poor-looking one that draws on people's pity and empathy. Asmund barely managed to stand. Her wounds were healing, but a bit slower than she wanted. She looked at Kali's avatar. Dazzling, holy golden light. If people see it, they'll think it's a god. They'll start praying in hope. But the best lie is always camouflaged beneath a veil of truth. It's a god, yes, but a demonic god, an agent of destruction. How did our Lord get in touch with her? I never heard of her helping a demon lord before. Asmund looked at the maids, and they wore those worried expressions. We did manage to ask her about who she is when we were chasing her around. One of the maids replied with a worried, scared, and confused face. What did she say? She said that Lord Arad is her future husband. Asmund's face paled. Are we serving the house of the demon goddess now? No, our lord might as well be the next demon god, Seer Tho Novel Fire. It's over for Radon. One of the maids approached Asmund. We better make sure she and our lord are comfortable. We don't want to end up killed as well. Inside the castle, past the barrier, Arad sat on this massive beige bed. It was almost 12 meters wide and 9 long, large enough to fit the largest of demons. But Arad wasn't alone. His wives were sitting with him as well. Ayla and Merlin sat at his right. Eris at his left. Merida and Kino sat beside each other, and Mira sat with Izdis facing him. Tina looked at them as she stood beside the bed. Mira and Izdis would be the last. Ayla goes first. Hearing Tina's words, the other girls stood, but Arad stopped them. Wait, before this? Why is she here? He looked at Tina. No, the one standing beside her, the succubus Lala. She waved her hand to him with a smile. Please don't mind me. Ayla scratched her chin. We might need her help. Not might. You need my help. And now, Lala pulled a chair and sat down as everyone left, leaving just her, Arad, Ayla, and Tina. Care to explain now? Arad looked at her, and Lala giggled. No need to hurry. The fun is just starting. She started taking her clothes away. It's about Ayla being pregnant. I was hired by them to investigate and do some research, look up compatibility. Then why are you stripping down? Arad lifted an eyebrow and she giggled. Well, I'm a succubus, just thinking about it is. I don't want to get my clothes dirty. Crack. Tina smacked her on the head. Speak up. Fine, fine. You aren't fun at all. Lala sighed. Ayla is indeed pregnant, and the child seems to lean more toward being an elf. But we can't tell so early on. For elves, pregnancy can last up to 9 years. It's no different than being 1 day pregnant to humans. You confirmed it. Ayla smiled, but Lala lifted her hand. Don't get your hopes up. You two still have a lot of work. Lala scratched her head for a second, thinking of a way to explain the situation. An elf's body can well forget it's pregnant after a few months. When that happens, the child dies, especially when the father isn't an elf. What do you mean? Arad could guess where this is going, but it's better to listen to Lala's explanation for now. Don't worry, the solution is simple. You need to make sure her body doesn't forget that she is pregnant. Do at least weekly, if you can. 1 a month shouldn't be a problem, but you mustn't spend 2 months without doing it. Lala stood. Elve's sexual drive is quite unstable. You must make sure she is well excited, at least for the first 5 years of the pregnancy. After that, it won't matter as it would have stabilized. Simple enough. We're already planning on doing that anyway. Arad smiled and waited for Lala to leave, but she stayed right there, staring at them menacingly. It's not that simple. Lala stood and approached them. Thrust a bit too hard and you'll kill the embryo. Don't get deep enough and she won't be stimulated and the child will die. She sat beside Ayla. I'm here to oversee and give advice to make sure you two don't mess up. You sure she isn't making this up? Arad looked at Ayla and she shook her head. I've confirmed it with several elves. All of them said the same. Usually, the parents instruct their children about such matters, but since Mom died, I couldn't get such an education, Ayla sighed. And what's more, I've heard the problem gets very bad when elves get on with people from other races. Come on, I'm a succubus and a holy healer. I'm the expert when it comes to sex and health. Lala giggled as she leaned on Ayla. I can't let her face trouble. Like what happened with Mira. She shifted a glare at Arad. Something happened to Mira? You remember how you had to supply her with mana for a while since her body can't feed the egg enough magic? That was a problem. I would have told you two to be careful had I investigated before you got to it. Lala stood. I'll be watching over you and all of your wives to make sure nothing goes wrong. How to care for Mira. How to make sure what happened to Mira doesn't repeat with the others. How does Merida's demonic blood make it hard for her to get pregnant? And what are the rules of vampires as well? They are technically undead and can't give birth to life. Lala pointed at Arad. Now start with Ayla, and remember, your job is to make sure she feels good. The more sexual stimulation she gets, the better. I don't care what you feel or do, as long as it makes her feel it. I can't be the only one having fun. Ella tried to argue back, but Lala glared at her. If he wants to have fun, then I'm here. Lala quickly shifted her stare at Arad. We have ample time. Follow my instructions. The sooner you learn, the sooner I'll be leaving you two alone. Would Lala work for free or not? Chapter 1068. The Cost of Love. Lala looked at Arad with a smile. Hurry up and take those clothes off. We have a lot of time, but a lot of people to get through as well. While it only took Arad a second to absorb his clothes into his stomach, Ayla had to take her clothes one by one, getting her head stuck in her shirt. I don't expect that you'll work for free. Arad looked at Lala as Tina was trying to free Ayla's head out of her shirt. The cost? Lala giggled. I've talked about it with your wives, and they agreed. On what exactly? Arad knew that Lala might be up to no good. He should stop anything that might be of harm. One of 4 things. I doubt you'll find any of them palatable. Lala giggled. And of course, you are the subject of them all. She licked her lips. I knew it. You're up to no good. Arad sighed. At least let me finish. Hear the options first and decide. Lala lifted one finger. The first one is a payment of 1,000 cubic meters, 264,000 gallons of your cum. You're a massive dragon and should be able to fill that in at least several dozen loads. Arad could hear her stomach growling. That'll feed me until the end of time. You really eat that. Arad could feel his head hurting. That amount is enough to drown the whole castle. The other option. If I can suck it directly from you, then I'll be satisfied with half the amount. But you'll have to feed it to me for a long time. Lala licked her lips. This means I would be stopping by your house every now and then for a meal. The other option. Arad is starting to guess what she wants. If I can suck it from them, then I'll be satisfied with 1/4 of the first amount. Her eyes shifted toward Ayla. What do you mean? You do whatever you want with your wives, then I'll come and suck everything out of their wombs. Lala's tongue extended out. It was almost 2 feet long. I'm a succubus. We feed off sexual desire and lust. Those are best when done by more than one person. Succubus are devils after all. Should have asked Abel for advice about dealing with you. Arad sighed. Abel? Sarah's brother, I remember him. Lala giggled, but even he doesn't know something. We Cubus are the descendants of Cupids, the angels of love. Or should I say that we're the descendants of Cupids that fell from grace? You're an angel? Can't say I believe that? Arad chuckled. No matter how he looked at Lala, he could only see, for the lack of a better word, a sex maniac pretending to be a holy nun. We'll get back to that later. Lala leaned back. Let's talk about the next option. This is the one I'm hoping for. Lala took her panties off and threw them away, spreading her legs and showing Arad her insides. What do you think? She said with a smug smile. Arad froze in place. You're kidding, right? Even he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. No, this is one of your tricks, right? There is no trick here. I'm almost 1,000-year-old virgin succubus. In human terms, I'd be a monk, discarding worldly desires for a higher cause. She licked her fingers. There are some Cubus that try to achieve enlightenment and regain our holy origin. I'm one of those monks. Don't tell me you're trying to turn back into a Cupid, are you? Lala nodded. That's the plan. The reason I want all of that cum out of you is so I can take it and lock myself in seclusion for several thousand years. I prayed to Gracie, and she predicted that I'd turn back into a Cupid if I managed to reach 5,000 years old as a virgin. Arad was already thinking about it. But aren't you going against your nature as a succubus? Indeed, and it's driving me mad. I don't think I can endure another century without breaking down both mentally and physically. Lala sighed. I've read about a similar incident. It was a succubus who failed and went on a rampage. She looked at Arad with a smug face. She lost her mind, went insane, and sucked over 50,000 people dry, men and women alive, all eaten by her. You want me to help you? How? Well, even I don't understand how it'll work. But her divinity Gracie said that the only one I could have sex with and still return to being a Cupid is you. Something about you being an exception. She waved her hand and pulled a devil contract. The rules are simple. Her divinity wrote them. When Arad read the contract, it was only one line: the succubus Lala shall be owned whole by Arad Orion and serve him as her god. This means I can have sex with you and still turn into a Cupid. I won't need to lock myself and suffer alone for thousands of years of insanity. She then looked a bit sad. The last option is far simpler. I won't take anything from you. She looked at him with a smile. But around 100 years from now, if I go insane, I want you to find and kill me before I cause a disaster. Arad was a bit confused. So you want me to help you turn into an angel, a Cupid to be specific, because I somehow can't ruin your monk thing of rejecting your nature as a succubus. Of course, I'll be worshipping you as my god from the day you accept the contract. Even after I turn into an angel, I'll be your angel. She looked at Aella, who had just managed to fully strip. I talked with all of your wives about this, and they said they can't decide. Arad scratched his head. We need time to think about it. I'm already researching and making sure your wives' pregnancies go smoothly. Aella told me that you need to take Mira to her divinity Gracie's castle to give birth. A shadow, Dracaina, will be able to guide you through the sea of shadows into the succubus kingdom, but navigating that kingdom without a guide is impossible, let alone getting into the castle. Lala started throwing more chips in. I lived there for 300 years. I can guide you and make sure no other succubus attacks you. With me by your side, meeting the goddess won't be difficult at all. We just need to show up. Allah, what do you think? Arad looked back at her. I might not be alive in another 4,000 years, but Mira and Eris could benefit from a Cupid being around. Aella approached them. It isn't right for me to decide on my own, so we wanted to leave the decision to you. Master, Tina approached him. You might not believe me, but I'm sure all of the wives won't disagree with anything you decide. In fact, it'll give them peace of mind since they won't have to think too much about it. There is nothing to think about. Arad sighed. 4,000 years is a long time, and even 100 years before she goes insane is still a very long time. He turned toward Lala. You can stay, but you'll have to wait until your turn. I'll inform her of her place in the list. Leave it to me. Aella smiled, puffing her chest up. But Lala turned toward Aella. Are you really okay with how many women he is getting? Aella shook her head, somewhat naturally. I would love to be able to keep him all for myself, but with over 1 foot long third leg that's thicker than a neck, it gets exhausting quite quickly. She pointed at Arad's flesh, and at the start of it all, I couldn't really reject Mira at the start since she got too close. Now I got used to how lively our household is. She looked at Tina, and she nodded. Indeed, all the ladies running around working together to keep the house. I can't imagine how quiet it'll be without you and Eris arguing about adding meat to dinner. So now any new women joining should expect more and more women to come after her. Lala sighed. It comes with the spot. But there is one catch. You must keep respect by seniority. It's the luck of the draw. First come, first ruled, she said with a proud smile. Since you're the first wife, you hold the most power after Arad. Lala smiled, but Aella giggled. That's where you're wrong. I'm wrong? Lala lifted an eyebrow. To get an unbiased opinion between us wives and make sure that, for example, I don't bully those who came after me. She looked at Tina. Tina here has full freedom to let in or kick any of the wives out at her own discretion. What? Lala gasped and Arad nodded. I like to call her a housekeeper. She makes sure that I'm not biased against any of my wives and also breaks fights between them as a neutral power. Tina was the one controlling the house before Gammond and Corey had suspected such a thing, and decided to give her as much respect as a wife instead of that of a maid, and their decision was right. So I should have been asking her. Lala looked at Tina, who was staring at her with a passive face. "Don't look at me like that. I'll not eat you up." Tina pointed at the center of the bed. "Are you going to show Arad what to do or not?" "Ah, yeah. You're quite big and long, so you can't thrust in fully. Let me see how much you can go in." Lala jumped in to start doing her work as Tina watched. Lala touched Ayala's stomach. "The womb should be around here. You're quite big, so please try not to reach it." Chapter 1069, Entertaining the Elf, 18 Elves, are kind, a bit arrogant and haughty, but most of all they are flexible, physically and mentally. Contrary to common beliefs, elves are arrogant and see themselves above the other races because whenever there is an argument, the elves who live for centuries are the wisest and always win thanks to the wisdom they collected over the ages. But what most people ignore is that elves' arrogant behaviors completely disappear if you manage to prove them wrong. In fact, if a man managed to befriend an elf, that elf would keep visiting the man's family decades, if not centuries, in the future, paying respect to his family and assisting them if they needed. Humans live around 50-100 years, but elves can live from 500 to 1,000 years, all based on how much power they accumulated. The more strength they piled up, the longer they'll survive. Ayala was around 215 years old, equivalent to 21 years in human terms. In terms of age, she is second only to Eris, who is almost 600 years old, just stuck looking like a 25-year-old thanks to her vampirism. While Eris had lived longer, her life was mostly spent as a mortician and a killer, going from one murder to another without much meaning. Ayala, on the other hand, had lived her 215 years like all elves and learned a lot. Most elves finish their studies and work training at the age of 30 while still looking like a 3-year-old. From that time they start working to establish a name for themselves. Arad's wives have decided to let Ayala be their leader not just because she was the first wife, but because, unlike them, she had lived far longer and established a vast wealth of knowledge, especially if we counted Zephyr with her. But while she might be their wisest, she always found herself failing to think straight when Arad was around. She couldn't help but have this strange feeling that he was far older than her, wiser, ancient even. The first time Zephyr mentioned to Arad that elves have something for hands and feet like humans have for breasts and butts, Ayala wanted to find a rock to hide beneath. How could Zephyr mention such a thing to him? But opposite to what Ayala expected from Arad, being a dragon after all, he wasn't opposed to entertaining her. She had shared those concerns with Lala to try and get her opinion. Lala only giggled and told Ayala that she should trust Zephyr's judgment. That old fairy had lived since ages immemorial. Ayala lay on the bed, looking up with a blushing face and quivering eyes. Her burning ears bent down as Arad approached her and her body flinched. Under Lala's instructions, Arad grabbed Ayala's hands and bent over her, going in with a deep kiss and pushing her down against the soft bed. His fingers combed through hers, gently squeezing her palm with each breath. Ayala tried to resist and pull away, but Lala had already warned Arad. Poor little Ayala is quite shy. She doesn't dare to fully open up, even in such an intimate moment. Ayala knows that Arad loves her. She knows he cares about her, but she feels unworthy of it. The catch, she knows that she is worthy, and that her worries are just that, worries. Lala doesn't want to break Ayala's shyness, since that's a part of her charm, but she wants to make sure that Arad understands the difference between Ayala not liking something and her being just too shy to admit it. As the kiss released, Arad slowly went down to her neck, kissing it. Ayala flinched back. She didn't say anything, but a faint moan came out of her lip. "Skip it," Lala said, and Arad went down to Ayala's collarbone, immediately leaving her neck alone. The flinch was a bit too sharp to be out of her being shy. It was clear to Lala's eyes that Ayala felt uncomfortable with it, and she had marked it in her notes to ask about it later on. Right after getting past her collarbone, Arad found himself at her breasts, two massive ones almost the size of his palms, two pink nips perked atop those mounds, already sweating a bit. A gentle grab avoiding the pink peaks. It wasn't even a squeeze. Just letting the weight of his palm push down was enough. Aella wiggled like a worm. It was working, but not as well as if she were a human. Aella's eyes were already closed long ago. She didn't dare open them up to see, but she could feel something sucking on her nipples. With each pull, she could feel a tingle crackling all the way into her chest, making it slightly hard to breathe. That feeling didn't last long, as she felt her arms getting lifted up, her palms joined together in the middle. She slightly opened one of her eyes to see Arad kissing the back of her hands. She immediately pulled her hands off, but Arad was far faster than her, snatching them right back up. "You aren't going anywhere." He looked at her with a smile, and Lala nodded in the back. "From now on." Lala looked at them. If you wanted to greet her when coming home, a kiss on the back of her palm would be better. "What are you saying?" Ella gasped, staring at her. Just a normal greeting as Lala turned toward Tina. "Make sure they keep this. This is a traditional elvish greeting that's well known, especially among the royals and nobles. Commoners kiss the hands of nobles and royals, usually as a show of respect to someone of a higher status. But in the context of a household, let's say Arad kissing Aella's hand." Lala looked back at Arad. "It's a show of respect and love. Kissing the hands that work for you, the hands that cook the food, the hands that take care of the house. That is why the elves have the saying asking her hand in marriage comes from." Arad let go of Aella's hands after a while, slowly making his way down to her well-toned abs. Her belly usually looked smooth and flat, but with how nervous she was and how much she flinched with each touch, her abs remained flexed. Ser, the Novifier, ate. After a quick kiss, he kept going on. Lala had been clear that tickling her was out of the question now. While Ella is strong enough to withstand several kicks and punches to the guts without the child getting harmed, her own muscles contracting while laughing is another matter. After caressing her soft and plump thighs, Arad slowly lifted her legs up, kissing her knees and calves and reaching down to her feet. Aella immediately pulled them away, and Lala giggled. "Don't let her get away with it. Catch them." She then stared at Aella. "I told you not to move, or do you want me to paralyze you?" Arad grabbed her by the ankles, and Lala nodded. "She likes it a bit too much and is dying inside from shame. Ignore her and keep going as I planned." Aella could only cover her face as she could feel him licking her toes, his flesh pressing against her, ready to push inside. She waited for it and waited, but nothing happened. When she opened her eyes and looked, she could see Lala looking at her with a grin. "He'll keep licking them until you relax a bit." Aella gulped down and looked back at Arad. "Fine. It's good to be honest." Lala smiled and waved her hand to Arad. Arad parted Aella's legs and pushed her feet all the way back to her face. She was already dripping down there. "Keep in mind, you aren't here to feel good, but to make her feel good for the next 5 years at least." Lala sat beside Arad and Aella, slowly pushing him down. Slowly, gently. And above all, keep an eye for when you hit something hard. Stop. Arad halted, and Lala looked down. Interesting. She ain't that deep, only about 5 inches. You've still got more than half out." She turned toward Aella. Said, "He used to push it all the way in? How is that?" "I'm quite flexible," she replied with a blush, and Lala sighed. "Never heard of a flexible pregnant woman, but I know elves are supposed to be some twisty, agile bastards." Lala looked back at Arad. "Pull out at least half an inch." "Okay, don't go over this. Start thrusting, slowly." Aella faintly moaned with each slow thrust. This wasn't as rough as she usually did with Arad, but taking things slow every now and then felt nice as well. Now bend over her, pin her hands to her feet at the sides of her head. Switch between kissing her and kissing her feet, and hand at your own discretion, and make sure to keep a steady rhythm. Lala stood. This was all she could do for them. If you're still unsatisfied after this... Lala tapped Arad's back. "Then I'm right here and open to anything." Lala sat on the couch and started playing with herself as she watched them. Soon she turned toward Tina. "You'll just stand there. Take your clothes off and enjoy yourself a bit. I can smell it from here. You're wet down there. Tina's eyes turned toward her. You're right, but I won't. She remained standing there. This isn't the time. Her eyes shifted back toward Arad and Ayla, and she looked at them, putting on a passive, emotionless face. Chapter 1070, The Spark of Blood. It's finally over. Lala stood up and stretched her arms. Tina, who is next? Eris, I'll clean for now. She carried the small bowl of warm water and started cleaning the two, as Lala changed the bed sheet with a single wave of her finger. Nice spell. Where did you learn it? Tina looked at her. Such a spell would make housework far easier. The Royal Succubus School at the Succubus's Kingdom of Shadows? Lala waved her finger and she changed her clothes, hair color, skin tone, height, eye color, and even proportions. With a single flick of her fingers, the whole room's lighting shifted and the air changed into a lavender scent, then to orange. It's all a part of a succubus's arsenal. We change our appearance to suit our prey, and we can change the room or location to set a mood. It can help us trap them. She smiled and looked at Arad. It's all about the setup, said the virgin succubus. He shook his head. As long as someone finds out you're using magic, those tricks would fall apart. That's why our spells are designed extremely hard to detect. She smiled. You didn't even notice, did you? As Arad blinked, he found himself speaking to Tina. Lala was the one wiping him clean. No, she was licking it off. Of course, I won't let anything go to waste. Since when you were here? Arad gasped and Lala giggled. She then pointed at Tina, who was slowly fading away. The moment you two finished, she left to pick Eris up. She looked at Arad with a large smile. What do you think? Succubus's illusions are nice, aren't they? Hold up, Alla looked at her. I could clearly sense Tina's breath when she was cleaning me. I'm a master of wind magic and won't miss someone's breath. The spell mimics that as well. It was me all along. She stood and approached Arad. I'll teach you how to use a succubus's illusion if you want, but we'll leave it to another time. Eris is here. She looked at the door and Tina walked in with Eris. Tina immediately stopped and looked at the unused bowl and towel, then at Ayla and Arad. They were both clean. She reached beneath her skirt and pulled a flintlock. Kill her. She aimed at Lala and Eris, rushed to catch her. Teacher, is Tina trying to kill you? Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong, she cried. This succubus is a monster. We should kill her. Tina pointed at the bowl. She didn't use that. She licked them clean. Wait, the demons brought 2 bowls. Look, the used one is behind the bed, Lala cried. Stay updated via my virtual library empire. No matter how much she tried to recall, Tina was sure she only received a single bowl and towel from the demons. But looking behind the bed, there was indeed a used bowl and towel. We were trapped in an illusion and saw you clean us. Check the bowl. It might be fake. Arad reached down and picked up the bowl. It felt real. The water in it was warm, and the same with the towel. Everyone checked it and confirmed that it was real. See. I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Lala looked at Tina with a smile. Ayla sighed. You licked him, but let's forget that for now. She stood and approached Eris. It's your turn. Take care of him for me. You don't have to tell me that. Unlike you and Mira, I can go all out. She tapped her shoulder with a smile. Leave it to me. Ayla left, and Eris rushed to the bed as Lala looked at the bowl with a smug smile. I survived. Eris approached the bed and looked at Arad. So, what will we do today? I'm sure my lovely teacher here has some plan, doesn't she? Vampirism started as a disease that evolved into a curse, and then a whole new race of intelligent monsters. Technically dead, but still alive, this makes things far more complicated. Lala pulled a chair and sat on it, facing Arad and Eris. Complicated, but possible. I'm here after all. Eris started taking her clothes off. If Mother managed to get pregnant by me, then I should be able to do the same. A goddess can't get pregnant by a mortal, but a god can reduce his power to make a mortal woman pregnant. She looked at Eris with a stern face. Your problem isn't just vampirism. It's that you're also a demi-goddess. But since we're speaking, Arad smiled, you must have found a solution, right? Not just a solution, but many solutions. Lala put one leg on another and leaned forward. First, she is a half-elf, which means she'll need the same care Alla has after she gets pregnant. You two are dragons, so it'll be better to do it after a battle so your blood is pumping hot, and you need to suck her blood while doing it. So it's that we should fight then, do it while I suck her blood. Arad scratched his head, and Lala explained further. Since she is a vampire, her blood would kill the egg right after fertilization. That's why you'll suck her blood, to weaken her so that won't happen. The fight achieves the same goal by exhausting her blood magic. Eris jumped into Arad's lap and lifted his hand and started licking his fingers and sucking on them. It's been a while since we fought. I wonder if those hands got stronger. She looked at him. You did get a bit taller. The abyss layer above us is empty. We can fight there if you want. Arad stood and put Eris down. She waved her hands and her clothes covered her body with the motion of her palm. Let's go. I've been itching for a fight as well. She then quickly approached him. If I win, I'll do whatever I want with you for the rest of our private time. If you win, I'll also take anything. He pulled her toward him and gave her a deep kiss. Whatever you win or lose, I'll do whatever you want. Just show me your best, whatever it may be. Arad knew that Eris had no chance of actually defeating him, and he knew that she wouldn't accept him losing on purpose. That is why he decided to give her the benefits whatever the result was. Eris extended her claws and pointed them at Arad's stomach as she kissed his neck. Don't you? Her fingers pierced his stomach and she pushed her hand into his torso, going all the way up to grab his still beating heart. Dare, hold back, show me all that you've got. Arad wasn't even flinching, I won't. Eris giggled and squeezed his heart. Then why are your organs still inside you? You could have protected them with the void. Of course, you've already got my heart in your hands. What would change if you grabbed it? He kissed her back. You cheeky one. She pushed her tongue inside his, elongating the kiss as she pulled her hand out of him. His wound instantly healed, and the blood on her arm evaporated. Then I'll be the judge. Callie appeared in her true body sitting behind them. She pointed a finger up. How about this? I'll lock the layer above us so both of you can use it as a wasteland for mock fights. You're back? I didn't feel you coming. Arad looked at her and she smiled. No one ever does. No one can. She stood and approached them. I'll also make sure everyone else can watch the fight from here, your wives and the demons serving here, of course, not the common rabble. Arad and Eris got teleported to the layer above and found themselves alone in the middle of the charred black land, standing right beside the fallen moon. I hope you're ready for this. Arad looked at her with a smile. As per your wish, I won't hold back. Just what I want. It means I can try to kill you without worry, let everything loose, murder the life out of you. Eris cracked her knuckles. In the demon city, Laimi was finally staying at her family's home. Her father, mother, and sisters were all sitting in the living room with her. Even Gramblig, the Minotaur, had brought his wife and kids to visit. Gramblig and Kodono Laimi's father used to get into fights a lot, but those days they seemed to get along. Part of it is that Gramblig can't offend Kodono anymore with Laimi working for Arad. It'll be beneficial for him to befriend him instead. Suddenly, a crystal appeared out of nowhere and projected an image on the wall. Callie looked at them and smiled. Laimi, you have to see this. Arad and Eris are about to fight. She immediately showed them Arad and Eris, who were just standing in the layer above. Eris? Who is she? Kodono looked at Laimi, and she replied with a worried face. One of Master's wives. I met her for the first time just hours ago, but she didn't feel that powerful, albeit Lady Tina warned me that unlike how she looks, she is a demi-goddess of murder and is no less a monster than Master himself. This fight would end quickly. Kodono shook his head. Even if she is a demi-goddess, Sir Demon Lord is still far stronger than that. Just looking at her, Gramblig sipped on his team. If I and Kodono join forces, I bet we can defeat her. You're right. Kodono nodded. We already killed 5 demigods in our life. Eris took a deep breath and lunged at Arad, swinging a fist with her full power. The moment her fist impacted Arad's stomach, plasma burst from her wrist. exploding with an ear-piercing blast that razed the mountain behind Arad to the ground. The whole layer shook, and even those in the lower layer felt it like an earthquake. Gramblig dropped his teacup, and Kodono's wife clung to him, terrified. Such power, Eris alone could have wiped the whole layer with them. I was also told that Eris trashed the first layer of hell before she even became a demigoddess, Lemmy said, and everyone looked at Eris with terrified faces. What was even scarier was that Arad was just standing there with a smile on his face, glaring down at Eris with purple, glowing eyes. His shirt was blown off and he was topless, but that was all the damage Eris's punch did. Her fist had stopped on his abs, smoking from the heat. Eris gasped and immediately threw another punch with the same power behind it, causing another massive blast. "She can use that attack twice?" Kodono cried as he pulled his wife aside, saving her from the falling chandelier. "Is this all?" Arad looked at Eris with a chuckle. Her fist did nothing but tickle him. She immediately started throwing a whole barrage of punches, every punch stronger than the last, shaking the whole layer and causing massive earthquakes in the layers beneath and above it. Standing here, I realized Eris thought, as Arad smacked her with a punch to the face and sent her spinning in the air. As Eris fell on the ground almost 100 meters away from Arad, Callie cut the feed to Lemmy's house. "This is all I can show you so far." She waved her hand to them as the crystal shattered. But the battle above didn't end. Eris barely managed to stand, blood gushing down from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. She pissed herself as her knees could barely hold her upright. I realized blood must be spilled, and it doesn't matter if it's mine or yours as long as it's a murder. Her body crackled with divine magic. "I'll kill you, cut you to pieces, limb by limb," she waddled from side to side, her eyes burning with a trail of red flames as her blood spilled. Chapter 1071, Praise the Goddess of Slaughter. "What's going on with her?" Ayala gasped as she was sitting with everyone else inside the demon castle, watching Arad and Eris's fight. Callie looked at the screen. "Eris is the demi-goddess of murder. She told me that the first time she met Arad, she was trying to kill him. That feeling never changed. That feeling is now driving her divine portfolio forward. Are you saying that her divine power is growing by just trying to kill him?" Mira gasped. "That can't be right." She stared at Callie, but the goddess of destruction shook her head. "Prayers, the number of believers, the act of your portfolio being performed, all of those grant power to the gods," she looked up. "It's in her nature following that is bound to lead her to her true power. That power, Asmon," the head of the demons gasped. "It's on par with Solace." "Eris is stronger," Merida said as she was sitting cross-legged behind them. "Don't underestimate her." Asmon wasn't underestimating Eris. She compared her to a demon lord in existence with enough power to terrify the whole world for thousands of years. Yet that was still underestimating her. "Look, she's running at him." Isdis pointed at the screen with a gasp. Eris, who was just waddling like a penguin, finally started running, and with each step the ground beneath her feet melted with crackles of purple plasma. Arad remained standing in place. He was taking her punches earlier, and wouldn't mind taking another one, no matter how powerful it was. Eris pulled her right fist back, and lightning roared from behind her back, forming 2 rails between her and Arad. Purple dragons are born from the union of a red and blue dragon. They have both the power of fire and lightning, but generally only use their plasma, as that is far stronger than anything that fire or lightning can achieve. But Eris doesn't need strength. She needs Arad dead, killed no matter what. As the 2 lightning rails traced her path to Arad, she could feel the current roaring in them, pulling her fist toward him. By gathering a massive amount of blood in her arm and compressing it, she managed to both make her right arm stronger, more durable, and fill it with enough iron to be pulled by the magnetic field generated by the 2 rails. Eris's fist reached Arad, aiming directly at the center of his torso. Plasma flashed out of her bones the moment her fist connected, and Arad's body flashed with light until his bones became visible. his body inflated as if he was about to explode as her fist stretched and bulged his back and sent him flying back with 9 roaring shockwaves exploding around him. That wasn't a railgun, but a plasma rail fist. Eris's whole right arm evaporated from the impact. Too much power was released that even her durable physique couldn't handle the recoil. The whole layer violently shook from the impact, and Asmon even fell to the ground and almost broke her nose. It was only then that she realized why comparing Eris to Solace was underestimating her a lot. Erod smacked through 2 mountains before rolling to the ground like a heavy piece of steel, coming to a halt while still smoking from the heat. Sarth the ovelfire.net, did he get hurt? Tina cried, covering her mouth as she saw Erod not moving. We need to heal him quick. The impact must have at least scrambled his organs. Lala stood, ready to fly there to heal him. He is fine, Kino said with a smile. He is just happy. She pointed at Erod. He was indeed smiling. Erod stood as if nothing happened. Good, good. He lifted his hand. Come here. This is worth praising. With a roaring flash, the mountain before him melted, and Eris flew out of the burning magma, drifting past him with a lightning storm raging behind her. Her right arm had already healed, and she is coming for a second hit. She punched Erod with a hook straight to the liver, sent him flying to the layer's ceiling in the blink of an eye, and before he could hit that ceiling, she was already there and kicked him back to the ground. The moment Erod fell to the ground, Eris fell on his face with a stop, cracking the separating layer between the 2 layers. She can use that multiple times and consecutively? How much mana is she consuming? One of the demon maids gasped, and Callie shook her head. Probably 80% of her full tank for each hit. Then how did she use it more than once? Everyone was confused by Callie, looked at them with a disappointed face. Did you think gods can only grant power to their believers? They can also suck the power of their believers to fight. Callie looked at the screen with a smile. If she did that, then many people would die. Izdis glared at Callie. We must stop her. No need. Callie grabbed Izdis and pushed her down. Sit. The believers with the largest amount of mana get naturally prioritized when a god sap power. Who do you think is the largest tank that Eris can draw power from? It was just then that the girls realized, it's Erod. She is sucking his mana to fight him? Wait, how much mana does he have? Our Lord worships her. Asmon couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was news even to Lala. Why did she tell me? Not just her. Mira looked at them. He worships me too. But we couldn't leave him be, so we all worship him as our God as well. But from us, it's just a sentimental thing. He doesn't get any power from us besides the divine magic we can give him. Erod sat up like nothing happened. He looked at Eris for a second. You used the same fist and leg to hit me. Smart. He smiled. Your nails beautifully painted, just tuned by Gammond and Doma. He looked closer at her toes and fingertips. But when your limbs get destroyed and regenerate, those nails regenerate unpolished. What is he talking about? Asmon asked, and Ayla looked at her. She is a witch, a wannabe witch. She had her nails polished like witches do so she can have a bigger magic output. What Erod is referring to is that she lost half of her magic output when she got an arm and a leg destroyed. Izdis stood, just realizing that Iris's previous attacks weren't so simple. So, the mana cost is just one determinant. The other is losing a quarter of her magic output with each destroyed arm. Half points. Tina looked at her. Eris only lost about a quarter of a tenth of her magic output, not half. How? Tina grabbed the back of her hand and pulled on the skin. Remember? She is half a dragon. She has many scales all over her body that can release magic. How did you get that number? Callie looked at Tina. Do you know how many scales are on her body? Yes, she has 412 scales total. I counted them for her. Tina replied with a passive face. Everyone stared at her. You had her naked and counted them all? For what? Lala looked at Tina with a smug smile. So she can track the progress of her dragonification. The more scales appear on her body, the closer she is to a real Dracaina. Tina looked at Lala with a smile. And besides, she isn't the only one that has secrets with me. But she is the only one who said that she doesn't mind that I tell anyone. Callie laughed. You serious? She looked at the girls and realized from their flustered expressions that Tina was serious. You've got enough dirt on them. Didn't expect it from you. Enough, the fight didn't stop. Tina pointed at the screen. Arid stood and patted the dirt off his shoulders. Your nails had quite the magic on them. What a waste. He suddenly disappeared from Eris's vision. She looked everywhere but couldn't find him, until she felt two hands grabbing her butt from the back. Arid was sitting behind, squeezing her cheek. The right one is a bit smaller than the left. You didn't regenerate perfectly. Eris immediately spun with a round kick, aiming at his neck, only to find her foot below the ankle. Missing, he bit it off. And don't aim for the jaw while I'm more durable than you. I only need to open my mouth for your limbs to hit my teeth and get cut. Hearing his words, Eris jumped back with a spin and landed on one leg, glaring at him as blood veins bulged all over her body and her foot regenerated. All of those attacks, and she couldn't even scratch him. Something seemed off. How are you unharmed? Two things. I'm heavier than you, so the attacks just hurt you more than me. When your arm explodes, for example, that wastes a lot of power instead of delivering it to me. He looked at her with a smile. My body is too soft to endure that power. This is one reason. What's the second? She glared at him with a stern face. Discover more content at my virtual library empire. You're unconsciously afraid of hurting me. You're limiting the heat of your plasma. You're afraid of damaging the layer above us and causing trouble for me with another demon lord. You're afraid that if you didn't make a flashy enough show, then I'll come to hate you. Arid rested his fists on his hips, flexing his chest and abs. Clean those thoughts out of your head, Eris growled, and he looked at her with a smile. Eris, listen to me, he said in a gentle tone. You won't be able to harm me no matter what you do, so don't fear anything. Come at me with all you've got. If a demon lord came to complain, then let him come. Those monsters kill and terrorize humans anyway. I'm not going to care that much about them. You can terrorize their land a bit. He approached her with a smile and grabbed her by the hair. Look in my eyes. You're a Dracaena, aren't you? It's more shameful to care about flashy moves than not impressing me. So come with all you've got. He let her go, and she fell to her knees, shaking. What do your believers say? Yeah, he bent forward and glared at her. Murders drowned in gore and laughter. Praise the goddess of slaughter. You're about me, she stood. If I only used my draconic and vampiric powers, then I have no hope of defeating you. She reached forward and grabbed him by the neck. Then I should just enjoy myself tormenting you. Her divine portfolio started tingling. Chapter 1072, Purple Dracaena. The moment Eris charged at Arid with a clenched fist, he could see the divine magic crackling behind her. Earlier, she was heavily relying on her draconic and vampire powers. Now she had gone on to add her divine magic in. Arid lifted his fist and blocked her punch. This time he could really feel a lot of weight behind her attack. It wasn't just her divine magic burning him. He was a Pricolici. It was also the portfolio of murder urging him to die. The small wounds became bigger, exhaustion got multiplied, and his life force started getting sapped to feed her. She is a demi-goddess of murder, so murdering things and ending their life is her domain. Arid pushed Eris aside and swung a fist at her back. She turned rapidly and kicked his fist aside, swinging her open palm at his face, slashing him with her long vampiric claws. The first power of the murder portfolio, small wounds became bigger. Even if her claws can usually barely leave a dent on his scales, with her portfolio active she can cut him open. Arid leaned forward and headbutted her in the face, sending her bouncing off the ground like a rock on a pond. But at the end she landed on her feet unharmed. The second power of murder that was born thanks to her being a vampire is a healing one. The damage she deals to her enemy heals her back. Coupled with her demi-goddess natural regeneration, vampiric regeneration, blood healing, and holy magic healing, Not many wounds can stick to her for more than the blink of an eye. With such a healing speed, Arad won't be able to knock her out, Mira gasped. We should stop them, Aella added. The only way for him to win now is to kill her with a single strike, and Arad won't do that. He'll have to give up. Isdis sighed. She really managed to pull a fast one on him. What fast? Merida smiled. Do you think Arad would give up just because of that? What about his slaps? As Eris charged at Arad with another attack, he dodged her and swung his palm, slapping so hard on the butt that her skin evaporated. Such immense pain, anyone would have just died from it. Eris wrapped legs around Arad's hips with an excited smile, pointing a finger at his chest. The third power the murder portfolio gives her is a mental change. To her now, pain is pleasure. It doesn't matter who is suffering. She gets power from it. The thrill of killing Arad making her feel great pain had backfired, and she had gotten stronger from it. A purple sun burned at the tip of her finger, and she blasted Arad away with a massive explosion. Arad landed on his legs and slid away, a smile covering his burned body as he regenerated. Now that's more like it. He looked aside at Eris, who was sliding by his side. He swung a kick at her face, and she blocked it, throwing a punch at his jaw. She is actually putting up a fight? Callie gasped with a surprised face. She is just a demigoddess, yet able to display such power. No, that makes sense. Arad worshipped her. Eris swung a fist, engulfed in plasma and divine magic at Arad's chest as he dropped his fist on her head with a rumbling white flash of fire from a Ho-White nova. With a blinding flash, the whole layer exploded into fire, and even the layer below them started getting hotter and hotter from the fire. Arad and Eris walked out, stretching their arms and flexing their backs. Arad flexed his abs and looked at them. You almost blew a hole in my stomach, and you almost punched my skull into my chest. Can't you be a bit more gentle with your wife? She looked at him with a smug smile. I'll be if you want, but we're both dragons. I'd love to have a Dracaina that can punch me in the face. He stood facing her, and she looked at his eyes. Then go to Gammond, but I too would love a dragon that can step on my face. She licked her lips. See, we're alive. Arad cracked his neck. Then let's end this. Sorry, but it's your loss this time. She lifted 2 fingers up, and he put his hands together. Please do try. I really want you to win. Are they really trying to kill each other? Aella cried, and everyone stood except Callie. Eris is the goddess of murder. She wants to kill him. Arad is just playing her game. Callie looked at them with a smile. Elemental expansion. Devouring void, elemental expansion. See Tho, Novel, Fear Eat. Arad expanded his void and covered a massive area to trap Eris. She could explode her sun before and destroy his expansion before, but he had gotten far stronger. She won't be able to. He realized far too late there was no purple sun around. Murder Realm Arad found himself standing in the middle of a massive field filled with human and monster corpses and bones, rotting away. All of them had long since died cruel and painful deaths. Their souls cried as maggots rushed up his legs, beckoning him to join them in death. Arad's whole body splashed into blood as his skin and flesh ripped apart. All living veins were banned from existing inside Eris's domain, and those who dare step inside are greeted with a gory death. Crack. Both expansions shattered after 1 minute, and the 2 walked out. Arad severely injured and covered in blood, while Eris had an exhausted and pale look on her face. What did happen? Lala cried, and Callie had to explain. Iris's expansion trying to kill Arad is like a horse hitting a wall at high speed. The horse died, and the wall collapsed at the same time. You really managed to hurt me enough to break my expansion? You are far stronger than I expected, and that expansion, what was it? Arad looked at her with a smile as his wounds healed and Eris returned the grin. A field sown with death and blood, living beings can't exist inside. Their souls would get ripped to pieces by the bones of those who died there before. She approached him. It was really painful to have you inside like a stone stuck inside my throat. She reached toward his lips and gave him a kiss. Want to stop here? Go back and play for a bit? He clenched his palm on her left butt. I want to. But can we do one last thing? She looked at his hand. In your draconic form, hit with a claw strike with all of your might. If I can still stand after it, then I'll take the lead. If I can't, then you can do whatever you want. I'm in. Get ready. Arad kissed her and jumped back, transforming into his massive draconic form. He lifted his right claw up and looked at Eris. Here it comes. Are you ready? Eris's body burst into plasma as she grew 2 pairs of wings and horns. Death's butterfly Arad dropped his claw down, and she lifted her arms up, catching his claw. She could feel her bones crack. Blood burst out of her joints and her spine, almost exploding. The ground beneath her immediately failed to support the weight, so she started relying on jets of plasma out of her wings to remain standing. For a moment, Arad got surprised that he didn't flatten her in a single hit. But what came next surprised him even more. Eris screamed, grabbing one of his claws in her arms, and turned around, pulling on his whole body. Eris swung her arms, suplexing his massive draconic body to the ground in the blink of an eye. Everyone who saw that couldn't believe their eyes. It doesn't matter how much strength she has, Eris doesn't have the weight to do that, so how could she have achieved it? Arad hit the ground with a blade, and the moment he opened his eyes, he finally saw her. A massive, muscular purple dracana sitting on top of him with a tempest of plasma roaring above her head. I won, she said with a smile, but almost immediately her body exploded into a puff of fire and plasma. Eris landed in her human form on Arad's massive chest, unable to move. I can't. What was that? Arad gasped, looking at her with a thrilled face. Draconic form, thanks to my divine power growing, Eris growled, trying to stand with all of her might. She could only maintain that form for a second, but she achieved it nonetheless. Arad immediately shifted to his humanoid form and lifted Eris up. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I can't believe it. You're really becoming a full dracina. Words couldn't describe how happy he was, flailing her around. Put me down. No, I won't. Arad hugged her tightly. You've won this fight. Can you turn into that form again? It consumes a lot of energy, so I can only maintain it for a second. And maintain its weight for 5 seconds, she replied, as he shook her like a doll. We'll focus on making you stronger so you can maintain it. The goal is to spend a minute in it. He looked at her with a smile. Eris stared at him with a pout. I won, so don't lie to me. She grabbed him from the face with her hands. You want me to be able to maintain it long enough for us to have sex, right? Chapter 1073, Preparing the Dracana. Arad teleported to the room with Eris in hand. The moment they appeared beside the bed, the whole room was still empty. Where did they go? He asked, while his eyes looked around looking for everyone's smell and magic. But he quickly felt Tina and Lala approaching the room. They seemed to have been in another room. The door slowly opened up, and Tina looked inside the room, giving Arad a bow the moment her eyes noticed him carrying Eris. Master, you're back. Tina walked into the room with Lala following behind her. Did the shockwave reach this place? He looked at the displaced furniture and slightly tilted paintings on the wall. For a moment he thought that the girls went to hide in some safe room while he and Eris fought in the upper layer. We were watching the fight in another room. Lady Callie made it possible with a spell of hers. She looked at Eris with a smile. Lady Eris, congratulations on your victory. I'm sure Master would satisfy all of your needs. Oh, Arad already satisfies me each time. This victory was nothing more than an achievement that I wanted. Eris gently shook her head with a smile. Lala added with a large smile, that last flip. He didn't expect it at all. She approached Eris. I can't believe my gentle and lovable student can bring forth such violence, truly terrifying. If you're surprised about me, then what about Arad? Eris leaned on Arad's chest. Arad has... Lala turned toward him. an intimidating aura around him. He is huge, muscular, and has a sharp glare. People are wary around him, unlike you, who always have this cute smile. I might be a bit stronger than normal, but I caught him off guard, and he was holding back. If he used his half-dragon form from the start, I would have lost. He ended the fight with me ahead on purpose. While I'm dead tired, he still has a lot of energy. She looked at Arad with a smile. Even down there, she reached with her hand inside his pants and grabbed his hard flesh. Of course, after your last surprise, he looked at her with a smirk, and she jumped into his arms. Well then, let's go to the shower. You're carrying me. We smell like burnt wood and should clean it. She licked his neck and plunged her fangs in, sucking his blood to recover. The smell of burnt wood? That won't get in my way. Arad grabbed her butt with his hand. She stopped drinking his blood and looked at his face. Of course, my love. I'm lying. I've got another thing in mind, so play along. She reached up to his ear. It won't take long. She quickly went back to drinking his blood. After just a few gulps, she looked back at Tina. Come in as well. You'll wash Arad so we can finish quickly. I can help her. Lala tried to join in as well. No? Eris pointed at her. Tina alone washes Arad. You'll just throat him down and do nothing. She waved her hand, and Lala licked her lips. I might. And what about you, Lady Eris? Tina unwound the belt behind her back, took the apron off, and dropped her maid uniform down to her hips, releasing her massive breasts. Albeit being the shortest amongst all the women around Arad, excluding the Betty and the Fairies, at 5'5", 1.65 meter, she had the second largest rack behind Merlin. I'll wash her. Lala threw her bra away with a large smile. It's worth getting close to Arad in the bath, but Eris immediately sniffed her plan and glared at her. Teacher, you stand in the corner with your legs apart and your hands above your head. What? Lala gasped with a sad face, and Eris looked at Arad. Tell her? Arad immediately glared at Lala, and she rushed to the corner of the room. Come on, I'm washing you, not him. You should be more worried about Tina seducing him than me. Lala protested, and in response, Tina approached Arad and slowly pushed her hand into his pants, pulling his flesh out and pressed it between her breasts. Jealous? She looked at Lala. Eris laughed. Good, Tina. Show her. You're allowing her to do that. Lala growled, and Tina gave her a peace sign, V for victory. Tina then moved away from Arad. You stay there. Tina took her whole uniform off and was about to take her underwear off when Lala gasped again. Look, she is wet. Yes. And Eris looked at Lala with a tilted head. Tina had lived with me for far too long for me to get angry with her. You don't know how many times she has helped me or the other wives. Eris then approached Arad and looked at him. Tina is fair game, but tell us before, Lady Eris, I won't. Tina shook her head. At least not any time soon. Her eyes shifted toward Arad. But I know you've been up to something with him. Eris sighed. All that I could guess is that your health isn't doing well, and he has been helping you in secret. Tell me when you can. For a while now, Tina had been spending more and more time with Arad in secret. In any circumstances, the wives would have thought he was cheating on them with her, but not Tina. They could feel that something was off. How did you know that I'm not well? Tina looked at her. Your blood smells wrong, like it's decaying faster than normal. Eris approached and sniffed her. It's a strange smell with Tina's soul damaged and fading away. Her body was always on the verge of starting to collapse. The thing keeping her alive now was a ritual done by Doma to transfer Arad's vitality to her through a curse. The reverse of him eating someone's soul to cultivate. She is now using his soul to nourish her and keep her stable. It was the same principle behind necrotic magic, and if this kept on, Tina might end up turning into an undead. That is why Eris could smell her blood decaying. Tina didn't want Arad's wife to hear about this because when she tried to mention it to Izdis, she got really worried and scared, which caused Tina to brush it as a joke. You stay there. Arad gave Lala a quick stare as he walked with Eris in his hands, and Tina behind him into the small shower. He wanted to help Tina end the conversation about her health. They'll discuss it when they return home. but now isn't the time. He looked around and then halted. Wait, we're in the abyss. This won't pour acid, will it? He reached alone to the shower and opened it up, finding that it was just clean and hot water. I asked Callie if she could get it sorted, and she did, Tina said in the back. She had already made sure this place was hospitable to Arad's wives. This had included everything from clean air to fresh water. As expected of Tina, you're a lifesaver. Eris looked at her with a smile. Wouldn't want our skin melting, right? She then turned toward Arad. We aren't dirty. My plasma burned everything clean, but we'll at least get rid of the scent of smoke and ash. Tina, take care of him. Scrub him well for me. I want him spotless. Count on me. But what about you? Tina looked at her, and Eris smiled. She wouldn't want to hop on Arad smelling like a campfire, and she also must prepare. She looked at Arad with a smile. Call Zia for me. Zia instantly appeared beside them. Arad didn't hesitate for a second to pull her out. She looked around with a confused face. Lord Arad, you summoned me. Seconds ago, she was in the church resting, but now she is once again in the middle of a shower with them. Do you bathe each second here? Need someone to help me wash my back. I'm smelling like a burnt log, Eris said with a smile. Zia's eyes immediately shifted to Arad's flesh. I knew his log was hot but not burnt. Weight friction burn? Stop joking and come here, Eris called her as she sat on a small stool in the bath. Arad sat beside her, and Tina opened the shower above him and Eris. Give me a second then. Zia walked back to the changing room to drop her nun robe while Tina already started scrubbing Arad's massive shoulders. Eris sat beneath the shower and looked up. She had finally managed to win against Arad, even if it was just with him being caught off guard. She had long since dreamt of this, but now that she had achieved it, it felt a bit strange. Zia walked in and lifted the sponge that was waiting beside Eris. I've seen the fight from inside Arad's blood. You really managed to throw him. Zia started scrubbing Eris's arms and back. This much power within your thin frame. I'm sure he is proud. Sure I am. Arad looked at them with a smile. That's draconic form, the oppressive plasma magic, and what's better, that murder expansion. Never heard of an expansion that eliminates life, and you survived it. Eris looked at him. Since it attacks and kills living beings instead of instantly robbing their lives, it's a murder expansion. Not a death expansion, after all. Arad rambled with a grin on his face, and Zia giggled. I expected you two to be already going at it, not call me here. Eris looked back at her. You saw how we were fighting. We need to wash a bit. Besides, I'm taking this as a chance to relax and rest a bit. Fair enough. Zia looked at Arad. He had never gotten soft since they returned from the fight. Unlike the tired Eris, he still had a boatload of energy. Moments later, Tina finished washing Arad first. Unlike Zia, she was experienced and had done this several times before. Eris asked her to take him back to the room while Zia finished washing her off. Arad walked with Tina outside, and Eris remained alone with Zia. Congratulations, you've done well. Zia looked at her with a smile, and Eris giggled. Still trying to get me on your side. A bit of oil here, a bit there, brushing your back, act nicely, and I might get a bit lucky one day. Zia giggled. How am I supposed to get closer to my lord if not through one of his wives? Indeed, I promise to help you. Eris nodded, and Zia shook her head. My lady, I'm not that insensitive. You've just won and want to savor this moment with him. I won't get in your way. Zia smacked Eris on the back. Get up. We're almost done here. Back in the room, Arad sat naked on the bed as Tina dried herself at his side. She looked at him, her eyes sliding down. It's been hard for a while. You sure you aren't hurt? I'm fine. Why ask? Arad looked at her, and her eyes shifted to Lala. 'Tis bigger than before. Sure didn't hit your head a bit too hard. Lala was still standing at the corner as Eris ordered. No. I'm fine. It's probably just because she turned into a Dracina. Arad leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Now, How to make her last longer saith. It was then that Eris walked with Zia out of the shower, the water on her skin evaporating as she heated her body with plasma. It's my win. You won't go back on your word, would you? She leaned forward and approached him, pushing with one hand on his chest as she went on for a kiss. Chapter 1074, Queen of Night. Eris's lips slid down Arad's cheek, and he could feel her lower lips rubbing restlessly on his stomach as her fangs landed on his neck. Her whole jaw opened with 2 rows of sharp teeth that she sank into his neck, sucking rivers of blood like there were no tomorrow. She moaned and groaned with each gulp, pressing her breasts against him each time with her hips shaking and her toes curling. Her whole body started glowing faintly with a blood-red aura. As Tina looked at her, she started to have a strange sense of fear swelling deep inside her chest that made it hard to breathe. Zia, on the other hand, couldn't lift her head up to look at Eris's face, only focusing on her ankles as if she was kneeling before Arad. She quickly stopped and sighed. A cloud of crimson mist gushed out of her mouth. Lala's expression in the back changed to a stern glare, and she stopped rubbing her hips together. She took a deep whiff of the crimson mist into her lungs, and her fears were confirmed. "What's going on?" Tina gasped as she took a step back. Something was off about Eris. Even though she'd known Eris for a while, this was the first time she felt so afraid of her. Something deep within her head screamed that the one sitting on Arad now was a monster, not the Eris they knew. "He really," Lala growled in the back. "This is dangerous." She walked and stood in front of Tina. "Stay behind me. Are you Eris?" Even Zia growled, approaching her. She could sense that she had the same aura as Eris, just several times sharper. Eris looked back at her with a smile. "Of course, I just didn't expect it to be this much power." She looked at Arad with a smile. "See, told you I can take it." She rolled to the side and sat beside him, putting one leg on another, and touched her chest, listening to her heart beating. Arad lifted his hand and smacked her on the back. "We'll see. If you start losing control, I'll suck you dry." His eyes shifted toward the others. "Don't worry, I just gave her my blood authority." Arad had ascended beyond vampirism and became a Prickalichi, and Eris had once wanted to become a powerful vampire. He had just given her a lot of power back in the bath, but now that she proved herself strong enough, he had given her the authority over vampires that he received from consuming Akasha. He can already control vampires well with his innate Prickalichi powers anyway. Eris had become the bloody queen of the night, the crimson shadow of death that roams beneath the starry sky. She can control all vampires in this world except Arad, who had surpassed them. What Arad was afraid of is the authority's will. It could have consumed Eris and driven her mad, like what happened to Vlad, but she seems to have handled it well for now, probably since she is a demi-goddess. Eris's eyes turned toward Zia. "Mind if I tried it on you?" Zia knelt before her, and Arad with a grin on her face. "You want to be fair? Then, of course, if you'd allow me to suck Arad." She licked her lips. "His blood, don't get it twice." "If you kiss my toes, I'll..." Before Eris could finish her words, Zia was already sucking her on her toes. She rapidly pulled her foot away. "Fine, fine, just a handful of blood, no more." Zia giggled. "How cute." She then turned toward Arad and sat between his legs. "Thanks for the meal." She grabbed his flesh in her hands and closed her eyes, opening her mouth wide. Eris pointed at her with one finger. "I said, just the blood." Zia's body jerked and twisted for a second before her eyes opened up. She looked at her hands and smiled. "Well, this is fun." The one inside was Eris. Zia was still awake and conscious, but she couldn't control her body. "Hair! The you promised me! Don't lie to me!" Eris could hear Zia screaming inside her head, and she laughed at her. "I asked for your permission, but that doesn't mean I need it." Eris quickly released Zia from her control and looked at Arad. "I can handle this power well, my lord. She deceived me." Arad looked at Zia. "You're the one who tried to deceive her first. You played a trick, and she pulled the rug." Eris stood before Arad. "Can I try controlling you?" She had one hand fondling her chest while the other ran wild between her legs, splashing several drops of pure, clear liquid. "Go ahead, I won't resist." Arad nodded, and Eris approached him with an excited grin, pushing on his flesh with her knee. "Look at my eyes. I'll sit on your face and have you lick me for a while. I'll only release you when I'm satisfied. Do it." Arad looked at her eyes, and she sent her consciousness in. Eris could feel her mind seeping into him. She felt hot, tingly, and happy for a second, the same feeling she got when controlling Zia. But she suddenly found herself standing alone in a vast open land, staring at the night sky. Arad wasn't resisting. That's why she ended up here. But the massive black hole in the heavens above her that is devouring the stars rumbled. Even without Arad resisting, the weight of his soul is far above what she can control. His blood would never listen to her. It was like a cat trying to draw a carriage, simply impossible, and she only ended up breaking her back. Iris gasped and found herself leaning on Arad with a painful headache, sweating like a hog. "It almost ate me your soul." She looked at him with shaking lips. Her knees had started feeling weak, and she could do nothing but lean on his massive chest. "Are you okay?" Arad looked at her, and she nodded. "Yes. I just overestimated myself. I'm just a blood-sucking fiend that prowls the night. Trying to control you is far above my capabilities." She kissed him. "It seems that I should get comfortable with my place beneath you. You remember that he allowed you to win?" Lala shook her head. "And that authority, he won it. You just got it as a gift. Whether you can handle it or not is still up for debate." She approached them. "You should focus on getting pregnant." She looked at Eris and then glared at Arad. As deep as you can go, as fast as rough as possible, right into her womb. Well, that doesn't matter. Arad grabbed Eris by the hips and lifted her up. She gasped, "Arad, what are you doing?" She flailed her legs around, trying to escape, but he was far stronger than her. Arad laid on the bed and put her on his face. No matter how hard she tried to run away, she couldn't escape his grasp. "You wanted this, didn't you?" She could feel his tongue pushing its way inside her. "Not like, ah," she cried as she felt him licking vigorously. "Put me down!" She grabbed him by the hair. The moment she looked at his face, she came and cried. Yet he didn't let go. "Nuh-uh." Arad refused to comply and kept on eating her like there was no tomorrow. Zia approached. "Lady Iris, if you don't mind, I can take care of him down here, like you promised me." She approached Arad's flesh and opened her mouth, only for Eris to growl at her. "That's mine." She turned around and bent down, pushing Zia away with both hands as she grabbed Arad's flesh and shoved it all the way down her throat. Zia backed away and sat beside the bed, looking at them. With how tall Arad was, Eris's torso could barely span from his head to his hips. She looked at Tina. "You always sit with them like this. Ever thought of joining them?" "I'm only here to serve." Tina's eyes shifted back to the bed where Arad had just released Eris. "I would have already joined if I could." Eris sighed and sat beside his head, her hips quivering as she came one last time. "I can't. Did have to lick me like that." She sighed, and Arad looked at her with a smile. "And you tasted absolutely delicious. If you weren't my wife, I would have already eaten you whole. You should be more confident. If you want me to lick you, then just say it. Do you think I'll tell you no?" None of Arad's wives had forgotten that for a dragon like him. They were indeed food. Arad's diet includes almost everything. "Back at you," she leaned toward. "You too can be eaten, even if you said no." She giggled, licking her lips. Chapter 1075, Lala's Gift. It's just too embarrassing. She looked at him with a red face. "And it doesn't feel right for me to sit on your face like that." She looked at him with a sky face hiding a cheeky grin. Arad looked at her for a second. He already knew what she was thinking and wasn't going to let her beat around the bush. "I'm not going to argue with you about it. Just do what you want. Otherwise, I'll ask Zia and Tina over there to do what they want." He pointed at them, and the two nodded. Lala, on the other hand, cried with a sad face as he didn't mention her. Eris sighed, waving her hand at Zia and Tina. Fine. Her eyes shifted toward everyone else in the room. If they hadn't been here, she could have felt better. But it couldn't have been helped. They were already here. She stood on the bed and extended her foot toward Arad's face. Kiss it. She was still a half-elf and enjoyed playing around a bit. Arad pecked the tip of her toes and started sucking on them for a few seconds before she gave up and pulled her foot away with a burning red face. You really don't hold back, do you? She sat on his lap. Why would I? You're my wife. They are watching, Eris mumbled with a red face as she leaned on Arad's chest. Her pale skin got washed with a pink stroke the moment she remembered that 3 were watching them. They bother you? He asked with a smile. And she shook her head. No, Tina had always been with them. Lala is here for work, and she is the one who asked for Zia to come. She couldn't blame them now. Master. Tina approached them. I believe she isn't embarrassed for herself, but I think it's for you. She thinks it's quite shameful for us to see you sucking on her toes, especially with how powerful you are. Zia nodded. Is that the case? Probably. A world-breaking dragon enjoying a woman's feet. Not necessarily a common thing. Eris is a bit right about that. Lala approached as well. Should we leave? Arad looked at them and nodded. For a dragon, it's more shameful to take a weak human as a mate than sucking Eris's toes. Who courts their food? It was at that moment that Tina understood where the problem was, and she immediately knelt down. Master, please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that. What? Zia and Lala were equally confused. Neither of them understood what Arad meant. Arad reached down and helped Tina stand. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. It's my fault after all. He pulled her to sit on his lap as he looked at the other 2. If I were to act like a proper dragon, none of you would be alive now. Gammond, Corey and I would have already either eaten or enslaved you. He pulled Eris toward him and kissed her cheek as his hand clenched on her breast. Eris is the only one who could have stayed. He looked at them with burning purple eyes. Zephyr was right from the start. I should only care about maintaining my family. Happy wife, happy life. He looked at Eris. Whatever you want to do, we'll do it. All that matters is that you feel good. If anyone dares mock that, tell me. He glared toward Zia and Lala. They won't have a good end. What was that little fairy teaching you? Lala sighed and Arad smiled. She taught me what matters. He then turned back toward Eris and kissed her. Zia knelt before them. My lord, I shouldn't have spoken. It was my mistake. Eris shook her head. It doesn't matter, Zia, you were right, simply saying what I was thinking about. She turned toward Tina. You as well, you weren't wrong. Tina smiled and stood. Then I'll leave you 2 to finish. Eris quickly shifted her attention back to Arad. I'll try my best. She pushed him down on the bed. She looked at him with thirsty, glowing red eyes and a massive pink blush. The burning tingle in her lower body grew stronger and stronger as she felt his flesh stuck between her cheeks. With a giggle, she lifted herself, leaving a silver line dripping down. She lined herself right above his flesh and then relaxed her muscles, letting gravity do her job, dropping herself on it. Arad penetrated deep into her, piercing his way into her womb. He was even larger than the last time, so she cried, bending forward as she felt her insides almost ripping apart. Are you okay? Arad asked, and she lifted her feet, kicking him on the face. Lick them and shut up. I'll move, she started slowly bouncing up and down. The more she moved, the stronger her insides itched, making her move faster, and that made the itch worse. Before long, she was moaning at the top of her lungs, smacking her hips down on his flesh as fast as she could. She really took it all in. Zia could see Eris's stomach bulging up as Arad's flesh pushed inside. She couldn't take her eyes off them, dreaming of herself being in Eris's place. But unlike Eris, she probably won't be the one moving. She would much rather Arad pins her down and that he would do the moving. Eris is usually this bold, but she gets shy in front of people, especially her. Tina looked back at Lala. She is her teacher after all. And a holy priestess on top of that. Seer the novel fire Nyot. Right, she would have ignored me quickly. Zia nodded, her eyes turning toward Lala. If you're here, doesn't that mean both Amaterasu and Gracie are watching? Lala approached them. Why would she get shy of me? I'm a succubus. I bet she is worried about you two instead. And for the two goddesses, believe me, they don't care to watch unless called. Lala looked around and checked if any divine being was watching them. And there was only one looking at them, Callie, the one who set the barrier around this whole area. This isn't the first time I was with them. Tina stared at her and Zia nodded. I bet I'm the last one she'll get shy around, considering she's always sticking around her, running errands and helping her with magic training and even personal life. Then how about this? Lala approached the bedside table and filled a cup of water. She then pulled a strange small potion that was no larger than her finger and poured a single drop in the water. What's that? Tina asked, and Lala looked at them with a grin. The real deal, it'll let her feel a bit more at ease and make sure my presence here had merit. Lala approached the bed and tapped Eris's shoulder. Stop playing for a second and drink this. You need hydration. Eris panted for a second and then looked at the water cup with a skeptical stare. What did you put in it? Nothing, Lala. It's just water. But the moment she noticed Erod glaring at her, she gasped, bent down and apologized. Sorry, it has a single drop of Gracie's poison, also known to mortals as Gracie's spit, the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. Aela and Izdis once used the fake ones, if I'm not wrong, Erod said. And she nodded. The fake one is nowhere as potent as this, and what's more, this isn't the raw thing. It has been distilled and refined by none other than the great alchemist Olivia. She'll have all the benefits without any of the negatives. Lala knew what Iris was thinking. She is already feeling great. She does not need an aphrodisiac. This is closer to a medicine than an aphrodisiac. Try it. She approached them and whispered in Iris's ear. It also increases fertility by double. I guess your chances of getting pregnant are around 5%, counting all the variables. This would take it up to 10%. Eris sighed. Fine, but just me. If something went wrong, Lala whispered back. You have quite the durable body, you can take it, and I'll give it to you each time until you get pregnant. I'll eat you alive if she gets harmed. I remember what happened to Izdis. Arad glared at her, licking his lips. Lala knew he wasn't joking if any harm came to Eris. She would end up dressed and roasted like a pig. Can you give it to Arad as well? Eris asked, and Lala stared at her with a passive face for a second. Do you know what could happen? He won't just fill every hole in your body. He'll finish us after you and head out to the others. He won't stop before every woman in this lair would be drowning in his cum. She then looked at Arad. That, or it'll have absolutely no effect on him. Better not risk it? Then you're fine with me using it? Eris lifted an eyebrow. Arad satisfy you? But none of us can satisfy him. Even as a succubus, she has no confidence that she can outlast Arad. Eris gulped the cup down, and for a second she could feel a great surge of heat covering her whole body. Chapter 1076, Nines 1076, Strange Magic. The heat in her body grew stronger with each breath, and a stinging pain started tingling inside her. Unlike before, she had lost all strength in her legs and fell on Arad's chest, panting heavily as if she couldn't breathe. Give her a second, her body is adjusting. Lala looked at her and waved one hand. Here you go. She is getting used to it. Eris pushed on Arad's chest and sat up. She could feel a stronger itch down there. But it wasn't that different than before, but one thing had changed. I can't move that well. Seconds ago, she was able to push down and force Arad's massive flesh inside her. Now just moving is enough to make her gasp. A lot of your body's power had been diverted to the womb, blood supply and magic especially. It also made you extremely sensitive and changed all pain signals into pleasure. Lala looked at Arad. You'll be moving. Eris gasped, and Arad smiled, grabbing her by the hips. With pleasure. He pulled her hips down, and she cried, coming right away. Her legs shook, and her hands grasped tightly on Arad's chest, as she panted, drool dripping from her lips on him. "Are you okay?" He pulled her face closer to him and she mumbled, "Don't stop." Arad could feel her thighs shiver and contort with each small movement he did. He grabbed her by the hips and started thrusting as hard as he could. Eris moaned and screamed at the top of her lungs. The expression on her face changed from confusion to pleasure and back to confusion. Arad could also feel it. Her insides were far tighter than ever before, clinging on his flesh like a vice. He was certain that if he was a human, she would have snapped his meat out like a sausage. After several minutes of violent thrusting, Arad finally reached his limit, unloading so much inside her that Lala gasped with a sad face. What a waste! As Arad pulled out of her, she fell on the bed, twitching with white rivers coming out of her. "You can rest for now," Arad was speaking when he saw Eris slowly move, reaching back with her hands. She grabbed her butt, squeezed it a bit, then spread it. "Arad, please don't stop." Zia approached the bed and looked at Arad. "It's clean, don't worry." She leaned on him and looked at Eris with a smug smile. "That's why she let you get out of the bath first." Arad shifted his gaze back to Eris. "You aren't tired? Please." She looked at him with tearful eyes, and he smiled. "Of course." He sat over her thighs and lined himself up, grabbing her by the hands and pulled her torso up. "Is this you, or that thing she gave you?" "Put it in," she replied with a pained voice. Arad grabbed her by the chest and neck. "Then I hope you're ready." He pushed just the head in, and she gasped, panting with her tongue sticking out. He then immediately thrusted with all of his strength, forcing the whole thing inside her, and she cried, coming at once. Zia looked at Tina, hypersensitivity and pain into pleasure. She won't walk straight tomorrow. She and Merida are always fine, no matter what. Tina watched as Arad violently thrust into the moaning and screaming Eris. Even she had started dripping, her hands slowly reaching down, but she would immediately pull them away and sigh. Lala approached her. "If you're that wet, why don't you go to his bed? I'm sure that they would be happy for you, not just accepting." Lala shook her face. One day, with her soul completely damaged, she can't risk getting in bed with Arad. At first, she just had a dreadful feeling of doom that she would face a disaster if she slept with Arad. But after Chad's explanation, everything was clear. Tina only has a fragment of her soul left that is struggling to keep her alive. If she were to have sex with Arad and potentially get pregnant again, she would die. Her fragmented soul won't be able to split up for the child, and they both would end up dead. After a bit more time had passed, Arad finished with Eris, and she fell face first on the bed, her back end bright red. He sat on the bed beside her, and she growled, rolling on her back. "It's starting to hurt a bit." She sat up and looked at Lala, who smiled, the potion running out. "If anyone used this, they'll be wrecked afterward." She rolled out of the bed and stood still dripping. Lala looked at her with a hungry stare, drooling with a dumb stare. Lala approached them. "Are you going to waste that?" She pointed at Arad's flesh and what dripped on the floor. "I'll take care of it if you want." Zia looked at Lala with a large grin. "You want to suck her husband in front of her? You know that she can blast this whole place with a single punch. All I saw is that she can move her hips well." Lala looked at Eris with a grin. "But I know my place. How about we make a deal?" She pulled a second potion. "Let me clean him the floor, and I'll give you this as payment." "Me as well?" Eris lifted an eyebrow. "You really want it that bad? You know how powerful Arad is? It's not just me, but any succubus would do anything for a taste. I'm sure that this alone would save a whole year of training." She approached her. "We're the same. You drink red blood, I drink white blood." Eris thought about it for a second. 3, and I'll give my permission. Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire. Deal. Lala pulled 3 potions and handed them to Eris. "You have my permission." Eris ate with a smile, and Lala rubbed her hands, licking her lips. "Thanks for the meal." But it was then that Tina grabbed her by the head. "Got Eris's permission? That's one. What about the other wives?" "What?" Lala gasped, realizing that he had just been scammed. "This isn't what we agreed on." Her eyes quickly turned toward Arad. You'll let her scam me like that? Arad just laughed, and Eris tapped Lala's shoulder. Don't get angry. I don't want to let you touch him or me, but I'll let you lick anything that fell on the floor. I'll even get him to fill some for you. She whispered in her ear. Arad didn't kick you out, so I say he'll plow you one day. It's just not the season now. Eris then stretched her arms and tapped her hips. I'll take a quick shower with Arad. Tina, you can call Merida. As Arad and Eris went into the shower with Zia, Tina left the room to head to get Merida, and Kino Lala stood and puffed her chest. No better time than the present. The room suddenly turned clean in the blink of an eye, and she was nowhere to be seen. Inside the shower room, Zia had taken the job on helping Arad and Eris wash their bodies, using both of her hands to do her best, one rubbing on Arad's flesh, and one on Eris while they busied themselves with their upper bodies. As they finished, Zia looked at Arad, and Eris gave them a gentle bow and reminded them, "Don't forget my pay. A bit of blood is all I want. Unless the Queen allows me a special bonus." Eris looked at her with a smile. "I already left you 2 full bottles, one of my blood and one of Arad's, but I promise to allow you a live extraction soon." The two left the bath, and Zia stood alone, her blue eyes flinching. She took a step aside, rubbing her breasts and groin, walking the stools only for her body to shift and turn into Lala. Doesn't matter if she can destroy the whole castle. She licked her hands with a smug grin on her face. The moment she took a step, she could feel a heavy weight on her body, a sharp wave of gravity magic, and she pissed herself. He found out. When? This was Arad's gravity magic and only meant that she couldn't fool him. But why didn't he attack her in the room? Eris gave Arad a kiss before leaving with a nightgown on her back. Take care of Merida? She had been complaining about how she misses you the whole time. Arad nodded. Don't worry, I'll treat her as best as I could. She walked out, and soon Tina walked in with Merida and Kino behind her. So it's the both of you. Arad looked at them, and Merida nodded. I've been talking with her, and found out that we're one person. She is a part of my body and soul. Merida and Kino held hands, and they merged back into one person. See? They then immediately separated. Merida approached Arad and sat beside him. I feel what she feels, and she feels what I feel. If I had sex alone with you, she'd be rolling and moaning with the other girls. Got it. 2 it is. Arad made them both sit on his thighs, but Merida suddenly changed her expression and looked around the room with a worried face. What is it? Arad asked, and Merida looked at him. Something triggered the mycelium inside my body. Kino also nodded. I also felt it. But it's faint. Can it be a magic left by Eris? Merida stood from her transformation. That might be the case. She looked at Arad. A strange magic was used here. Kino stood and looked around the room for a few seconds. We can ask them for answers if we feel that magic again. One of them might be fake. She looked at Tina and Lala. Arad is Arad. There is no mistaking him. I've left some of my fungus inside his body before. If one of them was fake, do you think they'll just speak? Arad shook his head. Forget it. It must have been from Eris. I would have known if any of them was a fake. Fair enough, but... She glared at them, and Tina bowed down. Please feel free to use any method of confirmation. Arad grabbed Merida by the hand. I know that, look, you can't torture them. Those aren't random bandits or thugs, Master. Tina looked at Arad with a smile. I know she is wrong about me. Let her do what she wants. It'll only give me a leverage for later needs. Aren't you a funny one, Merida? Lala approached her. Stop joking and get ready. I've got some advice that you might find helpful. A large grin covered Merida's face. If there is something I trust, it's my guts, my mycelium. The intricate web of fungal veins that's extremely sensitive to all magic. Something off happened here, and I'll find out what it is. Merida then sat back on Arad's lap with Kino. At least if I felt that magic signal again. Search. The Novel Fire. Net, Chapter 1076. Strange Magic. The heat in her body grew stronger with each breath, and a stinging pain started tingling inside her. Unlike before, she had lost all strength in her legs and fell on Arad's chest, panting heavily as if she couldn't breathe. "Give her a second. Her body is adjusting." Lala looked at her and waved one hand. "Here you go. She is getting used to it." Eris pushed on Arad's chest and sat up. She could feel a stronger itch down there, but it wasn't that different than before. But one thing had changed. I can't move that well. Seconds ago, she was able to push down and force Arad's massive flesh inside her. Now just moving is enough to make her gasp. A lot of your body's power had been diverted to the womb blood supply and magic especially. It also made you extremely sensitive and changed all pain signals into pleasure. Lala looked at Arad. "You'll be moving," Eris gasped, and Arad smiled, grabbing her by the hips. "With pleasure." He pulled her hips down and she cried, coming right away. Her legs shook and her hands grasped tightly on Arad's chest as she panted, drool dripping from her lips on him. "Are you okay?" He pulled her face closer to him and she mumbled. "Don't stop." Arad could feel her thighs shiver and contort with each small movement he did. He grabbed her by the hips and started thrusting as hard as he could. Eris moaned and screamed at the top of her lungs. The expression on her face changed from confusion to pleasure and back to confusion. Arad could also feel it. Her insides were far tighter than ever before, clinging on his flesh like a vice. He was certain that if he was a human, she would have snapped his meat out like a sausage. After several minutes of violent thrusting, Arad finally reached his limit, unloading so much inside her that Lala gasped with a sad face. "What a waste!" As Arad pulled out of her, she fell on the bed, twitching with white rivers coming out of her. "You can rest for now." Arad was speaking when he saw Eris slowly move, reaching back with her hands. She grabbed her butt, squeezed it a bit, then opened, spread it. "Arad, please don't stop." Zia approached the bed and looked at Arad. "It's clean, don't worry." She leaned on him and looked at Eris with a smug smile. "That's why she let you get out of the bath first." Arad shifted his gaze back to Eris. "You aren't tired. Please." She looked at him with tearful eyes, and he smiled. "Of course." He sat over her thighs and lined himself up, grabbing her by the hands and pulled her torso up. "Is this you? Or that thing she gave you?" "Put it in," she replied with a pained voice. Arad grabbed her by the chest and neck. "Then I hope you're ready." He pushed just the head in, and she gasped, panting with her tongue sticking out. He then immediately thrusted with all of his strength, forcing the whole thing inside her, and she cried, coming at once. Zia looked at Tina, hypersensitivity and pain into pleasure. She won't walk straight tomorrow. She and Merida are always fine, no matter what. Tina watched as Arad violently thrust into the moaning and screaming Eris. Even she had started dripping, her hands slowly reaching down, but she would immediately pull them away and sigh. Lala approached her. "If you're that wet, why don't you go to his bed? I'm sure that they would be happy for you, not just accepting Sir the Novelfire net." Lala shook her face. One day, with her soul completely damaged, she can't risk getting in bed with Arad. At first, she just had a dreadful feeling of doom that she would face a disaster if she slept with Arad. But after Chad's explanation, everything was clear. Tina only has a fragment of her soul left that is struggling to keep her alive. If she were to have sex with Arad and potentially get pregnant again, she would die. Her fragmented soul won't be able to split up for the child, and they both would end up dead. After a bit more time had passed, Arad finished with Eris, and she fell face first on the bed, her back end bright red. He sat on the bed beside her, and she growled, rolling on her back. "It's starting to hurt a bit." She sat up and looked at Lala, who smiled, the potion running out. If anyone used this, they'll be wrecked afterward. She rolled out of the bed and stood still dripping. Lala looked at her with a hungry stare, drooling with a dumb stare. Lala approached them. "Are you going to waste that?" She pointed at Arad's flesh and what dripped on the floor. "I'll take care of it if you want." Zia looked at Lala with a large grin. You want to suck her husband in front of her? You know that she can blast this whole place with a single punch. All I saw is that she can move her hips well." Lala looked at Eris with a grin. "But I know my place. How about we make a deal?" She pulled a second potion. "Let me clean him, the floor, and you. I'll give you this as payment." "Me as well?" Eris lifted an eyebrow. "You really want it that bad? You know how powerful Arad is? It's not just me, but any succubus would do anything for a taste. I'm sure that this alone would save a whole year of training." She approached her. "We're the same. You drink red blood, I drink white blood." Eris thought about it for a second. 3 and I'll give my permission." "Deal." Lala pulled 3 potions and handed them to Eris. "You have my permission." Eris eyed with a smile, and Lala rubbed her hands, licking her lips. "Thanks for the meal." But it was then that Tina grabbed her by the head. "Got Eris's permission." "That's one. What about the other wives? What?" Lala gasped, realizing that he had just been scammed. "This isn't what we agreed on?" Her eyes quickly turned toward Arad. "You'll let her scam me like that?" Arad just laughed, and Eris tapped Lala's shoulder. "Don't get angry. I don't want to let you touch him or me, but I'll let you lick anything that fell on the floor. I'll even get him to fill some for you." She whispered in her ear. "Arad didn't kick you out, so I say he'll plow you one day. It's just not the season now." Eris then stretched her arms and tapped her hips. "I'll take a quick shower with Arad. Tina, you can call Merida." As Arad and Eris went into the shower with Zia, Tina left the room to head to get Merida, and Kino Lala stood and puffed her chest. No better time than the present. The room suddenly turned clean in the blink of an eye, and she was nowhere to be seen. Inside the shower room, Zia had taken the job on helping Arad and Eris wash their bodies, using both of her hands to do her best, one rubbing on Arad's flesh and one on Eris while they busied themselves with their upper bodies. As they finished, Zia looked at Arad, and Eris gave them a gentle bow and reminded them, "Don't forget my pay. A bit of blood is all I want, unless the Queen allows me a special bonus." Eris looked at her with a smile. "I already left you 2 full bottles, one of my blood and one of Arad's, but I promise to allow you a live extraction soon." The 2 left the bath, and Zia stood alone, her blue eyes flinching. She took a step aside, rubbing her breasts and groin, walking the stools only for her body to shift and turn into Lala. Doesn't matter if she can destroy the whole castle. She licked her hands with a smug grin on her face. The moment she took a step, she could feel a heavy weight on her body, a sharp wave of gravity magic, and she pissed herself. He found out? When? This was Arad's gravity magic and only meant that she couldn't fool him, but why didn't he attack her? In the room, Eris gave Arad a kiss before leaving with a nightgown on her back. "Take care of Merida. She had been complaining about how she misses you the whole time." Arad nodded. "Don't worry. I'll treat her as best as I could." She walked out, and soon Tina walked in with Merida and Kino behind her. "So it's the both of you?" Arad looked at them, and Merida nodded. "I've been talking with her and found out that we're one person. She is a part of my body and soul." Merida and Kino held hands, and they merged back into one person. "See?" They then immediately separated. Merida approached Arad and sat beside him. "I feel what she feels, and she feels what I feel. If I had sex alone with you, she'd be rolling and moaning with the other girls." "Got it. 2 it is." Arad made them both sit on his thighs, but Merida suddenly changed her expression and looked around the room with a worried face. "What is it?" Arad asked, and Merida looked at him. "Something triggered the mycelium inside my body." Kino also nodded. "I also felt it. But it's faint. Can it be a magic left by Eris?" Merida stood from her transformation. That might be the case. She looked at Arad. A strange magic was used here. Kino stood and looked around the room for a few seconds. "We can ask them for answers if we feel that magic again. One of them might be fake." She looked at Tina and Lala. "Arad is Arad. There is no mistaking him. I've left some of my fungus inside his body before. If one of them was fake, do you think they'll just speak? Arad shook his head. Forget it. It must have been from Eris. I would have known if any of them was a fake. Fair enough. But, she glared at them, and Tina bowed down. Please feel free to use any method of confirmation. Arad grabbed Merida by the hand. I know that look, you can't torture them. Those aren't random bandits or thugs. Master. Tina looked at Arad with a smile. I know she is wrong about me. Let her do what she wants. It'll only give me a leverage for later needs. Aren't you a funny one, Merida? Lala approached her. Stop joking and get ready. I've got some advice that you might find helpful. A large grin covered Merida's face. If there is something I trust, it's my guts, my mycelium. The intricate web of fungal veins that's extremely sensitive to all magic. Something off happened here, and I'll find out what it is. Merida then sat back on Arad's lap with Kino, at least if I felt that magic signal again. Chapter 1077, 1977, The Duel. Demon Queen of Fungus, Merida is effectively two types of living beings mixed into one. If you want to get her pregnant, you must make sure both get pregnant, her and the demonic part of her. Lala approached the bed and waved her hand. Conveniently, they separated into clearly distinct bodies. Just get them both pregnant, and it's solved. I guess the problem comes afterward, right? Arad asked, and Lala nodded. Yes, both would get pregnant, so you'll end up with twins. Not real twins, but twins nonetheless. She waved her palm over Kino and Merida. If those two had any disagreement or falling out, they'll miscarry as the balance between them would shatter. Anything as petty as a disagreement over dinner food might lead to a disaster. Make sure they are always in harmony. How am I supposed to do that? Arad asked, and Lala shook her head. How do I know? They are your wives. Make sure they get along well. I can help with that. Tina looked at them. If you have any problem with each other, bring it to me or Arad. We'll handle it. Kino looked at them for a second and then spoke. She says she is the original one, that I came after her. She is right, but we're one now. We're the same. Tina looked at Merida. You came first? That is a fact. But from now on, you're both equal. She looked at her eyes. So, who of you came first? Both of us, Merida replied with a smile. I get it now. We'll step away from all disagreements and leave it for you two, no matter how big or small it is. Merida looked at Arad. How about clothes? I've had some favorite dresses and robes, but now only one of us can wear them. We can't find more of those clothes now, Arad was thinking when Tina had already found a solution. All of your clothes, give it to me to the last piece. I'll ask the demons here to get you matching attires. Once we get back home, you can make clothes as you wish. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. Kino looked at them. We've only got one sword, the one Alcott gave to us. Tina looked at her. Said it yourself. The sword belongs to you both. Use it only when merged together, or allow the other to use it. You really do control them. Lala looked at Tina with an amused smile, and Merida growled, of course we'd listen to her. If Arad were to meddle a lot between us wives, we'll start to feel that he's biased toward some. If we tried to solve everything among ourselves, we'll end up in a war. We all agreed that we'd respect Tina's words. Tina took a few steps back. Enough about me, you two can start. When Arad looked closer, and Merida and Kino, he started to notice several things that he didn't fully grasp in the bath. For a start, Kino and Merida are the same, like him and his clone, both sharing a single soul with two different colors. As long as one of them remains alive, the other can't be killed. They also share the same scent, taste, and magic. He kissed Merida and then Kino, quickly, realizing that something was off, say, the novel fire. Hold up. Your magic isn't linked as a line, but it's a triangle, he asked, and the two looked at him with a smile. Told you he'll figure it out. Kino giggled, and Merida looked at him. That's the true demon queen of fungus. She is confined to our lair in the abyss. She leaned on him. She is a massive fungal network that engulfs that whole layer, almost like the world tree Yggdrasil, but a fungus. Then I have to pay her a visit one day, Arad whispered, and the two reached down, grabbing his flesh in their hands. A large grin covered Merida's face. If you just know how long I've waited for this. It wasn't just you waiting. It's been far too long even for me, a very, very long time, Arad replied, and Merida leaned at him with a kiss while Kino hugged his flesh in her chest, squeezing as she moved up and down. Albeit they looked a bit large and soft, that was just the look. Thanks to the mycelium inside Merida and Kino's bodies, their body felt denser, akin to muscles, even when it should be just soft tissues. She didn't stop at that and started sucking on the tip. She and Merida share senses. She could see what Merida sees and feel what she feels, that had made her even more excited, pushing his flesh deeper and deeper into her throat. Someone tipped me that you like breasts. Merida leaned on Arad's face and pushed her breasts on him, trying to suffocate him with them. Whoever tipped you? He grabbed her by the shoulder and took a bite on her pink peaks. She didn't explain it well enough. Ah, Merida gasped. There is no milk in them. Her breathing became unstable, yet Arad didn't seem to stop. Instead of he pushed her breasts together to suck them both at the same time. I won't know until I try. After a while, Arad finally stooped, sucking on Merida's breasts as he filled Kino's throat with a large load. Kino didn't stop. She instead pushed Arad's flesh as deep as she could into her throat, drinking every last drop that came out. Arad lifted the two and dropped them on the bed. Both got on all four, lifted their butts up and arched their backs, leaned forward on their chests, and opened themselves up with their hands, calling on Arad. Tina was about to interfere, pick one for him to start, but Arad seemed to have something else in mind. He tapped Kino's opal white butt, telling her to not move. He then pulled Merida to stand above her, putting Kino's butt between her legs. Through all of his time with Merida, he knew one thing about her in bed. She isn't that keen on foreplay like the others, much rather get straight into pounding. She's always too horny for him, gets wet enough from the slightest touch of his hand. To bring a bit of change to Merida, he wanted to start with Kino while giving Merida a long foreplay session first, see how far he can push her. He thrust his flesh into Kino, causing her to gasp. At the same time, he started licking Merida's lower part, doing as best as he could from what he learned from Eris. Merida cried, her stomach twisting. She and Kino shared senses. She could feel his massive flesh ripping Kino's insides apart, piercing its way into her womb, but at the same time his tongue played wonders. The two immediately climaxed, but Arad didn't stop. He wrapped one arm around Merida's legs to keep her butt stuck to his face, and with the other hand he held Kino in place, thrusting even faster than before. Out of all of Arad's wives, Merida was the one that drained him the most. Her sexual drive far outclassed the others by miles. Even Eris couldn't match her in endurance. She was the only one he could go all out against in bed, and now he has two of her. When Arad finished with Kino, she could barely speak, mumbling as she pissed herself, cum flowing out of her hole. For a moment, Lala in the back seemed worried about her, but Tina assured her that Kino and Merida should be fine. And as expected, Kino only needed a few seconds to rest before she started asking for more. By that time, Arad had flipped Merida on her back, lifted her legs up, and was about to start with her, so Kino had to sit and watch from the side. Merida had felt everything that Kino felt, and was already exhausted from coming too much, but she reached forward and opened her lips up. It's my turn, I won't hold back. He slowly pushed inside at first before thrusting as hard as he could. Kino rolled beside them, holding herself, and moaned with a tearful face. True to his words, he accompanied her until she passed out from pleasure and left her dripping with a bulging stomach. Lala approached the bed. Rough, plain, and simple. She turned toward Tina. This should work for them. Hopefully both get pregnant from this. Tina approached the two, grabbed Merida by the legs, and was about to drag her out of the bed when Merida woke up. True to her extreme endurance and durability, she was already thirsting for more. Arad, please, one more time. She hugged his torso as Tina tried to drag her away from him. Fine, turn around. Arad waved his hand to Tina. Give us a bit more time, as you want. She backed away, and Arad turned Merida around where she stood. Standing up? You're a bit... Oh! She cried, as she felt his flesh almost rip her insides apart. That's, she cried, the wrong hole. Kino in the back held her butt and rolled on the bed. Complaining? He looked at her. Just a bit surprised, she grabbed his hand and pulled it to her chest. Arad needed another hour to entertain both her and Kino, leaving them both on the bed wheezing with pale streams coming out of both their holes. Demons. A great constitution means a weaker sense of pain and pleasure. Their bodies are tough and need powerful stimulation to get the same dose of pleasure. Add the fact that demons' sexual drive is high by nature. Those two are one step away from being succubus. Lala looked at the two and then at Arad. Merida told me that love is rough, and Tina had informed me that the cleanup after Merida is always tedious, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Merida, it's time to go. Tina woke Merida up and she looked at her with a tired face. You're right, already took extra time. She looked at Arad, but she leaned down and started sucking him off. Even Kino joined her. Tina stared at her. I said stop. She grabbed Merida by the legs and started trying to drag her away. Lala, help me. Lala rushed in and started trying to drag Kino away, but it was then that they felt it. Merida and Kino's powers had far surpassed human level. To the two, they felt as solid as steel and as heavy as the mountains. They are together a demon queen of fungus. Callie was standing in the room with them. Arad gasped as he didn't feel her enter or teleport inside. She grabbed Merida and Kino by their legs and lifted them up. Let's go see your lair and train there for a bit. She then looked at Arad. See you later, love, and threw him a kiss with one of her hands as she disappeared. Teleportation magic? Lala gasped, and Arad shook his head. No, she is the goddess of demons. I bet she can innately appear anywhere in the abyss. He laid on the bed and sighed. Indeed. Callie appeared sitting on his chest. In the abyss, I'm everywhere and anywhere. I can also see and hear everything. It's my domain. She then shifted her gaze toward Lala. I hope you also understand. She then disappeared as suddenly as she appeared. Chapter 078, Nash 10 tense, 10th 10 10 10 10 10 8, Matters of State. She lives and dies by the abyss. Arad looked at Tina. They'll be fine. Callie should know what she is doing. For now, call the next one. But before Tina could turn around, someone knocked on the door. Tina, Callie told me to come here. Izdis's voice came in, and Arad allowed her inside. Ugh, this mess. Those two must have been pent up. Izdis looked at Arad. Badly, didn't you clean up? Her eyes quickly shifted to face Tina. Did I bring you here? Tina said, and Izdis shook her head. Then that explains it. Callie asked you to come. She just nabbed Merida and Kino. Should we look for them? Izdis looked at Arad and he shook his head. They'll be fine. Izdis smiled. Then I've got time while Tina cleans you up. She sat beside him. Ayla brought me a letter from home. Did she tell you about it? No. Arad shook his head and Izdis smiled. The letter wasn't open. She didn't even mention it to you. It seems I can trust her more than I ever thought. You lot don't keep a lot of secrets, but each speaks of her own. If the letter concerned you, then she won't speak of it. Wait for you to make a move. Arad leaned back, letting Tina clean his still hard flesh. What was in it? Matters of state, with you supporting the royal family, allowing them to live in your castle, and having your head of finance, Roberta, handle all of their funding and wealth. It became common knowledge that I'll soon get crowned as the Queen of Rorus. Even Charlie had decided to do his own things. She looked at him with a smile. Your Majesty, sadly, I don't know how to kneel. Wasn't partially taught in the matter of noble etiquette. He looked at her with a smile and she giggled. You're the king. People will kneel to you. True, but I'm marrying into the royal family. You're the crowned one, not me. Still got a few things to learn. He leaned forward. But this isn't all that letter contained, right? True. With most people knowing that I'll become the next queen, troubles are brewing up. Probably I should call them nuisances? She looked a bit troubled, and Arad growled, I bet we can't just blow the trouble away. No nuisances, since I don't like it. But it's a common thing. She looked at Tina. This means you're now the royal's headmaid. Outside of Arad, I or the other wives, you're the one with the most political power in the kingdom. She giggled, even greater than father when he retires, since I can influence the king and queen. Tina looked at her and she smiled. You're smart. People will fear you since you can make us two-act. Which brings me to the first problem. What is it? Arad waved a hand with a confused face. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. There are over 80 of them, Isdis said with a stern face. 80 of what? Marriage proposals? Isdis said, and Arad gasped. For Tina? No, for Saren. Tina has already been claimed by you. No one would dare lay an eye on her. She looked at Tina. Her daughter is another matter. Girl, still not out of the diapers yet. Arad growled with a tired face. Give me a list of their names. I'll speak to them. It's not like you think, Isdis shook her head. They are trying to secure her, claim her so that in 15-20 years she'll marry into their families. Most of the grooms are still in the cradle or not even born yet. They'd even sent the groom and his mother to live with the royal family so he could grow up with the adequate etiquette and beliefs. Tina looked at Isdis. Mean we can mold him to whatever we want, make sure nothing goes wrong. But there is something wrong. Arad glared at them. Even if Saren were to grow up and bring a man, I'll still have to see what he's worth, let alone those stupid contracts. He turned to Isdis, all rejected. When she grows up, she'll solve this problem herself. Fair enough, Isdis leaned back. What about Mira's child? Word got out about it as well. The poor one not even out of Mira yet. Hell, we don't even know if it's a boy or a girl. Arad gasped, unable to believe his ears. Only 46 proposals, not many nobles had both a boy and girl to offer just in case. She giggled and then looked at Arad. No, like before. Don't worry, we'll not accept any. Siark, the novelfiro.net. Good. Arad sighed and Isdis leaned to sit on his lap. Now to the important matter, you. Don't know any etiquette, can barely even spell the word. Arad shrugged his shoulder with a gentle smile. Concubines. You've got over 300 fair maidens waiting around the castle, she said with a smile, and Arad froze in place. What? You're the one with the crown, not me, right? The people know that I'm married to you, and they know you have more than one wife. Don't underestimate the nobles' intelligence networks, she sighed. Well, I might have exaggerated that number by a lot. Not all of them seek to be concubines, albeit all of them won't refuse it. Tina stood. They just seek ties with the noble family. I suspect your father will be taking his entourage of servants and maids with him when he retires. Master must get a fresh batch to fill the void. Tina Isdis stood. Come here. I'll hug you. I never expected you to figure out so much. For once I feel like I'm talking with Ray and Ray. No thanks. We're both naked. I'd rather not. Tina just shook her head, and Arad sighed. They want to be royal maids, usually. Each queen would at least have 4 maids with her at all times. The king himself could have up to 10 normal maids, but a lot more under specific circumstances. Like what? Depends on the sensitivity of their work. The maids who only clean and cook are one thing, but if a maid is expected to stand behind the king while he works on important documents to serve him tea, she looked at Tina. She has to be enslaved to make sure she doesn't spill anything, even under torture. Heard of it? I see. So what do you think? Arad could feel that Isdis has a plan out of everyone. She is the rightful queen and should know better how to act. First, I'll fill all of the servant spots, from the maids to cooks to gardeners. For concubines, some are easy to reject, some hard to refuse. But there are a few that I really want to accept. Some, even as wives. She then turned toward Arad, and there are 2 outrageous ones that I might have already accepted them. Speak. Didn't know you'd get me 2 wives without even telling me. He looked at her, and she looked down with a sad, "I know I'm in the wrong, but listen to me. You can punish me later. I'm listening." Arad wasn't angry. He just wanted to know what she was thinking about. The hard-to-refuse one, a childhood friend of mine, daughter of an archwizard working for father. I said that at best I'll get her a concubine spot, but at worst a wet maid, and that if you rejected her, I'll keep around. She looked at him. She needs the royal family's political support to keep her magic research going. I'm sure she'll be along with Merlin. "What's a wet maid?" Arad asked, and Tina was the one to reply. "A maid responsible for cleaning the royal baths and toilets. That's her sole work, to make sure those places are spotless. And I'm talking about the bath and toilets frequented only by the king and the queens, the ones in the private royal quarter, a high-paid job, and with her magic she can finish it in the blink of an eye with a single flick of her fingers and get back to her research." "What do you say?" "Depends on her character. Need to wait until I see her face to face. Tell me about the two you accepted." The moment Izdis heard him ask, her face paled. "I'm really sorry I was taken by surprise and ended up accepting them. You can punish me however you like." "I'm not angry. Just tell me, what did those two do to catch you by surprise?" "You don't need to keep a promise to a corpse, you know that?" Arad looked at her with a smile. "Did they really think I'll let someone who tricks my wife live? No, you can't harm them. They are," she looked down, "the elvish High Queen and the dark elf High Queen." The moment Arad heard her words, he froze in place. "What? What are those two thinking about?" "They wanted to form an empire, a great empire. The alliance would be formed with you marrying them, which would make you effectively the king of 3 kingdoms, the high emperor of the human high elf, dark elf alliance." She scratched her head, which she stood. "No, I can't speak straight of this." She knelt before Arad. "It was all my mistake. I won't rest without a suitable punishment." "What's now?" Arad sighed, helping her to stand. "Remember the proposals coming from the nobles or ruris. Now there are even more proposals coming from the high elf and dark elf nobles." She was far too terrified from Arad. "Wait, you've been here with me the whole time. Same for Roberta. When did you two have the time to go and check?" Arad waved his hands. "This morning, Luminous, Betty's grandma, seems to have left a mirror here with Hati." Izdis looked away. "Why do I feel like there is more? Remember Dalla? The elvish queen's maid. She also wanted to join, so I promised her the position of queen's maid." Hearing Izdis's words, Arad nodded. "Well, what?" Tina stared at him. "Dalla is a special case if she wants to join. Even as a wife, I won't refuse her. I would even say we should seek her." Arad's reply stunned the two. "Wait, what?" Izdis cried. "Not just for me, for all of you. Her slap technique is something that all of you should learn." He waved his hand for Izdis to sit. "At least one is fully my fault." She was glad that Arad would have accepted Dalla anyway. "So, about the others," she looked at him and he gasped. "There's more? Hattie also wanted to tie the Beast Kingdom with you. That's why she is offering Astrid and Frida Matilda as well. The 3 have already accepted. Matilda? How did she get involved?" "I don't really know. Hattie is probably behind it all." Izdis sighed. "Betty as well. She represents both the university and the Halfling Kingdom to the southwest. Her grandmother also insists that she marries you as a concubine if nothing else. All of this coming at once, someone must be behind it all. And I feel like Hattie is involved." Arad growled. "There are 2 matters left, similar but quite different. The Dragon Queens, Mary the Metallic Dragon Queen and Dola the Chromatic Dragon Queen, had both invited you to their lairs." She sat beside Arad. "The Chromatic Queen said she has work for you, and the reward is her daughter, and the Metallic Queen's messenger just said that you should visit the fortress." She shook her head. "Sorry, Arad. It's my fault. You've ended up wrapped in the matters of state like this. I'd say I'm half at fault if I wasn't me. I doubt the whole alliance would have been possible." "Shit," he growled. "Hattie played me. I stopped an invading army for her. She must be planning to use that as a declaration to the world that I stand with her. What should we do now? Isdis looked at him. Forget about it. We'll figure something later. For now we have other matters to attend to your punishment. You just said you won't punish me, she cried with an annoyed face. You love singing and dancing. I'll be sitting here. Show me what you can do. Hearing what he wanted, a large smile covered her face. With pleasure, I was intending on doing that anyway. My Emperor. Chapter 1079, Needing Favors. As Isdis danced and sang, shaking her hips from side to another with graceful and fluid motions, Tina sat on the bed beside Arad. So I'm a royal headmaid now? Probably it'll be official when Isdis assumes the crown. No, you should be already a royal headmaid in the High Elf and Dark Elf kingdoms. Arad scratched his head. But with those two kingdoms backing, it's as good as if Isdis is already the queen. Too much responsibility, she sighed, and I'm as fragile as a glass. She sighed, leaning on his shoulder. Wait, Arad lifted his hand, and Isdis stopped dancing. I'm already the demon lord of those two layers. 3Kaylee just said you can have the layer below us as well. Isdis corrected, and he looked surprised for a second. To the point, since I'm both the demon lord and an emperor outside, does that mean I can open trade between the abyss and mortal world? As long as the demons don't kill humans or cause trouble. Wait, she smiled. Doesn't this mean you're also the demon lord of Merida's lair and Lunera's lair? No, wait a moment. She sat on the ground. Ah, shit, Tina. Call that demon woman, Asman. Tina stood, approached the door, and knocked on it. Call Asman here. A second later, a woman's voice rumbled from the outside. Asman would be here in 10 minutes. Got it, thank you. Minutes later, Asman arrived, knocked on the door, and walked inside wearing her sexiest underwear. She fearfully approached Arad and knelt down. I didn't call you for this. He sighed, and she looked at him with a shocked and disappointed face. I want to open trade with the human world. There are a lot of decent ores and demonic herbs that could sell well, and the human world must have some resources that the demons want. The god allowed it several times before, but the result was always a disaster. Asman shook her head, but the moment she looked at Arad, she could see Callie in her true form, sitting on the ground before him. Since it's Arad and I, no one would interfere. Callie leaned on Arad's legs, wrapping her muscular blue arms around him. Besides, any demon who dares make trouble for my husband would evaporate immediately. As you wish. Asman couldn't even breathe in front of the demon goddess. Ah, one last thing. I'll declare it myself to the whole abyss later. But for now, keep it between you and those who work in this castle. Callie leaned forward and started licking Arad's feet. You understand what this means, right? I'm beneath his feet, and you demons aren't worth the dirt he walks on. Don't embarrass me in front of him. If he said you shouldn't harm humans when going outside, you better not. Death herself won't endure looking at your corpse. Asman quickly left after hearing Callie's threat. Her mission now was to manage the layers and get ready to open a trade route between the abyss and the mortal world, with the demon goddess backing such a thing. It should go smoothly. The only obstacle is making sure the demon controls their murderous urges. I hope this will go smoothly. Arad sighed, and Callie stood, sitting on his lap. It will be a bit rough, but you know what's smooth? She looked at him with a grin. What? Check her moves, then. Callie disappeared in a puff of smoke and landed in the fungus lair. Merida and Kino were walking around the massive mushroom forest when she returned. Where did you go? Back to Arad for something. Did you two manage to learn anything? She approached, and Merida sat on a large mushroom. All the shrooms in this layer are connected to the mother shroom. This massive fungal network is the third one. You're right. As long as this layer stands, you two can't die. Callie sat on the ground and picked a mushroom. This layer also produces mushrooms of all variety, deadly demonic ones, edible ones by human standards, and even ones used in alchemy and toxic brewing. We can sell them to the demons in the other layers, and even to the humans in the mortal world. Kino looked at Merida. We can make a fortune out of this, and I'm not talking about gold. Demons can pay with the precious resources harvested from their lairs. I wonder if Lunera has anything worthwhile. Merida looked at Callie. Can we go see her? Of course. She waved her finger and they disappeared. Back inside Arad's room, Izdis had just finished dancing. While being a princess and a future queen, at heart she was a bard, a ballad dancer and a singer of tales. With a swift move she leaned forward, standing right between Arad's legs. How was it? Graceful as ever, but did your skin get paler? He pulled her to his lap and she ran her fingers on his chest. I'm cold, frigid. Her fingernails scratched his skin, leaving a frozen trail. Izdis slightly parted her legs, showing Arad her dripping lower lips. When a door separated from her body, fell toward the ground with a trail of white mist and shattered on the ground like ice. Lala approached. Arad, look at this. She pulled a piece of raw meat. A nice piece of beef. We can grill or fry it. But she approached Izdis and rubbed the piece of meat between her legs. The red piece of meat immediately hardened and froze. When Lala dropped it to the ground, it shattered like glass. Sorry, but no live baby is coming out of there. Lala sighed and looked at Arad. Your friend here? She poked his long, hard meat stick. It will be fine, but whatever comes out will instantly freeze inside her. Not even a white dragon is this cold. Do you have a solution? Arad asked, and Izdis was the one to reply. She doesn't, but Isbert does. That woman, Arad growled. What makes you think she has a solution? Seer Tho, ovelfire.net. She has the same blood as me, and I'm her descendant, which means she at least had a child once. She leaned on Arad's chest. I'll ask her later, but for now she kissed him. Let's just have some fun first. Arad lifted her up and dragged her on the bed. Of course we would. He spread her legs apart, looked at her for a second before slowly shoving his flesh inside her. Tina, who was to the side, looked at Lala. Won't his freeze? It won't, all that burning blood flowing into it. She approached Tina and leaned on her shoulder. But don't worry, the cold is only confined to her insides. Her skin is surprisingly a good insulator. Tina looked back at Arad on top of Izdis. You sure there is no way to help her? She said it herself. Only Isbert knows what could be done. I'm an expert, but you can't expect me to know everything about rare bloods. Lala walked back and sat on a chair. You better stay away from them. What's splashing out of her is extremely cold and would kill you. The two sat back and watched Arad and Izdis. I know you might have a problem that prevents you from going in bed with him. Mind telling me? I mind, and I won't tell you. This is none of your business. Tina replied with a passive face without even looking at her. I doubt it's a problem with you getting pregnant. You could just take it up the ass. You're intentionally avoiding anything intimate, but are fine being naked with him. Lala started thinking, he knows why. Tina nodded. He knows everything, and you should stop thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, something is off about you. Lala looked at her. I'm a succubus. Both men and women get me excited. But you look like a piece of stale bread, unappetizing. What are you getting at? Tina glared at her. You have no life to grant, lack life force. Is there a problem with your soul? With a single look at Tina's face, Lala knew she was right. Bingo. If that's the case, the ones who should know how to help you are Gracie, the mother of all life and death, and Eresh Kigal, the guide of souls. Gracie is your goddess, who is the second one. Tina looked at her with a serious face. A goddess as well, and a one that hates interacting with the living. But all of the dead would see her as they cross to the afterlife. She hates the living? That means she won't see me. Tina sighed. Not if you embarrassed her a bit. You've got that devil nun called Sarah? I felt a powerful link between her and Asmodeus. Lala looked at Tina with a smile. Asmodeus is Ereshkigal, daughter. Sarah can ask Asmodeus about the matter for you. You know you're talking about Asmodeus? The queen of the 9 hells and the strongest devil in existence. You think she'll act for the sake of a mere human? She'll more likely curse the whole world to get ravaged by devils than help. Lala started thinking, and I probably shouldn't say this, but you could also beg Senna for help. Senna, what could she do? I can't tell you, but just that you'll need to put her in a hard spot to get her to move. Try your luck with her. But I'm also sure Arad has a better chance with her than you. Get him to ask in your stead, but she'll definitely take this chance to get him in debt. Lala thought, Sina is Tiamat's daughter, and last I heard, Tiamat and Asmodeus are always together. Some even suspect them sleeping on the same bed. If she got her mother to ask Asmodeus, getting Ereshkigal to move might be possible. What's more, Sina had been raised by Gracie. She could ask her to help as well. Why tell me this? If I wanted to get in bed with Arad, gaining your favor is a must. Lala looked at her. Or would you rather me do something else? Well, when Arad or Tina bring this matter to Senna, I'm sure she'll be furious at me. Arad and Izdis had just finished, and Tina stood to tend to them. Izdis was so cold that she had to clean herself. While Tina tended to Arad, after cleaning Arad, Tina went to bring Mira and take Izdis away. Arad was left alone with Lala. I've heard you two talk earlier. Angry at me? She looked at him. No, just thinking, why would you go so far? Arad looked at her, and she smiled. Didn't you hear the part about me needing her favor? I could also sense a great fear inside you. It's as if helping her would spell your end. Arad stood and approached her. Say it, what is the problem? Arad, Doma appeared from his back using Gemini. Let her be, you're putting her in a hard spot. I'll handle her. She approached Lala. Come with me to the bath. Inside the bath, Doma looked at Lala with a smile. Now you owe me twice. One for letting you do whatever you want, and one for getting him off your back. I feel like you're worse. Lala glared at her. Of course, I'm probably worse than whatever you're afraid of. Doma sat on a stool and pulled a paper out of nowhere. Read this. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. A slave contract? You want to enslave me? Lala glared at her. No, I just want to study you to develop some charm and love curses. Nothing beats a virgin holy succubus. In exchange, you can say, I forced you to speak earlier. Doma giggled. Your fear spiked when you spoke of Senna. You're afraid of her, right? You think you can stop Senna? Lala growled, and Doma giggled. She wants Arad and has to get past me to reach him. She won't bother you as long as I'm on your side. Fine, Lala signed the contract. So what should I do now? I'll just take some of your blood for now. You can go and keep living as normal until I call you again. Doma disappeared, chapter 1081, 9-1081, cleaning After Arad. Baltos growled at Alcott. What daughter-in-law? Who is she? This magic. She's a Dracaena, a green one. Cyrilla growled with a stern face. Alcott, why did you let her in? She is the queen of the crypt forest of Clog, a distant land from here, an old friend of Arad. Alcott replied, and Clog looked at him. Calling me a friend is an understatement. Thud. Heavy footsteps approached, and Clog looked behind the Baltos and Cyrilla. You aren't the queen here. A 10-foot-tall woman stood face to face with Clog, glaring down at her with burning golden eyes. Wait till Arad comes or I'll kick you out, Miriam growled. Who, I did sense a powerful aura around, so it was yours, Aunt. Clog cracked her neck. Want to play a bit? Let's take this outside. Miriam pointed back with her thumb, and Alcott sighed. Can you two not fight? We're just playing a bit, Miriam said, with a smile as she and Clog suddenly disappeared, only leaving a puff of dust behind them. The poor woman that Clog dragged with her stood there with her mother, confused. That woman was Clog, an ancient green Dracaena that Arad knows. Alcott looked at the poor woman. What's your name, Elizabeth? Is she really a dragon? She looked back with a scared face. She might have gotten mixed up in a deadly struggle. You don't need to worry. I bet she heard of the preparation to crown Izdis as the queen and Arad as the king, so she came here to get a share of him, Alcott explained and looked at Baltos. If this went smoothly for her, you'll end as a maid serving one of the Emperor Arad's queens. Baltos pointed out the door. They could see the growing village and city beneath the castle, then the endless line of people that extended to the horizon, all nobles from this kingdom and foreign lands that came to try their luck of getting a chance to get close to the newly born empire. They are fighting for the crumbs, yet you and your mother got picked up by Clog and dropped right into the soup. Baltos turned to leave. Cyrilla, you can take care of the things around here. Leave them to me. Cyrilla approached Elizabeth and her mother. Mom, what's your name? She looked at the mother. Hannah, the old woman replied. That woman she wants to marry our Baron? Exactly. That's the only meaning when a Dracana comes and posts herself in a dragon's land. Cyrilla started walking deeper into the castle and the two followed her. As you can see, I'm an elf, not just a normal one, but the elvish High Queen. Cyrilla, she looked back at them with a smug smile. Myself and the Dark Elf Queen wanted to get a share of Arad for a while, and just days ago our goddess gave us an order to ally with the Rurus Kingdom. She giggled. I asked if we could just marry Arad and merge our kingdoms into a massive empire, and she agreed. Wait, it was just then that Elizabeth realized that a queen was guiding them around. Not a future queen, but a full-on current queen. Don't worry about it. I came here expecting to lead a future queen, but I don't mind taking care of her servants while she fights Miriam. Besides, she turned back, I've got nothing to do now but sit and wait. We can. She went silent as she saw Dalla approaching. Your Highness, if you aren't entertaining a new queen, then you should get back to the office. The paperwork won't finish itself. She glared at her and quickly shifted her gaze to the two ladies with her. You two come with me. She waved to them. Wait, you need me too, Cyrilla gasped, but Dalla gave her a sharp glare. Baltos already informed me of everything. Dalla took the two ladies with her and headed toward the servants' quarter. If Clog forced you to work for her, you can just tell me. I'll get her to free you. No, she pays well. Elizabeth scratched her chin. We can't refuse with how much she offered. Dalla looked at them and Elizabeth corrected herself. Paid. She already gave us the money. Dalla stopped walking and turned toward a door. I don't want to be rude. But first you must take a bath, get measured so we can make uniforms for you, and also give us time to get you a place to live in. But we already have a home. Hannah looked at Dalla with a worried face. I'm not talking about that. You'll have to live in the castle, so we'll get you some rooms in Clog's quarter, if you don't end up sleeping in her room. She looked at Elizabeth. Clog doesn't have any human servants, from what I know. That might mean you two will be her personal maids. You'll sleep in her room, be on call 24/7. Dalla looked closely at Elizabeth. You'll eat the same food as her, do her hair in the morning, help her wear clothes clean after her, and even read her bedtime stories if she wants. Bedtime stories? Who? I got some good ones. Hannah smiled. Would we meet the Baron? I have always wanted to speak to him since the time he brought us from Riverside. So you came from Riverside, my condolences. Dalla looked at her, but the old woman shook her head. It was a tragedy to most, but to be honest, to me and my daughter, it was a blessing. Hannah looked around. We were poor, far too poor. I used to bake bread and sell it at the local market, but as the years caught up with me, my hands started shaking. I could bake no more. She looked at Elizabeth. She started baking in my place, but with the growing city, we started getting driven out of business, spent countless nights starving. Right now, I work as a baker for the local tavern, the Iron Axe, Elizabeth added. But I've only got paid 3 coppers per loaf. I barely end a month with more than 50 silver coins. We lived a better life traveling with Baron Arad here than we did in Riverside, and in the village below we had a better life than anyone that we ever lived. Hannah looked at Dalla. We found warmth and safety beneath his wings. I can't pass this without at least thanking him. Then let's start by getting you two cleaned. Dalla opened the bath's door. I'm sure you two also consider messy hair hard on the eyes, especially when standing before a king, especially hair riddled with lice. Outside in the massive training ground behind the castle, a large battle started. Miriam and Clog swung fists at each other, moving so fast that the human eye couldn't track them. 2 fists, but 16 strikes at once. You're a fast one, Ant. Clog said with a large grin on her face as she stood in the middle of the training ground. The two had fought only using their humanoid bodies, clashing while limiting their strength and speed to not destroy the castle. Miriam sighed. You pass? What? We barely started. Claw approached her. Are you scared? I'm not. Miriam replied with a calm face. I only wanted to make sure you're conscious enough to not damage the area. I won't let anyone stay here if they can't control their power. So that's why you wanted to fight me? Clog said with a smile, resting her fists on her hips. But Miriam approached her. You didn't cause damage, but you've been spreading your magic around since you came close to the area. What are you doing? You're smarter than you look. Clog smiled as she approached Miriam and wrapped her arm around her shoulder. Can you help me do something here? You're asking me. I will kill you if you dare plot against Arad. No, I'm not plotting against him. I'm actually here to clean after him. She licked her lips. Of course, I also came to see if he's suitable for me to take as a mate. What do you want? Miriam sighed and Clog smiled. I knew I could count on you. Can you show me where all of the area's sewers dump the waste? Why the hell would you want to see that place? Miriam lifted an eyebrow and Clog grabbed her. Sorry, we'll talk away from here. Clog could feel someone's gaze on her. Alcott was still keeping an eye on her to make sure she didn't cause trouble. Before Miriam could realize it, she was standing with Clog over 500 kilometers away from Arad's territory. She gasped. What? She could believe what had happened. Sorry, we can't talk there. It might cause a panic. Clog waved her hands, but Miriam wasn't going to listen now. She immediately swung a fist at her full strength. But in the blink of an eye, Clog flipped her to the ground and sat on her back, pushing her face to the ground with her heel. I'm not going to harm anyone. Listen to me before you attack. I'm an ancient green Dracaena, and I'm almost becoming a worm. What the hell would that mean to me? Miriam growled and Clog sighed. Too many people gathering in Arad's land in a short time. I'm seeing the signs of a plague starting, so I came to deal with it. What? A plague? Serth the Novel Firenet. News shouldn't spread out as it might taint the reputation of Arad's land. I'll act on my own to solve the problem, but I want you to ignore anything that I do which might be against your laws. Clog moved away from Miriam and sat on a massive rock against the law, killing people? Miriam growled. I'll do my best to heal the infected, but those who can't be healed, I'll kill them peacefully with my poison and burn their corpses so the plague doesn't spread. If I end up being found out, then so be it. Blame the deaths on me, but make sure no one knows that a plague almost started in Arad's land. Miriam sighed. Fine, I'll help you. But I must inform some people, like the Queens. A secret meeting, don't let the news spread out. Clog started thinking, if the news about the plague leaked out, blame it on me. Say that the green Dracaena Clog came to the city and started a plague like she always does. Wait, so the tales about you starting plagues are fake? Miriam gasped and Clog shook her head. Half are fake, half are real. Chapter 1082, 1082, Clog's Quest. An hour later, Alcott, who was standing guard at the city wall, got summoned to the castle. Annoyed, he quickly picked a horse and made his way back. The guards at the castle gate informed him that one of the future queens was the one to summon, and that he was to report to her at the eastern fifth quarter. Alcott wasn't a fool. He had already memorized the castle layout and knew that the eastern fifth quarter was empty this morning. Clog is the only woman who showed up today. This is why I don't like dealing with dragons. When he made it into the quarter, one of the servants there led him to Clog's room. She knocked on the door, got permission, and allowed him inside. Clog was sitting beside the window having her hair brushed by Elizabeth. Why did you call me? You know I'm busy. He stood at the door and looked at her. Oh, I just wanted to have a chat with my father-in-law. Something wrong with that? She looked at him with a smug smile. For a human? No. For a dragon, on the other hand. A lot is wrong with that. Alcott shook his head and approached. You won't call me here if it wasn't something serious. What is it? A vampire is living in this city, and an ancient and powerful one at that, must be at least 2,000 years old. She looked out of the window. Ginger isn't that old, Alcott growled, and Clog laughed. You're right, mother-in-law is a fossil. She then waved her fingers. Of course I'm not talking about her or Arad's vampires. I can tell the difference. If the vampire didn't cause trouble, then why is he a problem now? 2,000 years of hiding. The vampire didn't have a reason to start acting strange now. No, how did you know you've been here for just 2 hours? I know a lot, and I've got my way of gathering information. She smiled. I'm doing what every good wife does, cleaning my husband's house before he comes back. She pointed out of the window at a graveyard right outside the city walls. A woman, her son, and newborn daughter were slaughtered a week ago. The family carried the funeral on the hush-hush to avoid troubles. There have been several cases like this, and all of them lead to a vampire attack. Go track this case, find the vampire, and catch him alive. She pulled a quest paper. She had already asked for an official notice to Alcott from the guild. Anything else I should know? He looked at the paper, noticing that the quest asks specifically for a human. Yes, go alone, and don't use your vampiric or lycanthropic powers. People beside you are too weak to survive an encounter with a vampire, and if you use your powers, he might run away for good, or worse, be affected with whatever caused him to grow insane in these past days. She stood. Take your time. But at the same time, hurry. Contradictions. I love my job. Alcott sighed and was about to leave. Wait, the ladies love to talk about you all the time. From what I've heard, you usually growl. I fucking love my job when a job annoys you. Alcott stopped. Where did you hear that? Ah, it doesn't matter. I don't curse in front of my wife, my son's wife, the children, and those who might take offense. You, too, better cut it out. I'm out. He left, and Clog looked at her crystal with a smug face. Will he be okay? A 2,000-year-old vampire must be strong. Elizabeth looked at Clog with a worried face. The Baron would be mad if his father was harmed. Strong enough to burn a hole in the city, raise hell, and kill thousands before getting slayed. Clog brushed her crystal orb with her fingers, but the crystal showed Alcott walking down the castle's stairs. He is a reliable man, just like Arad. And did you just say he is a vampire and a lycanthrope as well? Elizabeth stared at her with a passive face, and Clog immediately changed the image on the crystal. Look, young lovebirds are having some fun at a barn. Elizabeth cried and smacked the crystal orb away. What are you doing? That vampire didn't attack anyone for 2,000 years. Someone must have triggered him. Those remnants of eldritch magic, the abomination that Alcott killed a while ago, must have done something. Clog already had her suspicions. Those cases must be related somehow, and she must find out. Alcott finally reached the graveyard and slowly walked between the tombstones, the sunlight shining bright through the tree branches. He could hear them from a long distance, women crying, men cursing, and shovels hitting the ground. He walked across the hill and he reached the funeral. A crowd of people gathered around a single grave as they buried someone. Condolences. He approached a young woman. Unlike how he looked, Alcott knew well how popular he was with women, especially the young ones still dreaming of a valiant knight. The young lass looked aside and saw him standing beside her like a tower, wearing brown leather armor with a large sword on his back, a jacked body and a thin black beard on his face, complementing his glittering honey-colored eyes. Came to visit the grave of an old friend who died. A friend of mine, Alicia was her name. Known her since we were still eating mud on the street, was to be wed next summer. The lass shook her face, wiping tears out of her eyes. The cow went mad, attacked her as she was milking her, gouged her stomach open with her horn. Alcott looked at the grave. He could still smell the woman's blood. The corpse wasn't taken to Eris's funeral parlor, buried in a rush, most likely. The cow went mad? Did they kill it? Yes, they butchered it, not an hour past. Alicia died, ungrateful beast. The lass looked at the men shoveling dirt on the grave. We talked just last night. I can't believe she died." "Thank you." He handed the girl a silver coin. "Offer something for her soul." He then walked toward the grave, leaving the lass who only gave him a gentle bow. He looked around, sniffing the air. Out of all the people here, he could pick up the scent of the dead Alicia and compare it with everyone else, quickly identifying her family from amongst the crowd. Alicia's father, a frail-looking old man with a bushy black beard filled with gray strands. He stood right beside the grave, bearing a sore face and bloodshot eyes, probably from crying a lot. "Condolences," Alcott said with a calm voice, and the man didn't even look at him. "The fuck you want, stranger?" "What did you do to the cow's corpse?" Alcott asked, and the man finally looked at him. "Sent by the castle? We cut the cow to pieces and buried it a man deep underground." "Gotta burn it, and your whole barn, all cows included." Alcott glared at him, and the man shook. "Sir, please have mercy. The cow's their milk, we live from it. Kill the cows and we'll starve to death." Alcott pulled several gold coins and gave them to the man. "I want all of the animals out and wait. I'll get someone to inspect the barn for diseases." He looked around. "Where did you bury the cow? Over there up the hill." The man pointed. Alcott thanked him and went to find the place where the cow was buried. He reached the isolated grove beside the forest. The ground was clearly dug out this morning. Strange, should have smelled the lass's blood on the cow. He pulled a shovel and started digging the grave. Soon he pulled the cow's corpse piece by piece and inspected it. Not a single drop of the lass's blood. The cow didn't kill her. He looked back. "They are lying." He threw the cow pieces back into the grave and poured a bottle of oil above them, setting them on fire as he sat there and watched, thinking about what he had just heard and seen. Those people lied to him. They also didn't take the girl's body to Iris's funeral parlor to be embalmed or cremated. They just buried her raw. His gut feeling was right. This might have something to do with that vampire, say, the Noviro.net. He stood and returned to the graveyard. Everyone had already left, and he could see the fresh grave covered in flowers. He sat beside it. "I hope you'll forgive me, Alicia, but I have to excavate your grave. Pull out your corpse and inspect it." He stood and walked around the grave, dropping small black beads that crackled with magic. He wanted to wait until night to dig the grave out. But by that time, the vampire might be on the prowl again. He has no choice but to dig it now. But what if the people saw him? This is what those beads were for. He usually used them to hide helpless people that he was trying to save, keep them safe while he fought the monsters. But now he'll use them to mask what he's about to do. Alcott dug the grave out and pulled the lass's corpse. It was clear a moment. It wasn't the cow that killed her. Deep and clean cuts on her torso. 5 perpendicular slashes that reached her spine, cleaved cleanly through the ribs. No signs of assault or struggle, and he found pieces of clothes deep inside her wounds and a small bump at the back of her head. Who killed her had 5 long claws, sharp and with enough strength to cut through bones. She must have walked in on something and was attacked, killed in a single blow while standing. The bump on the back of her head was probably from when she fell to the ground or hit a wall from the impact. Can be anything, including a powerful vampire that I just happened to be hunting. He buried her back up and poured a bottle of strong wine on her grave. "You were probably too young to drink this. I'll give it to you as an apology." Chapter 1083, Sleeping Wolf. Alcott walked toward the man's farm. The sun was still up and its rays rained down from the heavens, passing through the trees, casting a dark shadow on the shed where those people lived. Alcott heard the cows on the side. He looked and saw all of the cattle herded into one pen, like humans in a walled city looking around in confusion. They've never been herded like this before, putting a lot of stress on them. Master. The old man approached Alcott with a worried face. He glanced at the animals with a sad stare. "Pitiful creatures, what a shame. Those cows had the biggest udder in the whole village, pure Riverwood breed. They stay there until an expert comes to inspect them. If they're sick, we'll arrow them down and burn their corpses. Won't risk it spreading to the whole village's cattle." Alcott walked to the tree and sat beneath it. "I'll sit guard. You go on about your lives? Master, would you want me to bring you something to eat or drink? Alcott looked at the man, smelling his sweat, hearing his heart beating rapidly. His fingers were shaking as his lips held shut. Even his busy heart wasn't able to hide his gulping. Alcott immediately knew the man was up to no good. He could call him out, but the vampire might run away. He should play along until the beast is within striking range. This is a village, after all. If a massive fight broke out with a 2,000-year-old vampire lord, the death toll would be enough to even make him puke. You've my thanks, and don't worry, you'll get compensated in full if the coins I gave you weren't enough. Alcott waited as the old man hurried back inside. The closer the old man got to the house, the louder his heart roared. Alcott couldn't tell if he was afraid of the beast inside the house or that he was feeling guilty about deceiving him. Sear the Novaria int an hour later. The man came to Alcott with a plate full of meat and a large mug of wine. It only took Alcott one look to notice something. Such a poor farmer shouldn't be able to afford such wine. It's not like they can't afford it. It's such a big waste that it might cost him a child's life in the winter. Even the meat had a ton of spices on it, cooked in a hurry, but still those spices would have cost a fortune. Strong wine and spices, hiding the smell of poison, should be enough to kill a large bear if they needed to take such measures to hide it. Arad could feel it. If any normal person were to eat this food and drink this wine, they might instantly puke their organs out, but he could feel it. No, he could see an eye staring at him from the crack in the shed's walls.
What kind of wine is this?
Alcott asked, lifting the mug and looked at it with a lifted eyebrow.
Northern blackberry,
the old man replied.
Never tasted such a thing before. Is it strong? I'm not that good with alcohol.
He smiled, poking his finger inside the mug, and then licked it to tasted the wine.
It tastes amazing. Fuck it. Let those old farts scold me later. No use wasting such a feast.
With just that taste, he determined that the poison used was a sleeping one, and not as much as he expected. The vampire probably wants to catch him alive. Just one looked at Alcott's body, and he seems like a good candidate for a spawn. After finishing his meal, Alcott started feeling drowsy. Sleepy, his eyes felt heavier than the mountains. He could easily resist such a poison if he let his werewolf blood suppress it. Werewolves have a power resistance to poisons and alcohol thanks to their thick blood and massive liver. But now it'll be easier to let the vampire's slaves take him to it rather than try to chase it without being discovered. He fell on his face asleep. The old man leaned forward, looking at Alcott's face, and touched his neck. Cold skin, almost no pulse and breathing slower than a corpse, deep asleep enough to be mistaken for a corpse. They could chop him to pieces and he won't ever wake up. Clogg was watching Alcott from the castle, using her crystal orb. Elizabeth, who was behind her, wore a terrified face. "We should send someone to help him," she cried. The wolf is asleep beneath the tree, 2 eyes closed. She looked at Elizabeth with a smile. "There is no need to worry about him. Please forgive me, master." The man grabbed Alcott by the shoulder and tried to drag him into the house, failing miserably. Alcott's armor alone weighed a lot. The poor man almost snapped his back trying to move him. The poor man called his wife to help him drag Alcott inside, and even with them both working their backs out, they barely managed to get him inside. Elizabeth was watching with growing fear. She covered her face the moment the inside of the house showed. Walls painted red with blood, ripped furniture, and a bloodied woman. She looked at Elizabeth's age, sitting on a bloodied chair, brushing her long red hair. Beautiful, fair skin, brown eyes, and a face full of freckles. The husband and wife dropped Alcott on the ground, falling to the ground with exhausted breaths. He lay face down. Asleep, yet his ears and senses still wide open, he could smell the blood, hear them speak, and sense the monster sitting before him. The young woman has the same smell as Alicia, but a bit fresher, her younger sister probably, but they couldn't be a year apart, and what's most important, she isn't his target, a vampire spawn 2 days old. No, less than that. If I reveal myself to her, the vampire lord will flee, but he was aware that if they captured him, Then the vampire lord must want to turn him into a vampire spawn. She won't dare kill him or suck his blood, which means she'll never find he's already a vampire. The young woman stood from her chair and approached Alcott, sniffed his neck. Not young, but still strong. Master would be pleased. She licked her lips. What a shame, I can't suck your blood. Isn't this enough? The old man gasped. We've got him for you, would you please? He, she giggled, fool human. Do you think I'm still your daughter? Foot-long claws extended from her fingers. Sister got what she deserved, and you'll be next. I wonder what color your organs are. Normal humans have no chance against a vampire spawn, even one this weak. A single swipe of her claws would be enough to rip through 1 foot thick wooden logs. Cutting a man in half is as easy as cutting through air. The old couple will die. They won't even be able to take a single step before their blood spills. Alcott on the ground was listening. If he keeps pretending to be asleep, the old couple would die. But if he acts, the vampire lord would escape and probably cause a massive disaster. The right decision was clear. Keep the act and let them die. The vampire lord is too big of a threat to too many people than that. All those days, she growled, her voice growing deeper with each word. You don't know how many times I wished I could cut you apart. And that day had finally come. Veins bulged all over her body as she lunged forward, swinging her massive claws at her father. Thud, a hand grabbed her by the ankle, causing her to fall face first to the ground. She looked back and saw Alcott had grabbed her foot. She hissed at him like a snake, her jaw opening wide and revealing a row of sharp teeth decorated with 2-inch long fangs. Alcott immediately pulled her back and threw her at the table. He could barely stand like a newborn goat, showing that the poison still affected him. The spawn roared at him with rage, her visage looking and less human by the second. Run. Alcott growled at the two, but the old man shouted back, That's my daughter. Don't kill her. We've already lost one. We don't want to lose the other. The mother cried with tears flowing down her face. Alcott grabbed a tankard of water and threw it at them. I said, Get out. The spawn turned into a mist of red smoke, rushing toward Alcott. He lifted his sword and blocked her claw attack. Sparks flew everywhere as she looked surprised. The power granted to her was great, yet this man managed to block her attack. No, he's probably used to hunting monsters while this is her first real fight. She kept flying around him as mist, attacking left and right until she realized something. He is protecting her parents. A smile crossed her face as she weaved around, grabbed Alcott by the arm, and threw him all around the room like a rag doll. The more she fought, the more at ease she felt with her body and reaction speed. Soon, this powerful fighter will be nothing but a helpless newborn sheep before her, ready for slaughter. At one point, Alcott thrust his sword at her, and she used her reaction speed to pull her father and put him between them. If he is fighting so hard to save, let's break his spirit. Alcott's sword pierced the father's chest, and she gasped for air, falling to the ground with blood rushing out of his chest. The mother screamed in the back, and Alcott growled in rage, chasing after the spawn all over the room. Then, as she was trying to escape his rage, he managed to slash her back, causing her to scream. She turned toward him with a claw swing, only for him to slash her arm off and kick her so hard that she wished she didn't start this fight. Desperate, she grabbed her mother and pointed her claw at her neck. One move and I'll flay her like a fish. Vampires don't take prisoners. Alcott rushed in and stabbed the mother alongside the spawn. The mother fell to the ground, bleeding to death, and the spawn growled as her fight with Alcott kept on for another minute. The spawn finally stood there, Alcott on the ground. Her whole body was covered in slashes, and she was too exhausted to fight any longer. People have already heard the fighter and are knocking on the door. A single pitchfork is enough to kill her. She could suck her parents' blood to heal, but that would take long enough for everyone to come in and finish her. Alcott was unconscious on the floor, so she grabbed him and crawled to the back of the house, sneaking out through the cellar. There was the entrance of a cave system, a tight hole and a tighter squeeze to get through, but with her ridiculous strength she could force herself and Alcott inside. Of course, she immediately smashed the entrance to prevent anyone from chasing them. When the people rushed into the house, they found the massacre, but surprisingly, both parents were still alive. The stab wounds they sustained perfectly missed their organs, dealing enough pain to knock them out, yet not enough to kill them. As the spawn dragged Alcott through the cave, he was smiling inside. Thank the God this newborn spawn is dumb, as you'd expect from a farm girl. She couldn't tell what the fuck I was doing. Chapter Seek 1084, Between the Wives. Back in Arad's room, Tina sat on the couch alone, listening to Mira moaning and crying. Lala had left to check on Merlin, so she was left alone. With what she heard from Izdis earlier, her work is going to pile up a lot. Arad finally let Mira go, and she rolled on the bed, her hips still twitching as she groaned. "Are you okay?" he asked, and she slowly turned toward him. "I'm fine, ignoring that my ass feels like it's on fire." She looked back. Her butt was bright red. Sear the Novulier and Eat Tina approached the bed and looked closer at Mira, reaching forward and touching her hips, causing her to shriek in pain. "Don't touch it." Mira crawled away with tearful eyes. "I would have to clean you anyway." Tina grabbed her by the legs and pulled her back toward her. "Master, hold her in place." "Fine, but I'm still sore." Mira stopped resisting. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Tina looked at her with a smile, and Mira wasn't buying it. "That's what my mom used to say when she bathed me as a little girl. 'I'll be gentle,' she said, then scrubbed me with that thing like she is peeling a potato." Arad patted her head. "Relax a bit, you're a demi-goddess. Look," he grabbed her butt, "it doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Mira blinked. Reaching back and caressing her butt, all the pain had faded away like it was nothing but a dream. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Arad reached forward and grabbed her hand, slowly pulling her toward him. "As long as you endure the initial pain, your body would rapidly heal." He sat her on his lap. His hands caressed her bosom, one slowly rubbing her stomach, tickling her belly button. Mira could feel something hard pushing on her lower back. She looked back at Arad. "You still want more, but I'm tired. No need for more." Arad held her in a hug. "Just rest a bit." Mira giggled, leaning on his chest. "If you want more, why don't you have some time with her?" Her eyes turned toward Tina. "Isn't that right?" Without saying a word, Tina lifted her skirt and pushed her panties aside. "If my lady wants it, then I'm ready." As expected, she was dripping wet to the point it looked like she wet herself. "We can't do that," Arad replied. "It won't be good for her." Tina quickly covered herself. "Master is right. Lady Mira, please forgive me, but I can't hold him for you. I already guessed as much." Mira stood and looked at Tina with a smile. "Mind telling me why?" Tina looked worried and shook her head. "Please forgive me. I don't want to speak about it." "So you know and can tell me, but you don't want to." Mira grabbed Tina by the hands. "Even if I begged for it, what's bothering you?" "It's inconvenient for me to speak about. Please forgive me, but I promise to tell you if I could." Tina bowed, and Mira decided to drop the conversation. "Fine, it's a promise." Mira sat on the bed and looked at the ceiling with a sad smile. "It never changed." She slowly turned toward Arad. "I've always wanted to speak with you about something, but never got the chance. No, I've never gathered the courage to speak about it." "Is it about that?" Tina looked at her with a worried face, and Mira smiled. "It is." Mira took a deep breath. "Do you know?" "All of us want to keep you to ourselves." She turned toward Arad. "Me, Ella, Eris, all of us, except Merida, who doesn't seem to care." She leaned on his chest. "If I could keep you all for myself, I would have done it. All day, all night, only me and you and no one else." Merida didn't agree. She chuckled. Tina looked at Arad. The wives talked about this before. Merida said that seeing you bring more women in just got her more excited and glad, assuring her that she hit the jackpot. She said, "No normal man can keep this many women under one roof." "She is weird, isn't she?" Mira said, then looked at Arad. "The others, if I could erase them away with a flick of my fingers, I would. But that is bad, I know it. It'll make you sad. It'll make them sad. They are my friends, sisters in this household. Seeing them walking into your room makes me feel both pain and happiness. Happy for them, happy for you, but sad and heartbroken. Then what should I do? Arid looked at her, and she looked at him with a smile, as expected of you, trying to find a solution. That's the man I love, the man we all love. She reached toward him with a kiss. But there is nothing you can do. It's just how things are. It can't be helped. She grabbed his flesh in her hand and started stroking it. But this feeling only lasts until we taste this. Now that I've felt so much pleasure and pain that I'm exhausted, I feel weirdly calm. She looked down. I know that even if you came inside me a lot, that doesn't mean I managed to satisfy you. And I'm already exhausted. Seeing Tina standing here, knowing that she can help me, make me feel kinda glad. She waved her hand for Tina to sit on Arad's lap beside her. Even if I'm not worthy, incapable of pleasing you to your heart's content, I know the others have my back. I know that Tina here has my back. Mira stood. So, Arad, my love, I know. We know that each of us is incapable of matching up to you. So if you found a woman that interests you, a woman that you love and that loves you, feel free to bring her in. You don't have to wait for us to permit you. Arad was listening in silence all of this time, thinking about it. I get it. Tina, call everyone here. Tina immediately stood, as you wish. She rushed out, and Mira looked at him with a worried face. Arad, please don't bring this up to them. I shouldn't have. No, as you said, there is no clear solution to this. Arad patted her back. That's why this can't be left like this. Soon Tina returned with everyone else. Ayala, Eris, Merida, Kino, Isdis, and lastly Merlin. Arad recited what Mira said back to everyone to hear their opinion. Ayala didn't like it, but it was something she already expected. So while she felt a bit bothered about it, she didn't care that much. Iris strongly wanted Arad to be hers alone, but her draconic blood and the difference of their strength made the mere idea of keeping him to herself feel shameful. Merida and Kino, on the other hand, loved to see more women around Arad. She explained it better than anyone else. When I heard Eris moan earlier, I thought, damn, that's my man, made that scary woman who can blow a whole abyss layer moan like that. She scratched her chin. Hearing you tell stories about the time you spent in that world with the other four, and Gammond only made me want to drag you to bed more. Kino looked at Arad. To her and me, you having more women around you only added to your charm and manliness, Oder. Then it was Isdis's time to speak. I'm a royalty so used to seeing it, already expected it. When I was young, I always dreamed of marrying a powerful man, then ordering the other concubines around. But I didn't expect my sisters here to be this ensemble of important figures. She giggled. We're going to even have 2 queens. It seems I'm the one that's going to be getting ordered around. Can we not talk about this when it's about to be my turn? Merlin looked at them with a smile. But keep in mind, I don't mind him having 1, 2 of 100 wives. I have the blood of a succubus, after all. She waved her hand to them. Don't worry, I'll keep to our agreement. Trust between us is the key, after all. She started taking her clothes out. Chapter 1085. 1085. The Unseen Blood. The spawn dragged Alcott through the cave, forcing his body through the tight cracks and crevices until they reached a slightly open cavern. A shirtless, bald man with a body fully of scars, ashen pale skin, open wounds, and burns all over his body is hanging upside down from the ceiling, asleep with both his hands tucked close to his chest, with the long claw piercing into his chest. He had a withered face, with red spots around his eyes and lips as black as the abyss closed shut. That was the vampire lord using his feet claws to latch to the ceiling like a bat, while his hands' long claws pierced his lungs and heart, forcing his body into a deep sleep akin to death. My lord, I brought a powerful prey. She threw Alcott's body on the ground. The vampire lord opened his eyes slowly. I told you not to disturb me, wench, but... She cried, and he growled, Get out of here, now. the vampire growled, his voice causing the spawn to cough blood. What in the hell would injure a vampire lord like that? And those wounds aren't even healing. Alcott slowly stood, and the spawn got even more terrified. Wasn't he at death's door? The spawn swung her long claw at Alcott's neck, only for her to get punched so hard that all of her teeth flew out and shattered on the stone walls. Something is off here. What did happen to you? Alcott glared at the vampire lord. That ugly face, Alcott the Dragon Slayer. The vampire looked at him. You might be able to help. Kill me while I'm still conscious. It was then that Alcott saw it, something wiggling beneath the vampire lord's skin. With a single glare with his vampire eyesight, he could see them. Maggots, thousands of them living inside the vampire's body, trying to eat him from the inside out. Those aren't normal worms, abominations. Alcott gasped, and the vampire lord looked at him. I do not know what those things are. A single worm infected me. I went insane, drunk on bloodlust, and killed my wife and children. When I came back to my senses, my body was already infested with thousands of them. Sarth, the noveler.net. The vampire lord told his story. When he woke up in a house painted red with the blood of his family, he knew it. Something was trying to control him, use his body as a catalyst to regenerate and come back to life. The vampire lord already knew the whole area and knew that there was a very deep cave beneath a nearby farmhouse. That's why he came here, to bury himself in the cave and hibernate for a few centuries to expel that force in peace. Sadly, when he snuck into the farmhouse, the two sisters pulled up on him, and the older one stabbed him in the back with a knife when he tried to hide. That small, insignificant wound was enough to cause whatever is inside him to gain control for a fraction of a second, enough to rip the older sister in half and badly injure the younger one who was running to call for help. The older one couldn't be saved, but the younger one was still alive, so he turned her into a spawn, prolonging her life. He then told her to stay low and hide until he figured something out in the cave. He'll need to use all of his willpower to resist the monster inside him, which means that he shouldn't be disturbed. The vampire lord then retreated into the cave where he heavily injured himself, biting his own flesh out to tame himself and get under control. He then stopped regenerating and hung up from the ceiling, ready to hibernate. Killing the vampire lord is a risky move. If he and Alcott were to fight for real, the city above would be destroyed. All he could do was think of a way to help the vampire lord regain control over his body. Those maggots infesting your body, they don't feel similar to a monster that I just killed. They aren't normal, Alcott said, and the vampire lord looked at him. Are you a genius? I would have never expected that a normal maggot cannot harm a vampire lord. I mean, forget it. Alcott scratched his head. I can kill you, but listen to me, mortal. It's not that I fear death, but I've already killed my wife and children. This thing gripping my body, it'll fight back. Our clash shall wash this whole city in blood. My neighbors and friends would all end up killed without a burial. I understand I have the strength to kill in less than a minute at that. But a minute is a long enough time to soak the city in blood. Alcott glared at the vampire lord. You rest and try to suppress it. I'll find someone powerful enough to finish you off or rid you of that parasitic maggot. Her blood blesses you. The vampire lord replied with a smile, and Alcott stopped. Scarlet is my wife. Call her Ginger. Now, will she be able to help you? I do not know the power the old queen carries, but a new blood queen had been born an hour or two ago. Scarlet might be the rightful heir to Vlad's throne, but this new one snatched that right with the sheer power of her blood. Explain why my vampiric blood tingled earlier. Do you know who this queen is? Alcott looked at the vampire lord. You aren't a full-blown, pure-blood vampire, so you won't get that information. She is that Iris, the Baron's wife, the woman owning the funeral parlor. Most vampires would only know the scent of her blood, but I've seen her face before. The moment I felt the birth of the new queen and smelled her blood in the wind, I knew it was her. Then you're in luck. She is my daughter-in-law. I might be able to find a solution to this. For now, I have to report back. Alcott was about to leave, But the vampire lord called him back. "Take this, it might help, but be careful." The vampire lord slashed his palm and covered it in a sphere of condensed blood to prevent the maggots from escaping. Alcott took the palm and headed back to report back to Clog. He knocked on the door. "You know, I'm here? Then why didn't you enter yet? Come inside. We need to talk." He walked in and found Miriam sitting with Clog inside the room. "The situation is bad," Alcott said with a stern face, and Clog looked at him with a smile. "Father, it gets worse." She pulled a whole jar filled with maggots and showed it to him. "I was watching you the whole time. The moment you discovered the maggots, I asked Miriam to investigate. But I'll take his infected hand, still worth studying to save him." Miriam looked at Alcott. The vampire wasn't the only one infected. Hundreds of people all around the city are the same. That vampire lord was just strong enough and noticed the maggots invading his body. "Wait, hundreds is anyone in the castle infected?" Alcott gasped, and Clog shook her head. "No, the maggots are smart. They actively avoided anyone in the castle or close to Arad's house to avoid arousing suspicion. I bet that a collective mind controls them, and it's that mind of an abomination." She stared at him. "You fought one around here not long ago. I bet this is him trying to come back." "Smart? How did they end up in a vampire lord then?" Alcott pulled a chair and sat down. "That vampire lord managed to hide himself for 2,000 years. Those maggots are smart, but they aren't probably smarter than a normal person. They couldn't tell the man was a vampire lord until it was too late," Clog explained, and then waved her hand over her crystal orb. "I still don't have a clear vision of what that thing's plan is or where its core is hiding, but there is another big problem." Clog looked at Alcott. "This place is a village that's trying to accommodate as many people as a massive city. The water supply and sewer system isn't enough to handle all of that. A plague is starting, and it's somehow related to those maggots." She pulled a small, dark green potion. "Take this. It's a poison that I made. It's deadly to humans and those maggots, but you should be able to tank it. Drink it so. If those maggots infected your body, they'll die." Alcott gulped the poison in a single breath. His skin turned lightly pale as veins bulged all over his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could feel an excruciating pain all over his body. His heart stopped 3 times as he stood there, and his vision almost fully disappeared before he could make a recovery, only having his werewolf body to thank. Where should I go next? He looked at Clog, and she waved her hand. Underground, secure the area and investigate both the waste dump and water supplies. Take Miriam with you. Chapter 1086, 1086, A Massive Soul. Back at the Abyss, Arad had been left alone in the room with Merlin, Tina, and Lala. He approached the bed and took a seat, looking back at Merlin. So we still haven't fought yet. You wonder what I'm doing here? The answer is simple. I'm being a bit shameless, she said with a smile. I know that defeating you will be a bit impossible with my current strength and magic, so I was wondering if I could cast some spells at you beforehand. Arad's eyes slowly turned toward Tina. Whose idea was this? It was Merlin's idea, but Lala encouraged her. Tina looked back at Lala. Luckily, the wives agreed to her plan. You know that I was born a high human? You can tell us apart by the white hair and blue eyes, Merlin explained, and Arad looked at her face. Your eyes are purple, no more of a deeper shade of pink. The blue color is the visage of mana. There are 2 types of high humans. Those who are blessed with mana and have blue eyes, and those who are blessed by fate and have gray eyes. Merlin waved her hand. Your friend Jack is a high human, blessed by fate. Just means he's far luckier than most people. Back to you then, why are your eyes pink? I'll have to explain from the start. I bet you know that we high humans blessed by mana have extremely weak and sickly bodies, and you know that to combat that I've used many spells and surgeries to empower my body. Merlin started explaining how high humans are different from normal humans. Like how all humans have a circulatory system of blood, they also have a circulatory system of mana. High humans have a bigger and stronger mana circulatory system, which puts a lot of stress on their physical body, weakening it. The first sign of damage to a high human's body is the loss of melanocytes, the cells that make melanin, as they start acting as mana output sources instead, which causes the skin to turn pale, the hair to turn white, and the eyes to turn blue. Marilyn was the same. In her early years, she was as thin as a broomstick with ribs for breasts, the hair of a 90-year-old woman, and ghostly blue eyes. Using her talent for magic and blessed body, she took it upon herself to fix her own body and strengthen herself without needing to resort to curses like vampirism and lycanthropy. After years of research, she managed to find an ancient tome written by the White Mage of Legends. In it, several treatments and remedies were recorded to soothe the constant damage the body of a high human takes naturally. The techniques detailed in that tome were made for him, so they didn't work for Merlin, so she had to spend years rewriting and developing them. In the end, she began slowly treating herself, from implanting magic crystals into her body to absorb the extra mana burning her flesh into inscribing several seals around her organs and changing whatever didn't work inside her body. I doubt any other human would survive the treatments I created, but one of them caused me to have a great deal of succubus powers, mainly to prevent me from degrading into an emotionless chimera. She leaned toward Arad. My eyes glow somewhat purple, is thanks to the pink magic of the succubus blood inside me. So your plan is using that succubus blood to charm me? Arad could see where she was going with that. I can both try to put a charm seal on you, and can also make my succubus blood stronger, like other succubus, by sucking you dry. She leaned toward him, and he looked at her with a suspicious stare. Now that you mentioned that, I've been wanting to ask something for a while. Sarth the Novel Furiate. What is it? Merlin leaned on his knees, staring at his flesh. I'll answer anything you want to ask. Ever since entering your labyrinth and knowing that you've been modifying your body for years, I had this strange feeling that you might be older than you claim. As he spoke, Merlin opened her mouth to bite him off, almost cutting the poor snake in two. You can't ask a woman about her age. Merlin glared at him. But you're right. I've been the Archmage of Alina for 20 years, and I was 19 when the City Lord employed me. She looked up at him. I was also in Alcott's party, and I was older than him at the time. What do you think? Arad started thinking. You don't have any family members in Alina, and you've studied in the Mage's Tower as well as joined the university. You're right. I used to live in Riverside. My parents and sister died of old age years ago. I just went to visit my sister's children a year ago. She stared at him, and he started counting on his fingers. Tina looked at them. The wives only allowed her to suck you off. Using anything beside her mouth is not allowed until after your fight. You knew I was going to make a bet with him. Merlin looked back at her, and Tina pointed at the door. I'll kick you out if you try to play tricks on the others. If I say your parents lived to their 60s and were 20 when you were born, then you're in your 80s? He made a guess, and she bit him. Wrong. She started vicariously sucking him in a way the others wouldn't dare do. Loud, deep, and loud. She let go of his flesh and looked at him, still working her hands. If you want to guess how old I'm, start by trying to understand what aging is. Why do people grow old? What changes in their bodies, not just their look? Isn't it just due to time passing by? Arad replied, and she bit him again. No, if you stop time and lived in there, you'll still age. Time is a measurement tool, not a cause. Then something is constantly changing in the body, and that change takes time. Arad casually said, and Merlin's eyes started sparkling. She immediately hugged his torso. I love you, love, love, love you. I knew it from the first time I saw you that you're different from other people. You can see things from my perspective. She couldn't contain her excitement and started rubbing her face on his stomach. Isn't that a wrong statement? If you stopped time on someone, they wouldn't grow old. Lala disagreed and looked at Merlin with a confused face. Merlin looked at her. In my whole life, I wanted to find the love of my life. I wanted someone tall, muscular, rich, gentle, and most importantly, smart enough to understand my worldview and not nag at my head all the time. She squeezed Arad's flesh between her breasts and started sucking on the tip. It didn't take Arad long to reach his limit, and she swallowed everything that came out to the last drop, nothing letting a single little swimmer out of her lips. Merlin could instantly feel the succubus blood inside her burning hotter and hotter. The light in her eyes grew more pinkish red, and she had finally felt her soul burning. What succubus can feed off isn't the sperm itself, but its soul. Every little swimmer carries a part of the father's soul. Those fragments are unstable and would die in hours, disintegrating into nothing unless the little swimmer finds an egg to merge with. Succubus can take those soul fragments, turn them back into pure energy, and fuse it directly with their soul to grow stronger and extend the lifespan of their souls, their life and youth. Merlin's eye shot wide open, and she looked back. Something is off. Lala, come try it. She can't unless she finishes her work. Tina stood between them and Merlin stood. No, tell the wives Lala need to suck him and see for herself. She told me how much power I would expect to get from a void dragon, and that it'll probably be a bit stronger from Arad, but this is more than just a bit stronger. Lala looked at her with a worried face. I was using my illusory arts and mirages to collect his extra semen all of this time and stored it away. I didn't want to eat it immediately since it might show up on my face, but Tina sighed and went to ask the wives. A minute later, she returned with an answer. They said it's okay only once, and if there is nothing wrong with Arad, both of you would get punished. Then, if you'll excuse me. Lala sat between Arad's legs, gave Merlin and Tina worried look, then started sucking Arad. When he reached his limit, she immediately choked on his semen. The hell is this? How fucking massive is your soul? She threw most of what she was trying to swallow, and Merlin looked at the mess with a sad face. Why waste it all? Is it really that weird? Arad lifted an eyebrow and Lala exclaimed, I've seen Gracie's soul. Yours should be at least 4 times bigger than hers. I felt millions of full souls flow into my stomach. Merlin drank it all fine. Arad pointed at Merlin and Lala shook her head. No, she isn't efficient, so the amount of energy she can get is small. But even with her low efficiency, she noticed the difference. For me, who is a pure-blooded succubus, I got all of that energy and it almost crushed my soul. My soul can't be that impressive. Lala stood and glared at him. Listen, this isn't a small thing. Your body naturally takes shards of your soul to mix into your sperm like all living beings. But with such a powerful soul, you might even be able to create life, breathe souls into things. Breath souls create living beings. I can't do such a thing. Arad shook his head, but Lala insisted, the only being that I've ever heard of to be able to do this is the previous overgod Ao. He started life and created the whole world. You must understand this. Even the gods need to bring life from other planes of existence and plant it in their world. The mother of all life, Gracie can manipulate life, but not create it out of nothing like you. She grabbed him by the face. You must learn how to control your soul, and don't let any succubus drink your semen beside me. If they knew of this, the whole succubus kingdom would chase you. This is like drugs to them. You'll get them addicted with a single sip. She immediately went to lick what she coughed on the ground. While licking the ground, something clicked inside Lala's head, and she immediately stood and grabbed Tina by the shoulder. Yeah, you, this is it, she shouted, pointing at Arad's flesh. The solution. What? Tina gasped. His soul can create new souls. The only one who can teach him how to control that is the previous overgod Ao, but he died long ago. He should learn how to control and use his soul, and if he did that, then solving your problem would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Is it that simple? Tina exclaimed, but quickly started thinking. It shouldn't be that easy, Master, such a thing. It seems outright impossible, let alone a feasible method to achieve anything. Tina and Lala started a lengthy discussion about if all of this was possible. Lala seemed convinced that Arad has the potential, and if trained diligently for several years, He could achieve it. While on the other hand, Tina was hopeful, but still didn't want to place such a burden on Arad, especially with a never-heard-of-before technique. While the two argued, Merlin was busy sucking Arad to her heart content. One she is the one sucking him off, and one time she is lying on the bed, dangling her head from the side and allowing him to have his way with her throat. While Merlin helped herself to his flesh and could only do that, the only thing they can't do is stick his flesh in any other place than her mouth. Arad could take this chance to have a closer look at her body. Such a succulent feast. He couldn't wait for their fight. Merlin had spent 2 hours latched onto Arad. It took so long that the other wives rushed into the room to check. She indeed had the blood of a succubus. It took a lot of effort with all of them working together to pull her away. Having cooled her head down a bit, Merlin finally cast her beguiling spell on Arad. This charm spell should make it harder for him to use his powers against her. Each time he targets her, he will reflexively try to miss Chapter 1087, Bound by Blood. Alcott headed into the underground caves with Mariam by his side. "What do you think?" he asked, and Mariam looked around. "I've been living underground with my colony for long enough. I don't know where those maggots came from." Mariam touched the walls and sighed. "We still have a long way ahead. Can you see in the darkness?" "I can with my vampire and werewolf curses that make my eyes quite good in darkness, but I can also echolocate and sense movement in the air with the fine hair on my body. That's a werewolf power." Alcott easily counted the stalagmite around them. "That's quite impressive. But using sound might alert the maggots. I've noticed that some worms are quite sensitive to tremors, and a small one can run away at the sound of rain." She looked back at him, and he nodded. "And this place is filled with monsters that can see in the dark. We better not draw attention." "Yes, making strange sounds or lighting a torch is like loudly announcing our arrival," she replied, and Alcott had a large smirk on his face. "Would you get mad if I said you're still too naive? Sear the novel Afwire nut? I won't. I'm indeed still far too young and inexperienced. What part of what I said was wrong?" She knew that Alcott was the last person someone could criticize due to how skilled he was. Black-fanged ground moles live around here, and they use echolocation to navigate in the darkness as they are blind. When a male loses the fight for a mate and is kicked out of the herd, they uses a specific sound so the herd won't attack them again. He pointed at himself. "Right now, I'm nothing more than a loser black-fanged ground mole." Alcott then pointed at his boots. "Padded soles with a weak muffling enchantment on my boots and black cloak is all I need to do this." He suddenly disappeared from her vision and senses. She couldn't locate it no matter how she tried. Only when he addressed her again did she find him. "I did hunt earth dragons underground. If I can escape them, others won't be a problem. You're scary. How did a human end up this strong?" Mariam walked by his side. Even she couldn't imagine fighting him. This man seems to have a solution to everything, as if he had faced everything in life. "I had one rule. If it's alive, it can be defeated. All that matters next is how to achieve that." Alcott pointed at her head. "I've spent as much in the libraries of the guild as out hunting monsters. For example, I know that giant ants like you don't communicate with words but through pheromones and sounds that humans can't hear, all received by your antenna. If I cut those two on your head, the whole colony would lose its solidity, and it'll be easier to take it down." He smiled. "At that moment, your children would think you've died in panic. Some might even choose to explode into acid from fear and depression." "You're a monster." Mariam looked at him with a shocked yet impressed face. "No wonder you're Arad's father. He already surpassed me in power, but it'll be a long time until he gains my experience when dealing with monsters." Alcott rubbed his nose. "It smells foul." "We're close, right? Sharp Nose? Yes, we've arrived." After walking just a bit more, the two found themselves looking down a massive hole where all of the castle and city's sewers pour in. This hole goes all the way through Losi's body and into the ground beneath her. It deposits everything at a depth of 8 to 10 kilometers. Losi is just 5 kilometers deep. Miriam tapped the wall. Is that right? A stone mouth appeared on the wall. Indeed, but I'm at least 100 kilometers wide. Since I'm a massive and heavy ooze, I end up splashed on the ground like water. I already inspected myself and found that those maggots suddenly appear in spring and the well water that is pulled from deep underground. They then hatch in the sewer channels. If people drink that water, it means almost everyone is infected. Alcott closed his eyes. I'm not infected, probably because of my blood. No, that vampire lord shouldn't have been infected if that's the case. Do you think there's a reason why the maggots infect some people while leaving the others fine? Miriam wasn't infected as well, but she is a powerful monster. I got a reason. They are monsters. Those maggots are controlled by a hive mind that tells them who to target and who to avoid. Alcott walked toward the hole, and I bet it's down below. He jumped. Wait. It's far too deep. Miriam cried, but Alcott was long gone. He was used to being dropped to the ground from above the clouds by dragons. A few kilometers drop with walls to slow him down. It's not a problem at all. This is bad, the abomination growled. His existence had weakened a lot after the fight with Alcott and only managed to escape Vasilis's claws due to luck, Nyar's insight, and sacrificing his trump card that was supposed to be used against the Tarrasque. In his fight with Alcott, he had been beaten so badly that he knew surviving was almost impossible. Lucci's last clap of the mountain was the last hit he needed to take, forcing him to give birth to an immature clone of himself. That's right. The abomination causing trouble now is the son of the abomination that Alcott and Vasilisa killed. This abomination shares his father's memories and powers, but is now stuck in a horrible situation and desperately trying to survive and get back to the outer world. Right now, he is merely a maggot hiding deep underneath the ground below the bowls of Losi, so if anyone wanted to harm him, they'd have to harm her first. The seal that the abomination left for his son, the spell that he was supposed to use to capture the Tarrasque, was now useless for that purpose. There is no way he'll be able to face such a being even if he survives for 100 years. So he used it to seal himself and hide his presence. If that Dracaena Vasilisa sniffed him out, he'll die 100 times over. It was then that he felt it, 2 eyes and an aura as heavy as steel falling into the depth. He could see him falling like a log. Alcott was coming closer. The only thing the abominations feared was A.O., but this man, he scares him. The abomination could feel it in his cells, the terror his father faced. How this man cut him apart, he had also felt it. The fear and hope the vampire lord sensed the moment he saw Alcott. That human was a predator, a monster to monsters, and that human had just disappeared. All monsters nearby were already trying to run away the moment they sensed Alcott approaching, but now that he went into hiding, all of them froze into place, curling into their holes in terror. Arad's time in the abyss came to an end. After making sure that everything was in order, and picking Lamy up, he teleported with everyone back to Hattie's mansion. It was then when Eris felt something strange. One of my kind is trying to slowly crippling himself. He doesn't dare ask for help, but I can feel it from here. Arad looked at her. Aren't vampires struggling all over the world? What's special about him? Eris closed her eyes. This one is a vampire lord, an extremely powerful one. But he doesn't seem to have killed that much in the past years until he claimed a life hours earlier. She looked at Arad. What's more? He's in our village. I'll go check. Arad started walking, but she grabbed him by the shoulder. Can you leave it to me? Are you sure you'll be fine? Arad looked at her. Won't it be best if I go with you? He was a bit worried. If a vampire lord was harmed, she might not leave unscathed. He doesn't doubt her power, but he would rather she never get scratched. Eris slowly looked at him, her eyes burning purple. He could feel her blood magic, murderous divine aura and draconic magic rumbling. From the moment I became the blood queen of the vampires, I understood their weakness and my power. She took a step toward him. Tell me, do you feel it? The will of the blood. Her voice started growing deeper and deeper, like a rumbling machine. Fine, go. But I'll follow you if anything happened. Arad sighed, and she jumped into his arms, giving him a deep kiss before fading into a red mist of blood inside the vampire lord's cave. A single drop of blood fell from him. Before it could hit the ground, his eyes burst open as he felt her coming. The blood drop hit the ground, and with its tiny splash, Eris walked out nowhere, her whole body burning with plasma and blood magic. The vampire lord froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. The queen herself had arrived. Blood Queen, he gasped. Chapter 1088, Crownless Queen. Eris landed inside the cave, slowly lifted her palm with crackling blood magic sparking out of her nails. I see maggots. With a single flick of her wrist, all of the maggots inside the vampire lord's body got pulled out and crushed into a mushy paste. Ser, the Novo, Fire Nyot. The vampire lord fell to the ground, growing in pain. Her control over blood magic far outclassed his, and what's more, her blood was saturated with divine magic. Like a hot knife through flesh, it burned and seared all of the traces of those maggots. Blood Queen, what are those? The vampire lord growled, coughing blood and barely able to stand. Bugs, leave them to me. Purple lightning crackled from her back, and she flew up, melting her way through the ground, and burst out of the farmlands. In a fraction of a second, everyone in the city felt her aura, followed by a sharp pain in their bodies as she pointed 2 fingers down. The abomination beneath the ground gasped as he immediately guessed what she was about to do. His whole plan would crumble if he doesn't stop her. "Who dares invade my nest?" she said with a smile, sending a wave of blood magic all over the city. With a blood magic far stronger than any vampire lord, she managed to identify all foreign maggots inside the people's bodies and rip them out, causing hundreds of people to fall to the ground, growing in pain as holes burst in their bodies. Everyone in the castle rushed out to see what's going on, and even Clog made her move. She flew to Eris with a worried face. "What are you doing? He'll run away." "No, he won't. Look over there." Eris looked down with a large smile on her face. One man had started transforming and contorting. It was clear that he was looking for a suitable vessel to control it. The world itself rejects abominations. He can't exist without a vessel. This should be the restriction the abominations need to obey. Eris landed on the ground with a body covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, she had changed from her casual clothes to black mourning clothes. I'll skin you alive." The abomination growled as his body shifted from looking like a human to a green elf-like humanoid with 4 eyes and a skin covered in sharp spikes. "Rest in peace. I'll make sure to cremate you." Eris glared at the abomination with a smile and burning purple eyes. She wasn't even talking with him, but giving the poor man who got taken over a final prayer, wishing him eternal rest. This woman, I was trying to find the best vessel, but she ended up destroying almost all of them. Even if I picked this, which was the best, it'll only allow me to draw 80% of my full power. Damn it, I wanted to search a bit more for a suitable one. The maggots carried his cells and eldritch magic while he used the spreading plague as a vessel to ingest his DNA into the human cells to transform it. Eris was powerful, but she shouldn't destroy the city. It'll take Alcott a while to climb up from the caves if he doesn't want to cause the city's foundation to collapse. The only thing that worries him is Vasilissa's presence. He expected her to attack him the moment he showed up, but she isn't making any move. Did she leave? No, she is waiting for a chance to kill me. He waved a finger and formed a barrier around his body. Immediately after that, he sent a message to the base, calling for Nayar to pick him up. Done preparing, Eris took a step toward him, a large smile on her face. We're in the middle of a city full of humans. Do you dare kill them all? Just wait there. I'll soon leave, and you won't have to worry about me again. He lifted his hands with a smile on his face. The whole city is his hostage. Is that your last prayer? She pointed a finger at him, conjuring a 10-meter-wide purple sun. The abomination's face immediately changed into a terrified frown. With a wave of his hands, the barrier around his body grew stronger, but it was barely in time as the purple sun hit him head-on, blasting him and an eighth of the village into ash. The vampires Arid left all around the city to guard it landed inside the castle. They had pulled everyone else to safety at the last moment. Even the injured vampire lord rushed in and picked the family of the girl he killed. The queen is so ruthless. The vampire lord growled and looked at the other vampires. Some of them were burning from the sun and had to hide in shadows like him, while some seemed fine. But at least she had this planned out. Building can always be rebuilt. We mustn't let that bastard escape. Another vampire looked at him. She didn't plan this. We acted on our own to save the people. If we didn't, she would have killed all of them anyway. Then she is no better than Vlad. The vampire lord gasped. Eris landed in the burned fields, looking at the abomination with a smile. His barrier had shattered, his right arm was missing, and half of his face got burned to the bones. It was foolish to expect the demi-goddess of murder to be anything short of ruthless, especially to someone who just invaded her home. You survived that. You're quite tough. Eris took a step forward and she blasted right at the abomination with a clenched fist. How about this? He barely managed to lift his hand in time to form a barrier and block her attack. But even with that, the impact still sent him flying. I must heal first. If I don't, she'll rip me apart limb by limb. He fully regenerated, but the moment he finished, he could see a blood spear flying toward him. The abomination growled, lifting 2 fingers and waving his other hand. A glowing hexagonal shield appeared in front of him and deflected the blood spear. The spear exploded right after the impact and rained blood, each droplet turning into a sharp needle and piercing the abomination's shield. The abomination had to jump away and dodge those countless needles like his father. He wasn't suited for combat, but instead specialized in barriers and sealing magic. On top of that, he had just taken over this body and can't fully manifest his power. He is nowhere near his father's level. The abomination tried to look inside his father's memories for any way to deal with this woman, but he failed to find anything. Most of his memories are getting hazy as he took over the body at a rush and didn't take time to integrate with it. As he was dodging the needles, Eris grabbed him by the shoulder. Got you? She swung a fist at his face, and he tried to dodge, ending up with a ripped ear. I must fight back, buy time. He swung a fist back at her, but she deflected his attack and countered with a quick jab. In a close combat, he could only defend and protect himself with barriers against her barrage of attacks. Trying to attack only gave her an opening to counter him. And whenever he backed away, she would stab him with a blood spear. Before long, his body was covered in blood and bruises. This was a one-sided beatdown. But then suddenly he could feel it, something gripping his soul. I win. He covered his whole body with a barrier and looked at Eris with a smile. I'll never forget this. One day I shall come back to kill you. He disappeared in a flash. The abomination landed on the universe's crust, panting. He looked around and found himself in the middle of a large abomination military camp. Geda? No, you're not him. A large abomination that looked almost like a human, but with a black and white body and 2 heads. Gada was my father. He was forced to create me under the assault of Alcott, but he fell to Vasilissa. The abomination replied immediately, and the other nodded. Usually there would be a punishment for failing a mission, but nothing can be done when Vasilissa gets involved. The other sighed. Rest well. You're merely a 2nd rank now. You'll need to at least reach the 4th rank like your father. Carry your father's name? Gada ranks? Gada looked at him with a confused face. He could feel that he should know about that, but such memories weren't important. So his father didn't give them to him as he was short on time. Abominations are divided into 13 ranks. Rank 0 is the weakest and 12th is the strongest. Our Emperor Nayar is in a realm of his own, so he is above the 12th rank. To grow stronger, you must fully master your skill and then get the power granted to you by our Emperor. If you manage to endure it, you'll rank up. If you don't, you'll die and another with your power will get born. He nodded. Vasilisa had sealed the world and we'll need you to undo that seal. Work hard. And the abomination looked back at Gada. Wash that disgusting blood. It's making my stomach turn. Gada stopped walking. Wait, this is my blood, right? His body inflated like a balloon and exploded into a splash of blood and guts. Eris walked out of the carnage. She had left her blood on him so she could track him and see where he came from, but she didn't expect it to be such a base. Thanks for the information. She burned every bit of Gada so the world would remain sealed for a long time. Kill her! The abomination screamed and everyone charged at Eris. A smile crossed her face as she swung her hand, throwing a massive 100-meter-wide purple sun at them that burned several tens of the 3rd-rank abominations and 5 4th ranks. As the purple sun exploded into a titanic pillar of purple fire and painted the whole area, Eris stood there with a smile, clutching her arms as her dress fluttered from the crackling plasma around her. A 6th-ranked abomination landed not far from her. I can smell him on her, damn it, he'll come flying here if we harmed her. He could remember it freshly, as if it was yesterday, Arad flying over their settlement and burning them to the ground, chasing Vorvados. You've already killed enough, how about we end it here today? He growled, and Eris's eyes sparked purple. Even if I'm a crownless queen, you dare hurt my people. In my house, blood shall be spilled, corpses shall be cremated, none of you shall have a proper burial. Her body burst into plasma, burning in a massive pillar of purple light. Damn it, Gada? Didn't you find anyone to offend beside his wench? The abomination growled, clenching his fists and getting ready for a long fight. Her power is comparable to his. Chapter 1089, 1089. Blood, Fire, and the Sun. Eris and the 6th-ranked abomination clashed across the whole camp, and tens of low-ranked abominations ended up getting killed just from the shockwaves of their fight. In that fight, Eris managed to comprehend a few things about the abominations. Each rank is 10 times stronger than the one before it. The 1st-rank abominations are equal to a level 100 human. This means that a maxed-out level 1000 human can only stand on equal grounds with a 2nd-rank abomination. This had made 2 things clear for her. The leveling system's true purpose might have been to nurture soldiers to fight against the abominations. When Eris looked at her own system, she realized that its power was already fading away. Melting back into the universe as a demi-goddess that's about to ascend, she does not need to waste Arias, the over-god's archon who grants the system's power to people powers. Besides someone's natural power, anything else they get would act as a multiple additive to their might. Alcott is nearing level 1000, so that's making him around rank 2 abominations, and with his vampire and lycanthropic powers he could rise 1 rank for each, standing on equal ground with Gada, who was a 4th rank. Looking at herself, she also has many sources of power. She is a demi-goddess of murder with a full portfolio. She is the vampire blood queen, which is far too powerful and almost twice as powerful as anything else she has. She has purple dragon blood, which is slowly transforming her into a true Dracaina. She is a paladin of Amaterasu, which also grants a lot of power. And lastly, ever since she became a blood queen, she could feel that another goddess has started supporting her. The red-eyed Akame, also known as Hell, the mother of the undead and vampires. With everything combined, she can face 6th-ranked abominations, but this monster before her is always 1 step ahead. He is a bit stronger than her, not much, but enough to tip the scales. After half an hour of constant fighting, Eris started to reach her limit. For now, she had just used her plasma and blood magic to face the abominations. She could feel that both Amaterasu and Hell are urging her to use their power to fight, otherwise she'll end up dead, capture her alive. She'll be our bargaining chip. The six-ranked abomination growled as he surrounded Eris with over 10 fifth ranks. "Give up, woman, and we won't harm you," Eris growled. "Should I run away? I can teleport back into the universe using my blood. Whatever this barrier is that seals the world, it's only blocking abominations. I can use my murder elemental expansion to kill them all, but if they manage to survive, I'll be captured." A large smile crossed her face, lifting both of her hands. "I'm only here to complain. Don't send any more of your kind to my house. You aren't welcome." Blood started dripping from Eris's hands. "Blood summoning? No matter what kind of vampire you bring out, you won't be able to get away." The six-rank abomination smiled. "Sit obediently, and you won't feel any pain." Drip. One drop of blood hit the ground. A sudden rush of power washed over the whole battlefield, causing most abominations to gasp. They could hear it inside their heads, a massive, roaring beast. The one who emerged from Eris's blood summoning was none other than Arad. Wait. The six-rank abomination gasped, but his head suddenly disappeared. Arad didn't seem to move an inch, but the abomination's severed head was already in his hand. Huh? The abomination's head gasped, not realizing he was already killed. Arad turned toward Eris with a worried face. "Are you injured? What happened?" Luckily, she didn't seem injured, but that still didn't explain why she was here. What had happened that caused her to come here? "They sent someone to our village. Over 300 people were injured by maggots, and one had been fully taken over by an abomination," she said, and Arad patted her head. "I get it. Leave the rest to me." He lifted and sat her on his shoulder, quickly shifting into his draconic form and towered over all of the abominations. The abominations abandoned the camp and tried running away as best they could, only to get snared by a powerful gravity wave and getting pulled back toward Arad. Eris, who sat on Arad's back, gulped. The way he killed that six-rank abomination, if he was serious in her fight, if he didn't hold back, that's how she would have ended up. Arad didn't move to attack that abomination. He simply teleported his head to his hand. If that abomination knew that Arad was about to do that, he could have easily resisted such a spell, but since he didn't, it knew it proved lethal. Not all abominations are immortal cockroaches. That's hard to kill, which means that something is making some of them that powerful. Cirth, the novel, Fire Note Niar, was fatally injured by Caden and the over-god and had gone into hibernation. He won't be able to provide support for the abominations, which make this the best time to strike back. Arad opened his wings, and magic flew out of them like the stars. Elemental expansion, Palace of Stars, all of the abomination got sucked into Arad's expansion and burned away beneath the radioactive hell unleashed from the countless Ho-White novas that he had stored inside him. Eris's 100-meter-wide purple sun would get easily swallowed by him like a piece of candy. This power Arad should be at least comparable to a 7th rank. No, maybe even an 8th or a 9th rank abomination in power. She looked at the ground. Nothing was left, not even dust. Arad had burned all of those abominations and broken their remains into pure energy that he refined into one more Ho-White nova, that he then stored inside his stomach. What a lovely pair. A voice called from behind them, and the two gasped, looking back. 3 women were standing there, smiling. The one floating above everyone was someone that neither Arad nor Eris could mistake. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, was just there, guarding the outside of the universe. The other tall woman, wearing a white robe and glaring at them with burning red eyes, was someone that neither of them saw before, but Eris could tell at a glance. The red eye, Akame Hel, the goddess of vampires. The last one sat on the ground, leaning on her knee with a smug smile. Arad was the one who immediately recognized her as a red Dracaena, with power that far outclassed anything that he had ever seen before. Pure fire and violence. She had more power than 10 of Gammond. "It's been a while, Void Brat. Have my fire been serving you well?" She spoke, and he remembered her voice. "The fire goddess? You're the one who almost killed me with a Ho-White nova in the past. We were patrolling around and killing the abominations nesting on the universe's crust when we sensed you pop out of nowhere." Amaterasu looked at Arad with a smug smile, her red lips burning with fire. You're one naughty boy. You should be back home training, not playing around. Amaterasu's eyes shifted toward Eris. It's you, girl, the one who seduced him to come here. Her eyes quickly shifted toward Akame. She used your magic to call him here. What do you say? Akame looked at Arad. He already took my daughter. I doubt it's the girl's fault more his. She lifted her hand and Akasha was forced out of Arad's blood. I'll take you back home if you want. Akame looked at her daughter. We'll. I want to stay a bit more. Akasha scratched her chin. Or is that asking too much? Akame sighed. If he was anyone else, it would have been too much, but he is Arad. You can stay, but keep him out of trouble. Akasha quickly flew back into Arad's body. Arad glared at the three goddess. You didn't come here to chat, did you? Right, the fire goddess stood. My name is Kusuth, and I'm the one who wanted to talk with you. She started approaching him, and Arad took a step back. Don't be afraid. I came here to talk about Amber. Amber Burnhill, the fire elemental woman. I know, Amber, you almost killed me when I was trying to help her. He growled. The Burnhill family originated from the Fire Jinn clan of the elemental plan of fire. They are my priests there, the ones tending to my true divine body. She lifted her hand and conjured a Ho-White Nova. Sooner or later she'll need to return there if she wants to keep growing stronger, and I want you to come with her. Kusuth threw the Ho-White Nova to Arad and he caught it, immediately realizing it wasn't a Ho-White Nova. What is this? He gasped and she giggled. A gift? Give it to Mira, and she'll be able to use it to forge stronger weapons. That's a divine flame ripped straight out of my soul. Kusuth, Amaterasu growled. The abomination's reinforcements are approaching. We don't have much time. Kusuth sighed. Well, back home you go wait. How do I get Eris and Mira to become true goddess? Arad asked, and Amaterasu sighed. It's not a matter of how, but when. Akame explained briefly. There are three main routes. The first is the overgod turning her into a full goddess just by willing it. But that would limit her potential. The second is enacting her portfolio for Eris, murdering a few 100,000 of people would work. The last option is to wait until the world accepts her. Amaterasu waved her hands and formed a portal. Now go, wait. You have more questions? Amaterasu sighed. What is it? How can I restore a broken soul? Seek Yggdrasil and the elves' goddess Sylph. The elvish queen Cyrilla should know how to get you to them. Amaterasu swung her leg and kicked Arad and Eris into the portal with a powerful wave of gravity. Arad and Eris found themselves back in Hati's mansion. Chapter 1090, 10 Clouds, 1090. Thundercloud Purple Leaf Plum. Half an hour after their return, Arad was sitting on Hati's backyard's porch, looking at Mira working in the workshop. It's already nighttime, but she wanted to at least refit the binding on a sword so she'll have less work in the morning. Arad started thinking about what he had seen so far. The universe is enclosed in a massive sphere, and it contains many small worlds, numbering in the billions. Today he managed to help Eris, but Nayar was around things might have ended badly. I'm strong, but not enough. The Overgod and Caden need to work together to suppress Nayar. That leaves me far outclassed. Getting stronger might take a long time. I need first to find a way to be able to grab everyone and run away. He closed his eyes and sent a faint magic wave. In the next moment, Betty was sitting on his lap. You called me? You aren't standing on my head? He looked down at her and she looked back at him. You like me standing on you that much? You're not standing on my head. Means that something is off, and I would rather you stand on my head than be troubled by something. Not many things can make you feel anxious, Arad replied, and she looked forward. You're right, Eris told me about the fight with the abominations. If something stronger was there, it might have ended badly. But she didn't pull her expansion or divine magic out, kept them as a trump card to buy her time in case she needed to run away. Then we're thinking about the same thing. It'll take time for me to get stronger, so I want to first find a way to be able to grab everyone and run away. My stomach would do, but it's not suitable for living beings, and if I'm really in a deadly fight, then I would be a detriment to have to constantly focus on giving those inside me air to breathe and such. Demi-plane magic can work, but I doubt you could maintain or cast such a costly spell in battle. We need a way to improve the living condition of your stomach, since that's easier to use and costs no mana. She looked at him. I know of a way, but we probably can't do it. We don't have the people needed, and even if we had them, there is no way they'll agree. What are you two talking about? Plum emerged from the wooden floor and looked at them, quickly shouting, Mira! Arad is cheating on you with this toe! Mira looked out of the shed. And who asked you? Arad, don't give that fairy anything. She waved her hand and went back to work. See? Betty looked at Plum. You can't cause trouble here. Plum growled and sat on Arad's head. So, what is it that you two were talking about? It's nothing. Useless anyway. Betty shook her head. Come on. I want to know, Arad, what was it? She bent down, grabbed him by the eyelids, and pulled his face up. I don't know either. Betty sighed, maintaining an ecosystem inside his stomach using the spirits. It's one thing for the spirits to be born in the world and get tasked to maintain their regions by the gods, but it's another thing to drag a spirit to work as a slave. Betty looked at her. Many mages tried it, but failed. It's like spitting in the spirit's face. Might as well piss on in that case. But I don't mind, Plum said above Arad. We should think of. Betty was speaking and then stopped, slowly looking up at Plum. This isn't something to joke about. I didn't talk about it with one or two spirits. I've discussed this with thousands of fairies, spirits, and pixies, and all made it clear that it's a humiliation akin to being dragged naked on a leash in the middle of the street at noon. I'm not joking. Plum flew down and looked at Betty in the eyes. If it's him, then I don't mind. But I have a condition. If he agrees, then you can count me in. For a spirit queen like you to accept such a thing, the price must be stupidly high. Betty looked at her. Come, impress me. What do you want? It's not much. She flew to Arad and whispered into his ear. You won't tell me? Betty looked at her with a tired face. The moment Arad heard what Plum wanted, his face froze, almost turning into dust. Confused, baffled, and flabbergasted, he sat there stunned for a few seconds. Please, come on, I know it's strange, but please entertain me. It really works, and sorry about not telling you before. Please don't get angry at me. Even with how scared and apologetic Plum looked, Arad was unable to wrap his head around what she was thinking. He sighed, holding his face. What the hell were you thinking? Betty waved her hand to Mira. I come here. Plum might have done something bad to Arad. Mira sighed and walked out of the shop. She had just finished working on the sword's handle. What is it now? Plum looked at Mira for a second and then back at Arad. It's not as you think? I'm still not thinking about anything, but speak up. What did you do to him? Mira stared at her and Plum flew toward her, whispering in her ear. Mira's face twisted just like Arad's. She sighed and looked at the apologetic Plum. You're both crazy and disgusting, but I at least understand the logic. What did she do? What did she do? Betty waved her hand. Did he cheat on you, or did she? No, it's something else. Something that should be bad for her, not him. In fact, what she did doesn't affect him at all. Mira's eyes quickly shifted to Plum. Are you serious? You're really okay with that? Plum nodded and Mira sighed. I'll leave it to you, Arad, and went back to clean the workshop before returning. Fine. Got yourself a deal. Once I start working on that, I'll call you over. Arad gave up trying to hammer some sense into Plum's rotten head and turned back to Betty. How many spirits do I need for that? First, you'll need a massive piece of land, then put a powerful earth spirit to care for it. The stronger the spirit, the better. Then you'll need a wind spirit for breathable air, a water spirit for water, a fire spirit to regulate temperature, and a plant spirit to sow some plants and trees. She looked at Plum. So I've secured a plant spirit, now I need the rest. Arad sighed, and Plum flew into the house, soon returning with Salamander and Undine. They'll help. What is it? Salamander looked at Arad. Plum, Betty sighed. Don't just drag them in. It's not something they would want to help with. Is it something dangerous? Undine flew and sat on Arad's shoulder. Tell me, I can help, after explaining everything to them. The two spirits had troubled faces. It was indeed a hard ask. I don't know about this. Undine leaned back on his head. Listen, I'll strip down and dance naked like a fool, then kiss your feet before I accept such a thing. Salamander growled, but if you can convince everyone else, I'll do it. Undine stared at her. Are you serious? Salamander snorted. Of course, if I'm the last hurdle in his way, then I won't let my pride get in the way. Then me too. Find everyone else and I'll join as well. Undine sighed, but this is more than a big favor. Don't forget it. I won't forget it. Then we'll need a wind spirit, an earth spirit, and a large piece of land. Betty looked around. How about the abyss? You have a lot of unused land there. Just take a piece from there. I'll look into it then. Arad stood and Plum flew around him. I've also got some people in mind that might help. Excuse me for a second. An hour later, as Arad was about to head to sleep, someone started knocking on his door. Arad, it's me. Plum shrunk herself, tried to flew through the keyhole only for her butt to get stuck. She then shrunk herself further to free herself and then opened the door. Ella, Frida, and Astrid walked into the room. How about those three? She flew at Arad. Aella has wind spirit magic and even Zephyr's crown, and those two only need to keep the earth piece together. Aella approached Arad with a smile. She told me that it's supposed to be something humiliating a lot, but I can't see the problem in it. I'll gladly join, but I don't know if Zephyr would like it. And what about them? He looked at Astrid and Frida. Merlin said that she doesn't need them anymore, and Hattie said that you're free to use them however you want, Plum said with a smile, and Arad sighed. I asked if they want to help or not. I want a spot in exchange. Astrid pointed at him. Ayla already said it's fine. Isdis also said it's fine. Political marriage to link your empire with the beast lands. And don't worry, we'll wait for our turn. Frida approached Arad. But if you want to pound us right away, we won't object. She licked her lips, but was promptly caught by Aella. Plum, get the other two. Then I'll go cut a piece of the abyss. Arad teleported to the abyss, and an hour later, everyone had gathered. Arad swallowed several mountains and hills from the abyss and threw them into his stomach, realizing that the biggest chunk he can swallow is a 40-kilometer sphere, which should increase as he gets older. Betty couldn't believe that Arad gathered everyone in just a few hours, but this was all thanks to Plum's efforts. She could only wonder what the thing is that Arad has and would make her work so hard for. Everyone entered Arad's stomach, and the first thing they did was allow Astrid and Frida to stabilize the land, make it one large piece where everyone can stand. At the same time, Aella extended her wind magic to cover as large of an area as possible with fresh air. Arad used his gravity magic to make sure they don't float away, while the three spirits started working. Plum planted trees and vegetation, helping Aella and the Fenrir twins. Her plants made oxygen and reduced the load on Aella, and the roots of her trees held the world, making the twins' job easier. Salamander made sure the world's temperature was suitable for life, not too cold and not too hot, and Undine made sure to water all of Plum's plants. 2 hours later, an oasis was built inside Arad's stomach, a 2-kilometer-wide heaven where people can live without Arad actively wasting energy to keep them alive. Ser the Novelle, fire. Yet Arad could already notice a few limitations. First, the twins were the bottleneck for the land. They aren't related to the spirits in any way, which made them extremely inefficient with this spell. The second bottleneck after those two was Aella. Even with Zephyr's crown, she isn't a real spirit, but she also performed at least 3 times better than Frida and Astrid combined. They'll need to remain inside Arad's stomach for a while before that world can be called stable. Betty will keep an eye on them so Arad can rest a bit. Tomorrow will be a long day. Plum walked inside the oasis and stood in its center, planting a branch of herself. You think it'll grow? Betty landed beside her and Plum nodded. Yes, my real body might be planted inside the space crack, but I can also plant it here. It won't lack anything, and I'm sure it'll provide some benefits to Arad. Benefits? Like what? Betty still couldn't sense anything strange from the branch that Plum planted, but that's to be expected. Well, if he won't eat my peach. She smacked her butt. Then I'll give him some plums. But seriously, touch my hand and you'll know. Betty touched Plum's hand, and she suddenly found herself standing beneath a great tree in the middle of shattered space. This is the middle of a portal between worlds, and time isn't flowing that well here? For a moment there, Betty almost aged 100 years, but the plum tree protected her beneath its shade. This is my true body. You'll be safe as long as you stay beneath my shade. Plum flew out of the plum tree's great trunk. I was to keep growing here and eventually expand my roots to many worlds, then link them all to the small oasis inside Arad's stomach. You're basically a lesser Yggdrasil. Betty giggled and Plum smiled. She is a lemon tree. I'm a thundercloud purple leaf plum tree. Betty walked around the tree and noticed some stirred dirt that looked to have been plowed recently. There's dirt here, and it's even plowed. Do you need someone to take care of this place? I'll find some wood spirits and dryads to take care of me. Plum nodded, and Betty suddenly froze in place. Wait, it just clicked in my head. What you wanted from Arad was fertilizer. Plum looked away. Chapter 1091. The Gods' Board. Arad stood in the middle of the desolate landscape of Hattie's world. Caden was just a few meters ahead, sitting on a boulder as he usually does. This time, he looked a bit mad, tired and exhausted. It was probably because he still hadn't fully recovered from the fight with Nayar, but Arad had a hunch that a little pink-haired girl had something to do with it. This is the 6th day of training. What will it be? Arad asked, and Caden's eyes finally looked up. You learned how to accelerate and decelerate. You learned how to teleport in the middle of that. You learned how to attack and then learned how to defend. Lastly, you went to Lilia's world to learn magic. How was it? The wind started blowing from behind Caden. How much do Yog know? Arad asked. Everything. She knew the past, present, and future. She knows how it feels to sit on a chair, how it feels to be a bug, and how it feels to not feel. She knows what you did yesterday and what you wanted to do. Nothing gets past that thing. Not even the current over-god was able to withstand the pressure of her omniscience for more than a decade before giving up and returning it to her. As Caden spoke, a table suddenly appeared between him and Arad, with Yog sitting on it. Sirth the Ovofire et. See? Caden sighed. She knew we were going to talk about her and came here. You don't need to bother hiding anything from her. She already knows. If you hate her, then just say it to her face. She won't care. Come on, Caden. Even I got one little heart that can easily get hurt. She looked back at him with a smile. What about you, Arad? Are you scared of me? Creeped, perhaps? No, Arad said with a passive face. You really aren't. And yes, you can go to Yggdrasil and ask the elves' goddess Sylph for help. She doesn't work for free, though. Gotta be ready. She replied with a smile, and Arad sighed. You really know without me even asking. She waved her hand, and both Caden and Arad got sent far apart as a massive chessboard appeared between them. But unlike any normal chess, this board had over 1,000 pieces on each side. I've done my part now. The rest is up to you, Caden. She disappeared, and Caden looked at Arad. Each of them had 1,000 pieces. Arad was playing with the white ones while Caden took the black ones. But just from a glance, it was clear that this chessboard wasn't normal. All of those pieces had their own will and wouldn't easily follow orders. Each piece had a moral state. The higher the moral state, the more risky moves the piece would be willing to take. To win, the player must manage a complicated chess game while also having to deal with the problem of keeping the moral of his pieces up. The pieces can even rebel and switch sides if their morale drops to 0. The most important piece in the table was the church piece. It could give the pieces a second state, called faith. The higher the piece's faith, the more stable their moral is. And what mattered most is that the player can't command the pieces directly. They move on their own. This game simulates two kingdoms going into war. Each player is a god, and his mission is to guide his kingdom to victory. Caden waved his hand and moved his first piece. Most newly appointed gods end up dead because all of their faithful end up wiped out in wars. Most gods take centuries, if not hundreds of years, to master the art of growing their religion and protecting their people. This game allows gods to practice without putting actual people at risk. But it's overly simplified, right? Arad looked at the table. Real life should be far more complicated. You're right, but it's enough as a start. Caden looked at Arad. It's your turn. Arad slowly lifted his hand. So it's this kind of lesson. Those should be real lives, real people living and struggling to survive. This might be a game, but it's a mirror of real life. I must try my best, for they as well could be the people from the Empire in the future. Arad started playing, thinking each move for way too long. The first match lasted half an hour and ended in Arad's defeat. Caden managed to quickly turn his people against him and swallow all of his troops, but something strange happened starting from the second match. Arad's whole strategy changed. Each player had 10 church units so they could maintain their army, but Arad did something unexpected. Each of Arad's churches started giving different instructions than the others, and they even fought among themselves sometimes. Caden found it hard to predict what those 10 churches would do. It was as if Arad didn't have a single religion ruling his kingdom, but had many at work. What's more, the church moves almost made no sense, as if Arad wasn't the one controlling them. It was far harder to play against Arad, but Caden managed to win 5 more matches in a row before finally losing. And from that point till the end of the day, Caden never won a match again.
"What are you doing?"
Caden asked. Why does it feel like each of those churches has a mind of its own? Each of them is playing a different plan. A single person can't think of all of those plans at the same time. Arad smiled. I'm just playing, how would I do if those were real people? I'm not going to hold back an advantage just because it's unfair to my opponent. Arad looked at the churches. Each of those churches is controlled by a whole council of vampires. Arad had the 10,000 vampires inside his blood learn the game and divided them into several teams. Some simulated Caden's moves to predict his next move, and some tried to decide what it's the best possible move. I picked the smartest 10 of the vampires I have and put each of them as the leader of a church. They lead the churches and people while I lead them. Arad explained with a smile, and Caden listened. That's how the Overgod works. Caden expected something, but not this. The gods lead the people, and the Overgod leads the gods. A king doesn't rule his land on his own. He rules over the ministers and nobles, and they rule the land for him. You can take the game back with you and play it with your wives. We've been playing for hours and should stop here. Caden waved his hand, and the whole table shrunk and flew to Arad's hands. I thought you'd be angry. What I did was cheating. Arad looked at him with a smile, and Caden shook his head. There's nothing called cheating in real wars, especially when the lives of millions are on the line. Caden cracked his neck. And since we've finished today's training, we can talk about something else. He glared at Arad. Callie. She is the one jumping at me. You can't blame me for that. Arad gasped, and Caden smiled. I'm not blaming you, but I want to make sure you're good enough to not disappoint her. So we're going to fight? Arad took a stance, and Caden waved his hand. No, we aren't fighting. I wanted to tell you a few things about her. Like what? Arad sat down, and so did Caden. Callie first showed interest in you when you picked Tina and Saren. Tina was a widow, and Saren was half-orphan. If not for you, both of them would have ended up dead. Caden smiled. Her interest only grew stronger when you picked that little wormling Ignis. Just that alone? Arad laughed. I didn't expect that doing that would draw the eye of a goddess. That was just interest. She merely glanced your way at that time. But she started thinking more about you when you blasted Vlad's whole kingdom into ash. and she couldn't contain herself when you flew outside the universe and destroyed the abominations settlements while chasing Vorvados. Caden looked at Arad with a grin. Care for the orphans and destroy the enemies. Keep doing those two and her attention would remain fixated on you. Is that all? But I can see her liking that, then what about me taking on the barbarians and the people of Riverside? Arad asked, and Caden started thinking about it. I raised her for thousands of years, but even I can't get into her head, but Lily told me something else. Lily is Caden's wife and Kali's foster mother. What is it? Kali says you look like her father, Asura. You're both huge and muscular, with an intimidating glare. People see and fear you, but those close to you know that you're in fact extremely gentle. Caden leaned back. Tomorrow you'll fight her as your last trial. Use everything you have to survive. I'll survive. I know how powerful she is. Instead of winning, I'll focus on survival and use everything I've learned so far. Arad stood and Caden shook his head. There is one thing I know you don't know anything about Kali's true power. The training day ended without much trouble, and the next day arrived the last day here. This will be the end. Arad couldn't sense Caden around, and the whole world was locked by several layers of sealing magic, far stronger than what kept him locked in the bath. He saw her, walking toward him, wearing a skirt of arms and a necklace of the severed heads of Arad's wives. Her 6 arms waved in the air, her sharp nails drawing a line. Hakai Arad's head disappeared from above his shoulders. The hell is this? This wasn't the same Kali he knew. Doma burst out of Arad's body and waved her hand, charging a massive curse. But in the next moment her head was already hanging in Kali's necklace among the wives' heads. The last one, Kali said with an emotionless face. True destruction, when everything falls apart, chaos rules, the gates of the abyss open, and the demon of horror is set loose. Chapter 92, The Goddess of Destruction. Those Arad growled, blood rushing to his head, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his eyes to burn bright red and fill with pulsing veins. Seeing the severed heads of his wives was enough to send him into a mad frenzy. I'm still alive, that was the clone's head. Doma's words pierced his consciousness and forced him back to his senses. This has to be like what happened in the bath. Don't let her provocation shake you. Arad's vision cleared and his eyes looked at the crimson drops of blood dripping from the severed heads and hands on Kali's body. Their smell, look, and magic were far too real to be fake. Every cell in his body screamed that those belonged to his wives. It was a strange feeling that Doma was the only voice of reason in his head, for now he had to inspect Kali's body for any weakness. Her azure skin reflected light like a gem, standing out from the mundane stones and desolate background. Her 6 arms were arms moved with her body, and the gold bracelets on her wrists rattled like morning chimes, sending a cold shiver through the air. Her long and thin fingers grew out of her red palms and were decorated with several rings, almost 3 each, ending in long, sharp black nails dripping with blood from Doma's head. She stood barefoot, slowly lifting her foot, her anklets rattling with her fine moves until she stepped back down, planting her soles into the stone ground. Not even her toes were spared from the countless gold rings and gems. Arad lifted his arms, trying to figure out how was she about to attack. Earlier, he lost his head before even noticing it, which means he isn't her opponent. Damn it, he died just like how that abomination died to him before. The two started slowly walking toward each other in silence. Only the rattle of Kali's jewelry could be heard, beckoning Arad to get closer to her. The two stood only 10 meters apart, and the air between them started to burn from the rushing magic, sparking with bolts of lightning. "Where did you get those heads?" Arad growled, and Kali slowly lifted her hand up. Your wives, a large cut burst into Arad's body, splashing blood out like a flowing river. In the next fraction of a second, a hole burst into his chest, followed by a massive dent in his face, crushing his nose back to his brain and sending him flying back like a bullet. Arad healed, his wounds closing with a puff of steam. His eyes flashed purple, trying to see what was going on. He couldn't see her attack, but he was sure she wasn't just fast. Using his void eyes, he could finally see the truth, half of it at least. A glimmer of light was followed by a large gaping wound that appeared on his chest. He lifted his arms to block the next attack, but nothing came for a second, followed by a hole that pierced his left thigh and a heavy hit akin to being smacked with a hammer on the knee. Slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning are the basic 3 types of physical damage, and Kali controls them. They emanate from Kali's body and fly at 1/3 of the speed of light, the maximum speed of mana, and deliver hits directly to her target. Arad roared as his body burned with mana. This was indeed a test. If this is the whole truth of those attacks, then he can deal with them, the defensive barrier magic Kaden taught him. If he covers his body with it, then he can deal with those attacks. Arad managed to block the slash, but the pierce got through his barrier, ripping holes in his chest and turning him into a block of Swiss cheese. My barrier can only block one type at a time. Arad quickly realized that just using the barrier wouldn't be enough. He must watch with his void eyes, determine what kind of attack Kali is using, then block that. With that, he tried to divide his barrier into 3 segments: his right arm, his left arm, and the rest of his body. It took him taking several more hits before he could be able to clearly tell the attacks apart. Kali's body faintly glows with magic before she attacks. The slashes look like a long line, the bludgeoning attacks look like a sphere, and the pierces are almost invisible since they are akin to a needle pointed at him. With enough luck, Arad was able to predict the attacks before they reached him and switch the barriers on his arms, immediately swinging his fists and punching the attacks out of the air. He was as fast as 1/3 of the speed of light, but if he could predict their direction, he could then swing his arm beforehand. But this was all he could do against Kali's unreasonable assault. He couldn't even take a single step without getting shredded to pieces like a fish on a cutting board. SearTheNovelFiro.net. Is this all you've got? You can't even approach me. Kali looked at him with a grin and lifted one of her hands up. I already killed your wives. If you don't take me down in 10 minutes, I'll shatter this world and burn the whole universe down. Arad didn't believe a single word of what she said, thinking it was a mere boast, trying to rile him up and get him upset so he could no longer focus. He took a deep breath while still punching the attacks away. He had come up with a plan, and it wasn't more than a minute since the fight started. Instead of casting one barrier around his whole body, he created 3 layers, each blocking a single damage type. But to make sure those layers were strong enough to withstand Kali's attack, they had to be extremely weak to other types of damage. The bludgeoning barrier is weak to slashes, the slash barrier is weak to piercing damage, and the piercing barrier is weak to bludgeoning damage. This meant that if Kali times her attacks right, she could blast through the tree barriers and wound him, but now he at least has his arms free to attack with. Kali started floating, and Arad's eyes opened wide, seeing 2 golden hands the size of boats beneath her feet, lifting her into the sky. This was the first time in his life that he almost shat himself, seeing something a 10-kilometer-tall golden statue of Kali with over 1 million arms. Each one of those arms being thin and long, resembling spider legs, but with hands at the end. Kali lifted her hand, and the statue lifted one of his hands. Arad could barely follow her moves with his eyes. He had faced the lesser god Korra before. But this is far above that, like comparing an ant to a great worm. The massive golden hand of the statue flew at him at a blinding speed, and he instinctively fired a Ho-White Nova at it to destroy it before it could reach him. He didn't want to know how it would feel to get slapped by such a thing. The Ho-White Nova flew right through the arm as if was a ghost, and Arad was caught off guard, getting slapped like a mosquito taking a slap from a human and ending up smacked onto the wall. Those arms are a mere projection of Kali's power, the same as the invisible attacks from before. They don't exist until the attack lands. Their appearance is merely a trade-off. Making them visible beforehand makes controlling them easier and messes with the opponent's perception. When Arad saw Kali standing on the statue's hands, he really thought that thing was physical, that it existed, but now that was a mistake. He is now fully aware that he isn't facing just anyone, but an actual divine being. A full-blown goddess and one of the strongest ones. I see those arms move based on her will alone and aren't something I can block or deflect. All I can hope to do is dodge them. But if I got hit, I must make sure I block that damage type with the right barrier, or I'll end up getting killed 10 times over. Arid flew at Kali, aiming to reach her real body. If that statue was just a manifestation, then attacking it is useless. But before he could even get close, he was punched back to the ground and stomped on by the statue. Those arms were faster than him. The distance between where the arm's striking range started and Kali was long enough that he couldn't cover it in time before he got slapped. Arad tried something else immediately, firing a White Nova at Kali's true body. Those arms aren't real. They shouldn't be able to block it. But one of the arms slapped the White Nova away like slapping a tiny ball. The White Nova exploded in the distance, burning several square kilometers of land like a nuclear bomb. It was then that water drained from Arad's face. He could feel his bones freeze and his soul nearly leaving his body out of fear. Kali's magic actually got stronger when the White Nova destroyed that chunk of land. This is the goddess of destruction, and Arad just realized that this wasn't a fight, but a one-sided beatdown. Chapter 1093, Destruction is inevitable. Destruction empowers her? Does that mean damaging her heals her? That would make no sense. No, I still didn't manage to touch her. I won't know until I deal a blow to her. Blood started rushing out of Arad's body and formed a massive sanguine lake. From that lake, countless vampire lords, vampire dragons, and monstrosities rushed out. The endless army of horrors inside Arad rushed out, surrounding Kali's massive statue. Arad lifted his hand, and sparks of lightning roared from his fingers and pierced the sky, summoning a massive black tornado around Kali. The tornado swallowed blood from the lake and rose to the sky, turning bright red as countless vampires swam in it. Kali slowly looked around just with her eyes, spotting a pirate ship and a massive vampire megalodon. Instead of facing her directly, he seems to be relying on numbers to combat her countless arms. All of the vampires charged at Kali, and the statue's arms started smacking them left and right like a massive blender. All with a smile on her face, she could feel him. She knew what Arad was planning outside this massive tornado, and she couldn't believe that he really thought that blocking her vision and making a lot of noise and magic would block her perception. After just a few seconds, Kali's statue captured one of the vampires and brought her closer to Kali. She was Zia. Are you having fun? Kali looked at her with a smile. Just kill me. We'll just revive back and keep attacking until you fall. Kali grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. You've got a beautiful head. Lifted one of her arms and was about to cleave Zia's head to add it to her necklace. Zia's mouth opened agape like that of a snake, and a massive muscular arm rushed out of it, grabbing Kali by the face. Zia's body burst open, and Arad was there glaring at Kali with burning purple eyes and a body as wide as the mountains, reeking with void and blood magic. I finally got you. Kali turned her face with such speed that Arad's palm that grabbed her burst into pieces, but his arm immediately grew back with a thud, flying right back at her with a clenched fist. Kali punched Arad's arm away and swung 3 fists at his torso, piercing him with ease. The large smile on her face only grew wider. If you don't come out, I'll kill him and destroy this whole damned universe. In the heavens, the endless army of angels had become restless. The 2 brats who visited Arad in Yog's world stood in the front, blood rushing to their heads. I'll rip that bitch in half, one growled, but the other grabbed him. Don't. That's what she wants, but it isn't the best for our lord, the other growled at him. You're right. But won't that mean she is aware? He growled with divine magic burning out of his eyes, his hair crackling with enough power to scare most of the gods away. Then stay put and don't get in the way. The angels finally sat down, still glaring at the world below. Arad pulled himself back with gravity magic, pulling Kali's arms out of his body as he swung a kick at her face. Kali lifted one of her arms and caught his kick, not taking the bait. She swung and threw him to the ground. Do you think that I don't know? She clapped her hands, and the shockwave blasted all of the vampires and the tornado away, showing what hiding behind. The night sky. Eternal darkness decorated with countless stars. Arad's expansion already engulfed the whole area outside the tornado and was filled with countless burning Ho-White novas. Arad pointed a finger at her. All of the stars burst, engulfing the whole battlefield in a blinding light. If he can't reach her with ease, then he'll just burn everything around. And since this was already inside his expansion, he could minimize the destruction and prevent her from getting any stronger. Arad landed outside his expansion as he looked at her. "Did I hit her?" he gasped. But soon the reality started to hit. She was still standing in the same spot, unharmed. Even the stars eventually burst and get destroyed. She looked at him with an emotionless face. Arad's Ho-White nova were too small and too few in number. Nowhere near the output of someone like Amaterasu, and even she couldn't defeat destruction. Arad looked at her with a shocked face for but a second, and he immediately started twisting the fabric of space and time with gravity. Magic? I've once seen my brother use it. This should be enough to reach even someone as strong as her. Now you'll hear the singularity. Arad growled, and void flashed from his back. The space in front of Arad twisted and contorted, all diverging to a single point. It wasn't as big or as powerful as what his brother could make. He isn't an adult dragon, after all, but it was still enough. A 10-meter-wide black hole still held enough strength to strangle Hetty's world, twisting like dough around Callie. In the destroyed world, Arad sat alone on a floating chunk of stone, panting. That last attack, it had stressed his body over its limit. He shouldn't use powers like that until he is old enough. But that didn't matter to him. Callie was standing not so far from him, unscathed. Magnificent destruction, you're indeed a world power, but that's it. What I want to see is even more. She swung her fist in the air, and something cracked. Arad's eyes opened wide. Even he and Gojo couldn't break a single barrier that locked him in the bath, but Callie now had shattered the multi-layered barrier, sealing Hattie's world with ease. In the next moment, Arad found himself back in Hattie's backyard. He sighed, thinking the trial was finally over. But that relief only lasted but a second as he smelled blood and looked back. Destruction as far as the eye could see. Blood, fire, corpses, and ash. Not a single living being existed for kilometers. He could even see Hattie and Caden's corpses right behind him. Hattie was the only one beside Arad there, standing in front of him with a passive face. A void crack opened behind him, and Plum reached out. "Run!" She grabbed Arad by the arm and pulled him away, making her way to Yog's world. But before they could reach it, Plum coughed a mouthful of blood. Her real body, the tree, had been ripped apart. "Go! She'll protect you!" She threw Arad to Yog's world and turned back, hoping to slow Callie even for a second. When Arad landed in Yog's world, he found himself in front of a massive divine army of gods, all armored and standing at the ready to strike. Yog landed beside Arad, no time to explain. She locked him in a black cube and flung him away to the army's rear. Callie walked out of the void crack, Caden, Hattie, and Plum's heads already on her necklace. "Destruction! What are you doing?" Yog yelled at her with a raging face, and Callie just stared back at her. "You knowledge is asking me? I'm doing things my own way." She took a step, and all of the gods took a step back. The gods gulped, seeing her take another step toward them. One of them screamed, rushing forward, and everyone followed him. It was a massacre, and the whole world burned with fire. Callie screamed at the heavens with her arms wide open. "If you don't come stop me, I'll burn this whole world to the ground." Outside the universe, the abominations noticed that something was off. Vasilis's barrier had disappeared. Some wanted to rush in, but the higher-ups stopped them. "Don't act rashly. It's a trap." An 11th-ranked abomination growled. "Why do you think so?" A 7th-ranked abomination asked, and he immediately got his reply. That barrier would be lifted only if Vasilisa died, our Lord Nayar woke up at full power and shattered it, or it's a trap to lure us in. He looked at him. "Don't step in. That monster Vasilisa wants to lead us inside." Soon another report reached them. The universe's crust had started cracking. Tap! Suddenly, all of them felt a heavy presence outside and rushed out, seeing Callie standing there with a massive golden statue behind her. The statue wore a massive necklace of the heads of all of the gods. Wait, isn't that Callie, that goddess of destruction? The 11th ranked abomination rushed at her, but he immediately lost his head, rolling on the ground behind her. Niar forced himself out of his slumber and sucked all of the abomination into his body. This had allowed him to once get back to his peak, but at the expense of all other abominations' lives. Destruction! Have you gone mad? If my lord won't have the world, then no one would, Callie replied, and he screamed, lunging at her with a clenched fist. Tap. She grabbed his hand and ripped it out of his shoulder. He turned around, swinging his other arm, but she punched it to pieces and grabbed him by the head. Perish, ever so forgotten into nothingness. She blew at his face, turning him into dust. A minute later, Callie was sitting alone on the universe's crust, looking at the cracking world, reminiscing about the old days. AO once created destruction and creation so they could fight and entertain him, but their fight soon grew boring for him. So he used creation as a tool to make the world, and destruction was left as they took to rip it apart. So you, angels, are willing to die with the universe? How stubborn. Callie lifted one of her hands and clenched a fist, shattering a faint silver line. You win this game of chickens, I'll follow the plan. Arid walked into Hattie's world and looked around, seeing Callie in her little girl form playing hopscotch. She stooped and looked at him. The test is over. She shifted into her true form and sat on the ground, the head necklace, nowhere to be seen. Arid looked at her for a second and his face paled. Wait, this is like that time in the bath. He sat down, panting, and she smiled. But we can still fight if you want, and I won't go on a rampage. Chapter 1094, Reverse Creation. What were you trying to do? Arid looked at her, and she sat down. This power inside me, the destruction. It belonged to someone from time long past. Let's call her Destruction. She was a pure form of energy, a concept from the time of the first overgod, AO. You can say I'm something like her. Reincarnation. What does that have to do with me? Wait, you can't control that power? She goes on a rampage often. Arad lifted an eyebrow. Callie's power was far too great for her to be losing control. No, since I do love you, I wanted to know if you have anything to do with AO. Maybe you're his reincarnation as well. Alas, that power in you would have woken up and stopped me if that was the case. Callie stood and went to sit beside Arad. At least now you know that you can count on me. If someone tries harming you, just tell me and I'll crush them to dust. Callie leaned on Arad, wrapping her 3 arms around his neck and back. How about this? I'll teach you and everyone else some skills of destruction. They should be powerful enough to save your lives. What kind of skills? Arad looked at her, and Callie pointed a finger at a stone that was nearby. A hole was suddenly punched in the stone, shattering it. Father taught you how to enchant your attacks to do more damage. Use that enchantment and extend it out. Try throwing that magic away. She swung her arm down like a slash. Imagine a blade soaked in water. When you swing it, the water would splash out. That's the enchantment. Release it out. She stood. The more you use it, the better you'll get with it. That means it'll increase my attack range. But I still have to make the attack motion, right? Swinging a sword or thrusting a spear. Arad pulled a sword from his stomach and tried it. The attack barely worked, dealing no damage to the stone. The more you use it, the more skilled you'll get. One day you might be able to throw it like I do. She turned toward him, caressing his face in her hands. Of course this power is mine. Treat me well, and you'll keep it, of course. Arad stood and Callie waved her hand, slashing a gate into Hattie's barrier. Arad couldn't help but think, Callie indeed can destroy anything. When the two walked out, they found Caden and Hattie waiting for them. Hattie lifted an eyebrow. It was less than a minute. Did you fight? And why break my barrier? Caden approached Callie and glared at her. Don't use that power again, he growled with burning red eyes. Do it again, I'll make sure you stay locked up for 1,000 years. I had to confirm that. You knew I'd use it. Callie glared back at him, and I've told you not to do it. You shouldn't need me to tell you how much of a stress that power puts on your body. Ered could see Caden's eyes. He wasn't mad, but worried. Locking her for 1,000 years is excessive. Ered looked at him. How about just a lecture? You know nothing. Alcott glared at him. He looked angry this time. 1,000 years is how long it'll take her to recover from using that. Unless we find creation, Callie leaned on Arad's shoulder. Don't worry. We'll find her soon enough. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Caden turned around to leave. My work here is done. Hati, call me when he's about to absorb the dead heart. He disappeared like a ghost. Callie sighed. Dad is angry now, but don't worry, Mom will calm him down. She knows how to put him at ease. She then turned toward Hati, also, sorry for breaking your barrier. Since you've tried to cast more than 7 layers of it, it seems they got jammed. Hati approached the gate and looked at it. You're right, it would have taken me a day or two to undo this barrier. Let's go find everyone else. I've got powers to grant. Callie tapped Ered's shoulder, and the two of them walked past Hati, heading toward the workshop where Mira should be working. Mira was standing before the forge, blowing air into it with the bellows. Mora was here as well, but that dwarf wasn't alone. Another dwarf with a large beard was beside him, helping him knit some ropes. Mira, do you have a moment? Ered called her, and she looked back. Want something before you two fight? I doubt I can modify the staff in a few minutes. No? The fight's over? Arad waved his hand and pulled 3 chairs from his stomach for them to sit. Mora, who was in the corner, looked at Arad. Won't you at least greet me? He stared at Arad, fists on his hips, puffing his chest out. But no matter what he did, his stomach still bounced forward with maximum efficiency. You've got a friend there. Arad waved his hand. The dwarf behind Mora looked a bit strange. His beard was far too thin compared to all the dwarfs that Arad had seen in his life. "'Tis his ma Gidwife." Mora looked back, and the dwarf behind him waved her hand at Arad and Callie. "Ah, Camte, check on him. Thought he whiz cheating on me." She pulled a large hammer out of nowhere and swung it around. "Skelp his nuts, we ma hammer." Mora looked terrified and took a step back. "Bas didn't tell me he trained sick a gid lassie." She approached Arad and looked at him. "Is she yer gidwife? Lassie telt me her gidman is huge, muckle as a ben." "What is a ben?" Arad looked at Mora. "A mountain." Mora's wife looked at Callie, who stood beside Arad. "I'm feelin' like a seen ye afore." She then turned toward Arad. Callie looked at her with a smile. "I'm his future wife." Mora's wife looked at Arad for a second, then swung her foot at his ankle, dropping him to the ground. He tried to stand, but she smacked him with her hammer to the forehead, leaving it stuck on his face. She quickly pulled a burning red tongue out of the forge and stepped on Arad's legs. "Fur ma lassie Mira." Mora immediately caught the tongue. "Wit ye Diane?" Cutting his wiener. "Scoop his baws, I'm afte roast thigh up." She clacked the tongue, making it spark. "What are you doing to my poor child?" Lila, Mira's mother, approached the shop. She was just bringing a bottle of cold water to Mira when she found Arad about to get cut by Mora's wife. "Get away from him, Beryl." "Sir, the oval fire et." Mora's wife moved away from Arad and approached Lila in, "What are ye?" Lila blinked twice. "Sorry, I didn't know she can't even speak." She patted Mora's wife on the head. "But don't worry, I've got a daughter who can help you. Let's go see her." "Ah, can speak, human." Mora's wife roared, and Arad stood to calm them up. He tried to explain the situation to Lila while Mora took care of his wife. In the meantime, Callie was already speaking with Mira about the ability she wanted to give her. My Lady of Beaver approached the workshop, dragging a large wooden beam, hardwood, good wood. He dropped the beam and approached Mira. "May I take my leave? I've been hard at work for a day. Good work, you Kane. Take a rest. But tell Bevelina to send me a group of 10 beavers. I've got a huge project for them to help me with." She waved her hand and a circle of light engulfed the beaver. "I'll send you the best wood beaters of the realms," and he disappeared in a golden glitter. Callie looked at Mira. "What do you need all this wood for? A boat for Arad's vampire pirates." "I've always wanted to build one." She sat on the chair. "What is this power you wanted to give me?" Callie looked around and found a sword. "It's better if I showed you." She touched the sword and it flashed with light. When the light faded just a second later, Mira's eyes opened wide as she saw a steel billet, leather scraps, wood, some charcoal, and some rivets. "Wait, I call it reverse creation. It uses my destruction power to erase the process of creation from something and turn it back to its basic materials." Callie smiled. "There are some things that can't be disassembled, but this power allows you to salvage anything, even hard-welded magic crystals in swords and armor?" Mira gasped, and Callie nodded. "You can even retrieve those." She reached forward and touched Mora's forehead. "Hold on a moment." With a flash of light, Mira could feel a strange power rushing through her veins. The success rate depends on the difficulty of the process of creating the item and your divine power. "I can disassemble everything, but for you, that sword would have a 50-50 chance of success. If the spell failed, then the materials would be destroyed." Mira looked at her hands. "A sacrifice to destruction. Enjoy your new power." Callie approached Arad, who was sitting with Lila. "Let's go." Chapter 1095, Blood and Fungus. "But before that, I'm sure I've seen more than one dwarvish woman before, and they didn't have a beard." Arad finally asked the question that bugged him the most. Mora's wife stared at him for a second. "'Tis the identical fur folk. Some woman hae a mustache." Arad thought about her words for a moment. She was right. There were indeed many women with a faint mustache that he had seen, just one or two hairs on their lips. Dwarves are just more genetically susceptible to growing facial hair than humans. Callie tapped Arad's shoulder. "Let's go. If we don't hurry, somebody might die today." Arad's eyes immediately stared at her, and she dragged him by the arm. No time to waste. The two walked through Hadi's lush garden and went into the cellar from the outside latch. Inside the dark and damp underground hole, they could see Merida and Kino looking at some mushrooms that grew from the walls, and Eris was sitting in the corner with blood magic rushing all around her body. "Do you two have a moment?" Callie called, and they looked at her. "Weren't you supposed to be fighting Arad?" "The fight already ended, and I've lost." Arad sighed in the back. He expected to lose against the destruction goddess, but not like that, getting overwhelmed like a cat in water. He then looked back at Callie. "You said we don't have time, but we can't do anything until she comes. And there she is, a bunny indeed." Callie looked back, and Lunara rushed into the cellar. "You called me?" As the goddess of all demons, Callie can call any of the demon lords to her presence at will. It's neither a request nor an order, but a truth, and when her words are spoken, those demon lords will find themselves standing before her, whether they like it or not. Of course I did. One of your cults in the mortal world is holding a sacrifice beneath the full moon. Callie lifted one of her hands and clenched a fist. "Can you tell which cult I'm talking about?" Lunara closed her eyes. "I can see them. The sacrifice is a healthy man in his 30s, killed by 1,000 small cuts and left to bleed to death." She giggled. Her body slowly burning with demonic magic. "They'd wish for me to grant them power. A great power to claim another man's life." Callie sat down and looked at the four girls. "Sit around me and grab my hands. Lunara will do her job. Merida and Kino will learn from her, and Eris will use a power of mine to uphold her portfolio." On the sacrificial altar, the man screamed as he cut himself with a sharp blade, groaning in agony. His blood spilled, painting the altar red, and the moon above them pulsed. The head of the cultists gasped with a large smile on his face. "She is near. She heard us." He spread his arms, and a large slash cut through his face, blinding his left eye. He cried in pain but slowly stood up, the slashed eye glowing like the moon. The cultists' leader spoke in Lunara's voice. "Amongst you hides a creature of the night. If it dares walk the dangers of the city, utter the queen's name to the torch's man, your wish shall be delivered. The cultist leader fell on the ground unconscious, and the vampire among the cultists slowly looked up. Eyes glowing red, he disappeared in a gust of red mist, quickly making his way to the city. The sacrificed man, his wife, was about to be burned at the stake, accused of witchcraft. She was innocent. Not once in her life did she dabble in witchcraft, but she was in fact a demon worshipper of Lunara. A massive crowd gathered in the middle of the twilight night and beneath the full moon, looking at the stage where the woman got dragged and tied to the long stake, gagged so she wouldn't utter a curse at the people. A large man as round as a pig and as ugly as a toad stepped on the stage, carrying a burning torch in his hand. With a large smile from his fat lips he spoke, "Today we slay another witch, for by fire shall her soul be cleansed, and this world shall be rid of her." But at that moment a man stepped forward, walking out of the crowd and getting a bit too close to the stage. The guards glared at him, pointing their spears forward, and the torch's man growled, "Who are you? Back off. I'm not here to start trouble, just to deliver a message." The man spoke, looking at the torch's man with glowing red eyes. "Eris sends you her regards." "Eris? Who is that?" The torch man gasped with a confused face, but he immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. Eris's eyes glowed red, and Erod looked at her with a confused face. Callie spoke. "Murder is but the destruction of a body to induce death. You can grant it to vampires, your believers, but those of other gods and the Forsaken can only be killed directly by your hands." Eris stood, her eyes burning with divine magic, and she slowly lifted her hand, her palm blazing in golden fire. A knife's blade burst from the torch's man's chest, and the vampire smiled. "You've killed many sinners, but even more innocent. The Lady of Murder doesn't approve of such soulless murder." Another dagger burst from his stomach, then one from his chest, his face, and then his neck, lifting his body up in front of the crowd, bleeding him dry. Callie looked at Eris with a smile. "All that someone needs to do for you to be able to affect them with your divine power is utter your name. No matter what world, what place, or what god they worship, if they are weaker enough than you and have uttered your name, your murder power shall reach them without fail. Unlike Catal before you, you won't need cultists to do the murdering for you. That is the power I allow you. Distant damage." Eris opened her eyes and gasped for air. What was that? She looked around, and Callie looked at her with a smile. "Here is Erad. Try to cut him, but without getting close." Erad extended his arm, and Eris closed her eyes. Soon a wound appeared on his forearm. He looked at the wound. So she can now remotely kill people. Even a full-blown god shouldn't be able to kill believers of other gods like this. Only I and Death have the power to destroy anyone or kill anyone that we want, and I'm granting a portion of my power to her. Callie waved her hands. "I hope you can use this power well." Callie turned toward Merida and Kino. "But you two are demons, my kin and people. I can't grant you more power, for that'll be unfair to other demon lords. But I challenge anyone to refute my rule. See the novel heir." Net. Callie stood and walked around Merida and Kino. "Your fungus brings destruction. It kills the body and mind, turns anything it invades into a walking fungus zombie, demons and humans alike." She put a hand on each of their heads. "I shall not grant you power, but take it away." The two cried, feeling like a burning fire eating away at their souls. "By my will, you can now create a lesser fungus, a weaker one that doesn't hold enough power to harm." "But it shall still be able to do anything else," Merida gasped. "Wait, you weakened half of my spores." She glared at her, and Callie nodded. "Yes, those spores shall now be able to invade a human's body, affect its mind, and alter its decisions without harming its body or soul. Merida can now infect people with her fungus and keep them alive. The fungus would stay dormant inside their bodies, not showing any symptoms but still affecting the victim's mind through the release of several hormones. When you infect someone with this weakened fungus, they'll immediately start feeling a deep sense of admiration, love, and loyalty toward you. They'll live their lives like nothing happened while secretly serving you. You'll be their salvation, and they'll worship you. Callie sat on Arad's lap. The more they serve, the stronger you'll be able to make their fungus, and that would grant them more power from you, more miracles to bring forth the might of the demonic fungus. Callie looked at Kino, and once they die, their souls would be reborn as demons in the abyss beneath the great fungus of your lair. Can the fungus be detected? Arad asked, and Callie shook her head. No, unless someone is actively looking for it. I'd suggest she use this power carefully and try to be a bit more discreet. Callie looked at Merida and Kino. It's not a secret that you two are aggressive. It will be more helpful to have a silent ability like this than just raw power, right? Lunara, who was there, looked at Callie, wishing that she'd grant her power as well. Her strength had stagnated for several centuries now, and she could use a blessing from the demon goddess. Chapter 1096, Demon Moon Rabbits. A blessing for you, the demon lord of Severance? Callie looked at Lunara with a puzzled face. You're already far too powerful. Your regular slashes are similar to mine, albeit a bit weaker, and in your true form, you're mainly a kicker who boasts a ridiculous speed and leg strength, and can even drop the moon to the ground as a trump card. Lunara looked at Callie with a worried face. She had already saved her in the past when she was young. Asking for more just seemed ungrateful. No, please don't mind it. Lunara shook her head. I'll find something on my own. You're a moon Oni, quite a powerful demon that gets stronger the fuller the moon is, but I already planned on something long before coming here. Callie flicked her fingers and a ghost walked out of the shadows. Everyone but the goddess of destruction jumped back in fear. Why did you summon me? The pale, ghostly figure growled. You're the goddess of the abyss, but please don't look down on me. She was none other than the Pale Night, the mother of all demons. How are those kids doing? Did it work? Callie looked at her with a smile, and the Pale Night sighed. They are doing well. They don't need air to remain alive, but they drink a lot more water. Good, those kids shall be in her care from now on, and I've already got Aunt Loon's permission, so send some to the moons. Callie waved her hand and a golden token with the word abyss spelled on it. She threw the token to the Pale Night. Your payment? Is it enough? More than enough. The Pale Night looked at Lunara and her eyes burned with a ghostly black magic. They are your kin now. Please take care of them. Lunara immediately could feel her soul getting linked to a whole new race of demons. They looked like humans, but with rabbit legs and long bunny ears. As a race of demons, they boasted the rare ability to not need air to stay alive, as they were designed to live on the moon. Those moon rabbits can consume the ice on the moon and digest it into oxygen and hydrogen in their stomach to breathe, and that also allows them to use the hydrogen as a fire breath to propel themselves like rockets. There were several billions of them already born, but each moon got only around 1,000 moon rabbits. The moon on the mortal world got 1,000, each moon on each layer of the abyss got 1,000, and so on. Those moon rabbits are demons serving Lunara, but they still worship the goddess of the moon. As powerful as Kali was, her influence extends only to the abyss and demons. When another god is involved, she would rather negotiate with them than fight. With this, you'll have influence in all of the layers of the abyss, and even in the countless mortal worlds. Ah, before I forgot, rabbit lycanthropy, you're responsible for that now. Callie waved her fingers and a portal appeared. You've got a lot of work, so go check on all of your new people. Lunara didn't get personally stronger, but with those moon rabbits, she got a huge boost in her overall power. When Lunara walked out of the gate, she found herself standing on the moon and looking at a small village of stone igloo houses and one large house in the middle. The demon moon rabbits looked similar to her released form, but they were nowhere as powerful. They looked just like humans, but their legs starting from the middle of the thighs changed into the legs of a rabbit with massive claws coming out of their paws so they could hold onto the surface of the moon. The demon rabbits immediately noticed Lunara's presence and rushed to kneel before her. Our queen. One of the demons, a large rabbit man, rushed forward. I'm the chief of this colony. I can't express how blessed we are to meet you so early on. This is the first colony that I'm visiting, so send me 2 demons to inspect, and I want a detailed report on how you live here." Lunara walked past him, and he stood, bowed, and then pointed at the large stone igloo in the middle. "Let's go to the hatchery, then." Inside the hatchery, Lunara took her time to inspect the new demons and understand how they worked. A lot of things worked as she expected, but some were outright confusing. The first thing that Lunara noticed was that the rabbits' bodies looked strange and unproportioned, with large legs and hips and a smaller upper side. They stood at around 6 to 7 feet tall, one Tehran 82 to 213 meters, but their chests were clearly small and flat, probably because of the undeveloped lungs and putting all of their evolutionary points or whatever into leg power. "Is this what happens when you're all ass and no breasts?" She sighed, and one of the rabbits looked at her with a confused face. "What? Forget it. Why don't any of you have a belly button?" Rabbits should have one, so it was strange that those demons didn't have any. "Ah, we are born from eggs." The demon brought a massive egg the size of a melon and presented it to Lunara. The egg was massive and heavy, almost weighing a whole 10 kilograms, 22 pounds, with a hard shell engraved with demonic markings. Is this why they need such massive hips? And since they won't worry about carrying a child inside, that also added to the reasons why their upper side is small. She lifted her hand and touched her ear. "Sorry to call Great Mother of all demons, but I wanted to ask about. It wasn't my idea. Yog came and said moon rabbits should be born from Easter eggs. The marking on the egg shows the demon's potential. The more sense the marking shows, the stronger the rabbit inside." The pale knight explained, and Lunara inspected the egg in her hands. The marking with just scrambles of black lines as if a kid had drawn them. So this one should be relatively weak. And while on the top of eggs, there are 10 families in each colony which are as different as humans are to elves. You have the shadow rabbits, the fire rabbits, the ice rabbits, the earth rabbits, the light rabbits, the lightning rabbits, the raw rabbits, the noble rabbits, the royal rabbits, and the Easter rabbits. Those families each have 100 individuals who can't marry internally, but must seek mates from other families. I'll also provide more rabbits to supplement the population for the first 100 years. Knowing how those rabbits live would be crucial to ruling over them. But for demons, there was another important thing. How strong are they? Lesser demons are as strong as a kangaroo. Middle ranks are as strong as a level 100, and higher demons are around level 200. But this power is at level 0. It's how powerful before training or doing anything to get stronger. Hearing this, Lunara could only sigh. This meant that even a lesser demon rabbit could kill humans with ease and would only face a threat while fighting those who level up. Good things you guys don't live in the abyss. Those lesser demons of you would have been food for the other demons, especially if your meat tastes as good as rabbits. She sighed. Lesser demons aren't allowed to venture out of the colony unless verified to be as strong as a middle-rank demon. They are to serve and foster the colony as their main job. Things like taking care of the eggs and preparing food, the demons all shouted, "As you wish." They did have the strongest of them guard the hatchery, but that seems to be going to change. Lunara looked at them. "Is there anything else that I don't know about?" she asked, and one of the demons, a woman, approached her. "Our Lady, we can also do this." The demon rabbit's body got covered in a haze of glittering specks of light, and soon she walked out of it, looking fully like a human. "We can take this form," she said, and Lunara nodded. "A human form? Perfect for blending in." Another demon rabbit approached the throne, "And some of us can do this." He farted a massive burst of fire. Instead of breathing fire, shoot it out of the other end. "It allows us to fly fast." One of the rabbits that was behind him approached, "And we seem to be immune to fire damage, or at least we can resist it well. Same with the cold. It doesn't bother us that much." Another one also added, "For food, we only have moon cheese and rice granted to use by the goddess of the moon. Can we get something else to eat?" Lunara lifted her hand and a black stone emerged. Gather 100 of your strongest and use this stone. It'll teleport you into my domain where you can get almost anything that you need. I'll send words, so you should be able to get everything for free, but keep in mind that other demons can get aggressive, so kill anyone that dares bother you. Lastly, one of the rabbits approached the throne. Our Lady, what about that thing in the sky? He was speaking about the mortal world. It looked like looking at Earth from the moon, a massive planet. Sare, the noveler net. I'll take some of you there one day. For now, you must first establish a stable life here. Lunara stood. I have to visit the other colonies, so see you later. She opened a portal and walked away. Back at Hattie's house, Callie had already found Aella and Isdis, who were helping Merlin with some spells. Do you have a moment? Arad asked, and Merlin looked at him with a smile. I've always got time for you, my dear, not me. She wanted to give you something. He pointed at Callie, and she walked forward with a large smile and a puffed chest. She pointed at Aella. You're the first wife, so I'll give you a power that can kill Arad in a single hit. Callie then suddenly started thinking, no, this should kill anything alive with a single hit. I probably should keep it hidden. Is there anything that can do that? Aella shook her head. Arad is far more durable than to be killed just like that. It's called the Oxygen Destroyer. Beside me, only Zephyr managed to match its ability. Callie looked back at Arad. Should we test it? Chapter 10, 97, The Hierarchy of the Divines. The what destroyer? Arad gasped. It can kill me. Some things can one-shot him, but nothing can snuff out his life with a single hit. Even Vorvados, who managed to split his human soul in half, wasn't enough to kill him, as his soul has two parts, the human and dragon soul. It sure can. It'll give pretty much any living beings a deep gut-wrench enough to make them spew their souls out. It's useless against construct, and undead, though, vampires still are affected. Callie stood and stretched her arms. So what do you say? We got to test it first and see how you fare, or should I explain how it works? If you want her to try it on me, then I'll survive. Should we try it out first? I want to see if I can tank it head-on. Arad stood and cracked his neck, all of the muscles on his body flexing, and almost ripped his shirt off. Sears the Novel. afire.net. Chapter 1098, 98 Ella's Deadly Arrow. How about me? Merlin looked at Callie with a curious gaze. I'm a mage, so I doubt you'll find me a power that isn't too powerful, to grant to a mortal, and that I can't mimic with magic. True, Callie nodded. All of the powers that I can think of giving you are too powerful for you to handle, and the ones I can give you are easily copied by magic. You can summon demons or disintegrate things, so is there anything in your mind that I can help you with? Well, there is a power that I want, but... Merlin waved her fingers, creating a string of purple magic. I understand. Callie lifted one of her hands. We'll be back in a second. She and Merlin disappeared. Inside a locked stone room, both Callie and Merlin appeared. No one would hear us here, not even the gods. Callie looked at Merlin with a smile. Chapter 099, Chapter Morton 89, Safe Fail. Callie grabbed Aella and leaped with her to Arad in a single move. No time for your crying. We have to resuscitate him. Even though the two of them crossed such a massive distance, Aella didn't feel any drag or acceleration. It was not teleportation, but the two of them didn't fly there either. Aella immediately felt the heavy air around her and started to produce her wind to breathe. The oxygen destroyer seemed to remove all of the breathable air, suffocating anything in the area. Even if that notion was right, it was still lacking. Arad lay there on his stomach like a sleeping cat, not a single breath or a heartbeat coming from him. This was the terrifying power of the oxygen destroyer. It destroyed all of the oxygen in the air, the blood of living beings, and in their very cells. In a second, Arad was alive and fully awake. But in the next second, all of his cells shut down due to the sudden disappearance of oxygen. Arad's body suddenly faced the loss of power throughout his whole being and became unable to even remain conscious, let alone produce oxygen to breathe. Arad's nuclear engine needed energy to be started, and the oxygen destroyer had robbed him of that spark. He is now as good as dead, unable to bring himself back. You create new air and push it down his throat. I'll push down on his chest, try to force his heart to beat manually. We need to reoxygenate him, even a little. Callie lifted her hand. A giant golden palm appeared behind her, flipping Arad on his back. Ella sighed. All she could do now was follow Callie's lead as best as she could. Saving Arad's life takes priority over her anger. She lifted her hand and formed a massive, swirling storm of fresh air. Dance of the Dead, Arad's body suddenly burst with necrotic magic and was engulfed in a death-black mist, followed by his eyes flashing blue, a bright magic glowing beneath his scales, and the horrifying aura of Dracolish filled the air, sending chills down Aella's spine. Even Callie was caught by surprise and didn't know what happened. All she could realize at a moment's notice was that Arad is getting resurrected as an undead. This process must be stopped at all costs. She can't let Arad lose his life here and turn into a walking disaster of a corpse. She swung her palm at his chest. She must destroy the necrotic core forming at his heart before it absorbs his soul. But at that moment, Arad's body disappeared, and Callie's attack landed on the ground, shattering it. She could feel it. Something took Arad away. It dragged him out of the fabric of time and space. He stopped existing just a fraction of a second before she could hit him. The only one who could do this is the Overgod or Nyar. The Overgod won't do such a thing. So the only conclusion is that Naira was watching and took the chance to snatch him away. Tap. Something landed behind the two and sighed. My head hurts. It was a woman's voice, reeking with death beyond all comprehension. Callie turned back immediately and saw her a 7-foot-tall, naked and pale elvish woman with long pink hair, glowing blue eyes, a body full of tattoos, and a body full of curses that not even some gods could understand. Doma had taken over Arad's dead body and made it her own. She cracked her neck and flexed her abs, sighed and rubbed her chest as if having heartburn. Such a stellar body, the best I could ask for. She looked down at her body. She could feel it, all of the power that Arad accumulated. Such a massive pressure that she couldn't feel before when only taking over clones of his body or borrowing command. She wanted Arad's body, but not for her control or to take over, but to eat him, to enjoy him. Doma approached Callie and punched her in the face hard enough to drop her to the ground. She then walked forward and stomped on her face. You better be grateful that I have a failsafe. Doma pressed down on Callie's face with her foot. I know I'm not your match, but I'll make sure you'll suffer. Elemental expansion time ripped apart, and suddenly it was Arad, the one stepping on Callie's face. He looked around with a confused face and lifted his foot in a hurry. What happened? He gasped. A mouth opened on his neck. Callie's oxygen destroyer managed to kill you, or at least get you that close to a real corpse that my failsafe kicked in. I had a necromancy spell at the ready to turn you into a Dracolich in case you were killed in combat. I then took over the body and used my expansion to eject us outside time and space. That allowed me to bring you back to how you were a minute in the past before the oxygen destroyer killed you. I thought your expansion was limited to 10 seconds, Arad gasped and Doma giggled. It was my body after I took over. My limit was around 5 minutes. The mouth disappeared and Doma emerged from Arad's back, controlling his clone. Back to this inferior copy. I guess this is the best I can expect from a system-bound druid ability. She approached Callie and stretched her arms. Even using Gemini and Virgo to create a clone of Arad and turn it into a woman like herself, the body created wasn't as powerful as Arad's true body. Doma helped Callie stand and wrapped her arm around her neck. Now listen, newbie wife, now you owe me a favor, a big one that you can't pay in full. Want a specific power? Callie looked at her, and Doma punched her in the guts. No, you owe me a favor. I'll use it whenever I need. She smacked her on the back and laughed. I thought you were dead. Aella jumped at Arad on the verge of crying. Her eyes were already bloodshot and about to start spraying tears. That felt weird. Everything went black for a second. Arad looked up with a worried face, but I could see something strange. He could remember that when his soul stood in the void, he wasn't alone. 2 young boys were standing beside him, and they told him that he didn't have a place in death's domain. When Arad insisted that he didn't know what was going on, the 2 boys sighed and asked if he wished for them to keep trying or burn everything down. It was then that Doma's cursed chains appeared out of nowhere and pulled him back. Arad looked at Doma. So am I a Dracolich now? No, that was removed. It'll be bad for you, all that stink and rotten flesh, and you'll be just bones after a few thousand years. Doma approached him. That won't do it for us. She licked her lips and faded away. Are you all right? Should I check your body? Callie approached him with a worried face, and Arad shook his head. He didn't feel any different than before. Doma made sure to keep him safe and alive as she promised when they first met. But I've seen Ayla's arrow. It was amazing. Arad lifted his hand and conjured a green arrow of wind magic. Ayla blinked twice and looked at Callie. You gave the power as well? Callie looked back at her with a puzzled face. No, he is doing that on his own. I already made this thing you call oxygen to breathe when I was fighting Vorvados. All I need to do is reverse that and mimic Ayla's arrow a bit, and now I have my own oxygen destroyer. He looked at the arrow and it suddenly turned black. But there is something else that is quite common, and I think would be more effective than erasing oxygen. This arrow should cause life forms to crumble. What Arad was holding in his hand was a carbon destroyer. Callie looked at him. She had expected this, but was still surprised to see it. Destruction and creation were created by Ao. Their powers are nothing but an extension of his power. She took a deep breath and approached him, knocking on his chest. Hide that away before it blows up. Arad clenched his fist, and the arrow floating between his fingers shattered into specks of black magic. He then turned toward Ayla and pulled her to him with gravity magic. I can feel that you're still worried. I'm fine. He pulled her closer to his chest with a one-arm hug. Sorry, I almost ended up killing you. She looked down, remembering the moment she started sensing that Arad's magic was fading away. Then you'll have to make it up to me tonight. He grabbed her butt tightly with one hand, and she smiled. Of course. Wait. Callie looked at him, grabbed his other hand, and stuck it to her butt. I'm the one who caused this. I won't mind a rough punishment. A mouth appeared on Arad's hand and bite Callie's butt, leaving a bloodied bite mark. Girl, you aren't sneaking this up past me? I'm gonna bite your ass off, which you already did. Callie rubbed her still throbbing cheek. Let him decide. She looked at Arad. Arad looked a bit worried. This wasn't the first time he didn't know how to answer. Any response he could think of will be bad if he is the one to say it. Ayla looked at Callie. I bet he wants to. Hell, me as well. Having you around is reassuring, to be honest. The moment I heard the goddess of destruction wanted him, I told him that he should go for you. Callie looked at Arad's face with a smug expression. You already got the wives' approval from me, yet leave me hanging? She looked at Ayla. Tell me, why am I here with nothing in me? He wants Nina first. Ayla replied, scratching her chin. Chapter 1100, the 1100, the Purple Wizard. The next day quickly arrived, and Arad cracked his wrist. He stood facing the gate to Hati's training world. His eyes burned purple as he could sense something off already. Tap. Merlin approached and stood beside him. She gently tapped his back with her hand, giving him a faint smile. Ready? She was wearing her old purple robe and wizard hat, letting her long white hair flow with the wind. Is ready the correct word? You've been weakening me for a while. Arad smacked her on the back, causing her to stumble forward and use her wooden staff as a support. You're asking too much of a weak, poor human woman to stand up against you. She looked at him with a smile. But I'll at least make it worth your time. Then let's get in there. Arad walked into the gate and Merlin followed after him. Soon, the other wives, Senna, Salika, Roberta, Sarah, Lala, Matilda, Selina, Lucia, everyone, even the abomination Galena, sat with them feeling out of place. Callie took on the job of protecting everyone from Merlin and Erad's fight, keeping them safe inside a protective array of her statue's hands. They weren't here just to watch, but a fight between a master of magic like Merlin and a beast like Erad wasn't something that happened each day and would be a rare learning opportunity. Merlin walked away from Erad, and soon she started stepping on air instead of the ground, climbing a set of invisible stairs with a puff of magic beneath her soles. Erad looked at her, noticing the swirling storm of mana raging around her body. To normal humans, that storm was invisible, but to his void eyes it looked like a raging lightning storm. Merlin doesn't just use her own mana to cast magic, she also uses the natural mana around her as a catalyst to amplify her power. She turned around and looked at him with a smile on her face. "Shall we start?" She gently touched her left palm with the head of her staff, creating a faint pink spark. When she lifted her staff, a 2-inch wide black sphere appeared between her fingers, spinning at an ungodly speed. Fire started ripping around the black sphere, and the ground around Merlin ripped apart, burning into ash. "Doom sphere," she threw her hand forward, and the sphere flew at Erad, cutting a massive trench in the ground. The sphere was made of many compressed spells, all merged into a single mass of destruction. That included fireball, gravity control, and force magic. Erad saw the sphere and decided to take it head-on. Even with how complicated the magic was, it still didn't have enough raw power to threaten Erad. He threw his hand forward and caught the sphere in his right palm. His fingers tried to clench down on it, but the gravity and fire prevented them from closing all the way. The ground around Erad melted from the heat and soon exploded as the sphere shattered with a loud boom. Erad was still standing above the melted ground, looking up at Merlin with a smile. She knew that the sphere wouldn't be able to hurt him, but she didn't expect him to just crush it like this. "So normal magic really doesn't work on you," she said, with a passive face. Everyone watching had one thought in mind. The hell was that sphere? Is that what you consider normal magic? Merlin's eyes flashed pink, and she lifted her staff above her head and started waving it. "Alala! Morin talala!" Everyone could see the endless sparks of mana crackling around her like lightning, and suddenly the ground started shaking and cracking. One thing was clear to everyone. If Merlin needed to chant for a spell, that spell is going to be a massive one. The mountain behind Merlin, a large natural structure standing at over 10 kilometers tall and 15 kilometers wide, started shaking and soon was ripped from its base, levitating into the sky. Everyone looked at the mountain with gaping mouths. Undine yelled, "Even if there isn't an Earth Spirit Queen here, that still doesn't give you the right to violate the Earth like this. You wizard, Merlins move mountains. Catch!" Merlin said as the mountain flew above her head, heading straight toward Erad. "I thought spells were limited to the 9th tier. Erad looked at the mountain falling on his head. The amount of mana needed to move such a massive structure far outclassed normal 9th tier magic. What Erad didn't know is that even if the magic was limited by Yogg to the 9th tier, that only extended to spells cast by the casters. Merlin was skilled enough to figure a way around that, and her way was to use the natural mana in the air to supplement and expand her magic. The closest example to what Merlin did was forest fires. As a random, non-magic user to cast a fire spell powerful enough to burn 100 square kilometers of land, all he would need to do is throw a burning match into a forest and water hell come to earth. Erad jumped up and burst through the mountain, digging his way to the peak in several seconds. As he emerged, the mountain had already fallen to the ground. I would have gotten hurt if the mountain were magical, but it's just a mountain. I can dig through that with ease. "Why isn't Erad attacking?" Matilda asked. She was approached before by Hati and informed of Erad's identity. She was also asked if she was willing to marry him as a way to link him to the Beastlands, and she agreed. Selin also ended up learning of Erad's true identity back then. Selin, who was beside her, gave Erad one look and noticed several strands of Merlin's magic already swirling about his head. She already has him under some spells. True. Arad allowed Merlin to gain the advantage by charming him before the fight. Aela answered their question. Merlin couldn't fully control Arad, but she was more than skilled enough to make sure he didn't lash at her like a wild beast. Merlin lifted her staff and waved it. How about this, then? The mountain beneath Arad started cracking, and it suddenly shattered into pieces. Those pieces flew at Arad and engulfed him in a massive sphere of stone and dirt that floated to the sky. Diamond Maker Arad was stuck at the center of the sphere, surrounded by an ungodly amount of heat and pressure enough to rip stones apart and crush coal into diamonds. His human body couldn't endure such pressure and was about to collapse. Even if you can endure the pressure, you'll suffocate since there is nothing to breathe there, Merlin said with a smile, but suddenly felt two hands caressing her butt. I would rather suffocate beneath this. Arad was already staring straight at her butt. Merlin blinked twice, feeling his hands spread her cheeks apart. You're supposed to be inside that. She pointed at the ball of stone floating in the sky. Ah, that's my clone in there, Arad replied with a passive voice, still inspecting her large rear end. When did you two switch? Merlin looked back at him, and he finally looked at her. When I was digging through the mountain, I let the clone come up while I took the chance to escape underground. Can you stop playing with my butt? She asked with a smile, and his grip on her cheek grew tighter. Then remove the charm spell that prevents me from attacking you. Not when you're so close to me, she pointed at the cleaved base of the mountain on the horizon. Stand there with your clone, and I'll remove the spell. Arad looked back. You know what? Forget about it. He stood and grabbed her in a hug. You can't escape me now anyway. Damn it. My charm spell is now backfiring at me. She tried to struggle out of his arms, but failed. At this rate, she'll end up having her first time in the middle of the air, with everyone else watching. Got no choice. I'll temporarily stop it. She tapped Arad with her hand, and the charm spell lost effect. Arad had already exposed her butt and her pink underwear, which had a slit in the middle. Nice ones. Arad let her go as the spell lost its effect. Arad snuck one last look before she covered herself. I've got many like them. Don't worry, I'll show the others how to pick underwear later. Those panties cover nothing, Aela sighed, and Lala looked at her. I've checked Merlin's collection. She has a whole cabinet of sexy underwear. The stone sphere in the air exploded, and Arad's clone emerged in draconic form. Soon it disappeared into thin air. See? I dismissed the clone. Next time, keep an eye out for when I summon it. Arad waved his hand and pulled the staff that Mira had made for him. Where do you even buy those? Tell me, and I'll pick some for them myself. A spark of magic ignited above Arad's staff. Sarah can anonymously acquire them. Just give her a written description of what you want, and she'll find tailors to make the order without asking any questions. Merlin looked at the spectators, and Sarah's face was already burning red as everyone looked at her. Where do you even start such a work? Eris asked as she looked at her. Noble ladies pay a lot, and all I need to do is act as a messenger and deliver anonymously orders in sealed packages. Sarah's underground black market seems to be thriving, but what was said next shocked everyone. Those pairs, Merida spoke, I made them. Arad's staff was finally illuminated with magic, and the magic battle between raw talent and lifelong experience was about to shake Hati's world.